The Procurement Act that Vice President Baumia wants to bring in, inshallah it'll come to pass, was to make sure that when you tender, you have to be duly qualified for what you're tendering.
Okay.
It's true, you can use somebody to front for you. 2, at the GRA, you've paid all your taxes, i.e. you are tax compliant. Are you following me? I mean, there's just some areas in which we can tweak, because that's where people see the gold mine.
Yeah.
You have no locus to be doing X contract, but suddenly you're a contractor. And because of your political connections, that's how they want to then chop where they haven't sold. So you may get somebody who's substandard actually being given a contract, and then they can't deliver, and all manner of things. I mean, I'm just giving an example. So 100% right, what Victor's saying. What I'm proposing that we do is you make sure that leadership, wherever you see that kind of, let's say, corrupt tendency, leadership has to stamp it out. Because when you don't, then that infection continues. But it's for us to, work hand in hand and kill those tendencies where we see. Now, how do you kill them? Custodial sentence, having proven, I'm not just saying it's, judge, jury, and executioner.
The due process.
The due process must be followed. And that deterrence will deter people. Now, you want to, again, create opportunities elsewhere. So don't go straight to the top. I'm talking government contracts. But again, at the local level, which comes down to being an elected officer that we spoke about earlier, create those opportunities where the citizenry, Ghanaians, can also add value in that supply chain economy that necessarily exists. But then beyond that, you have to grow the economy privately. So nobody votes and then looks to government to chop.
No, but you see, Ibrahim, the problem is it's cultural.
It's also cultural.
Cultural undertone. Because you see, they tell you that the moment the person hasn't even achieved anything in life, he hasn't done anything.
Why did you go there for?
The moment the popular contest, he becomes the MP or anything, everybody see him as a leader. Right? Now,
no, the same as the
savior. Now they see him as a leader. Now once they see him like that, there's patronage. Now once there's patronage, if you look at the political economy of corruption, because there is corruption, most people are benefiting. So once they are benefiting, you don't see a leader who will come and close those gaps. And if you come
and close the
gaps, you don't take time, you become an enemy. Now, because I say it's cultural, because when something is going wrong, they also, oh yes, he's our son. But forgive him. A child does not even ease himself on your lap and you cut it. So just wash it. He's our son. If you put all together, it makes it difficult as a leader.
It's true.
And you carry the disfavor even of your traditional area. Your elders to say, oh, we spoke to him. He ignored us. He never listened to us. So
let me give you even a pedestrian example. If you're in a trotro and your driver is misbehaving, all the people in the trotro would defend the driver against the other driver who is misbehaving against in traffic, because it's once you are in that trotro, your driver is right no matter what he's doing. And that's how Ghanaians behave. Anyway, let me just read. There's a message here, and then we're going to go and take a look at something from the EC. The reason behind the delay from the EC is that their presiding officers have to carry the results from the various polling stations manually to the constituency collation centers before they declare the winners, unlike the political parties who electronically send theirs to their bosses and quickly collate to find their smoothness level. So the EC simply needs to reform their means of sending results from the polling stations to fast track their collation to be in tandem, if not faster, than the political parties. Munuri from Bolga sent that message through. But we want to take a look at the EC's presser where they explain the process to us.
Good afternoon to all of you, our leaders of the political parties and their agents here present, our international and local observer missions, citizens of Ghana, our media partners. A good afternoon to you and a warm welcome to the National Collation Center at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission. This afternoon, my mission here is very simple. It is to update you on the results that we are expecting at the National Collation Center. You would all agree with me that it's been 23 hours since the end of the polls on the 7th of December. That is yesterday, the 7th of December, 2024. And it's been 23 hours since the close of the 2024 general election. As you may be aware, the Commission has put in place a robust mechanism to receive the results from the Regional Collation Center. By convention, we have been able to declare results within 72 hours after the close of polls. The Commission, however, broke that record in 2020 and was able to declare the results in 48 hours. However, 23 hours following the close of polls, we have received requests and some questions from the general public as to when to expect the results. I'm happy to announce that the results have come in from the Ahafo region, and we are expecting that from here on we'll start seeing the results coming in. We thought that it's important to update our citizenry on the process for the collation of results as it pertains to our CI 127. Because the questions that we have received from the citizens is that, oh, the political parties have results and they have the pink sheets from, the polling stations. And indeed, it is true that all the political parties are giving copies of the results at the polling station level. I think this heightens the level of transparency. But under the CI 127, we also have a process for the collation of the results, and it does not stop at the polling station. It does not stop at the receipt of pink sheets from the polling stations. Ours is quite an elaborate process that involves the political party agents at every step of the way. Additionally, it involves the observers, the media, and citizens as well. And the process emanates from the pink sheets, and it's important to note that the pink sheets form the basis of the results that are announced, whether it is at the constituency level for parliamentary candidates or whether it is at the national level for presidential candidates. But it starts and emanates from the pink sheets at the polling station. Once the results are counted at the polling station and parties are satisfied with the count of the ballot papers, they then go on to fill out the pink sheets, after which party agents sign on to these pink sheets and are provided with copies. As you may be aware, a copy of those pink sheets are posted at every polling station across the country. From there, the pink sheets are sent to the Constituency Collation Center, where you have the agents of the parties as well. And right at the Collation Center, no counting is done. What is done is simply to collate the results from the pink sheets, and this is done at the Constituency Collation Center. It is done in the presence of the agents of the parties and observers and media partners, and once parties are satisfied, they go on to sign the collation forms provided at the Constituency Collation Center. They are also giving copies of these. And a copy is also pasted at the Constituency Collation Center. From the Constituency Collation Center, the results travel to the region, where party agents are also present. Again, this is not a counting process. As I mentioned, the pink sheets form the basis of the results that are announced and the results that are collated. But the results from the constituency are also collated at the regional level. Once parties are satisfied, the regional results collation forms and the summary forms are filled, and the parties sign on to these. And they are giving copies of these forms. It is at this level that the results are then faxed to the head office, that is at the National Collation Center. Again, the the results come through fax, and it is done in the full glare of the party agents who receive the fax, and they review it against what they may have received from their respective parties. If they are happy and it conforms to what they have received, they then endorse it. After endorsement, the results are projected and as provisional results. Those provisional results are brought to the commission and we scrutinize it. And as the returning officer for the presidential, I go on to sign this. I'd like to ask that citizens exercise patience. It's just been 23 hours since the close of polls. The process is elaborate, it is inclusive, it involves the political parties and observers at every step, and the whole idea is to ensure that what comes up at the end of the day has involved, it's a bottom-up approach that has involved all the agents at all levels. And at the end of the day, what comes up is acceptable by all the candidates and their supporters and the citizens as well. So this is the elaborate process we have. And we thought that this afternoon, it was important to allay the fears and the anxieties of citizens. The commission is going to intend and will uphold the will of the people as expressed at the polls, and that will is what has been captured on the pink sheets. However, it's important that we exercise patience, we take our time, and we are very thorough in producing the results at the national level. As we speak, we have had results come in from Ahafo, and we are expecting more results coming in the next few hours. We are trusting, we believe that within 72 hours, and this has been the norm, we should be able to declare the results of the presidential election. As I indicated, we broke that record in 2020 and declared it in 48 hours, but we do have 72 hours within which to declare the presidential results. Of course, if all the results come in the next hour and we review them, we would not wait until 72 hours or 48 hours before we do so. It's important to mention also that the delays in some of the collation centers has resulted from the besieging of our centers by supporters of the parties. In the anxiety and in the excitement, some supporters of political parties have besieged our collation offices, making it difficult in some cases for our officers to carry out their functions. We have spoken directly with the leadership of the political parties, and we've asked them to recall their supporters. We believe that this should be done, and our supporters, our staff should have an unhindered access and the free space to collate the results. So as I mentioned, we are looking forward to seeing the results. Of course, in cases where it's impossible to collate results for a particular constituency, where it would not affect the outcome, and where the winner would still emerge winner with at least 50% plus one, the decision has been taken by the commission to proceed with those results, even if we don't have certain constituencies as part of the final results. Once we come up with the final results, we'll look at that and include it. But in order not to waste time where there's some difficulty to collate constituency results, we will proceed to collate the presidential results without it, and so long as it does not affect the outcome of the final result. So we'd like to thank you very much for your attention, and we believe that in the next few hours we should be receiving some of the results. As I indicated, we have received the results from the Ahafo region, and we believe that the others would be coming soon. Before I end, I'd like to assure you, I think the Commission has walked the walk of transparency. We have walked the walk of accountability. We have walked the walk of responsiveness. And we have walked the walk of inclusiveness. And this has been evident from the very start of our electoral calendar, that is in the preparation of the voters register to date. I think that the evidence is clear. The matter speaks for itself, as my colleagues in law would state. And the transparent manner in which we have conducted ourselves has ensured that this election has been peaceful, it has been credible, it has been fair, and it has been acceptable by all stakeholders. So we'd like to assure you and assure all the people of Ghana that it is the will of the people as expressed at the polls that has been reflected on the pink sheets that will travel from the polling station to the constituency, to the region, and to the National Collation Center that would be declared at the end of the day. It is the people's choice as President of the Republic of Ghana that would be announced, and we believe, so help us God. Yes. So on behalf of the Commission, we thank you very much for your time. We believe that in the next few hours, we are hopeful that the results will start trickling in. And if it becomes necessary to hold another press conference, we will do so. But to the citizens of Ghana, we ask that you exercise some patience. So transparent has been the process. And I believe that, I think right from the first few hours after the opening of the polls to date, we have held, this is the 8th press conference that we have held as part of the 2024 election. Indeed, prior to this time, the Commission held only one press briefing, and that was when the results were going to be announced. We believe that even in the next couple of hours, you would walk with us, you would journey with us on the journey of transparency, accountability, responsiveness, and inclusiveness as we receive the results that will come in from the regions. We assure the citizens that we will work hard in their interest as our key stakeholders to ensure that every vote that is cast at the polling station counts. Well, thank you so much for your attention this afternoon. And may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make his beloved nation great and strong. Thank you very much.
All right, so that's the EC chairperson, Madam Jean Mensah, giving us an update. And I think that I would just like to say kudos to the EC because, like she herself said, I mean, prior to this election, we've never really had updates from the EC throughout the election. But this time around, this particular one was the 8th, update, which is, I mean, highly commendable because it has a way of also, galvanizing a certain kind of calm, among the populace, and just giving us a sense of someone is in charge of what is going on, and we can relax and allow the person to be in charge, So kudos to the EC. A few messages have come through. Let me just quickly read them, and then I'll speak with my guests. Please compare the total number of what His Excellency Mahama got in 2022 that of 2024. It seems similar. Hence, you will notice that people didn't go out and vote at all for MPP. Why is the MPP always bringing NDC's past when asked the question about corruption? Since you did not probe it, don't refer to it. It's your fault. You should have probed it. Don't refer to it. Philip Buama is there speaking. We have Ibrahim and Co. are the reason why MPP are back to opposition. He was my good friend, and suddenly he changed when we won the election. Yay, sir. All right, so we just listened to the update, which of course came last night from the EC, and let me come to Victor on this one. The update from the EC, quite elaborate, explaining the process, and yes.
You see, I think that people should understand the EC. By the process, you see, we used to have from the days of Odroni Mapao right to Dr. Afarijan, right? Because the presidential election is one constituency. What we used to do, and the fastest means the EC had, was the fax. So you fax the results directly. They send it from collation, the constituency. They send them, even the polling station, they send them directly to the headquarters. Yeah. Now, that was where the issues of rigging the election, the manipulation, because they say the figure that came was different from the figure that was recorded. So that was where the CI 91 introduced some other layers. That now everything should be done at the collation center. Yeah. Then you fax from the collation the results of the presidential to the EC headquarters. Now with CI 127, that was where the regional collation was also introduced for transparency. So whilst the parties who have invested in the electronic transmission, the internal collation will give you the results, your results. But the issue is you cannot declare that my results is the accurate. The proper custody is the EC. Yeah. So now that they have introduced those layers and the accusation of the electoral commissioner every time that you have changed figures or it has transmogrified when it was being sent, that's why I think the layers has been introduced that everything should be done in the collation center. Yeah. From there it goes to the region. Now, even the region announces the presidential results. At first, the region cannot. So now the regional director and the person will announce the presidential results. Then they now also fax it to the Electoral Commission headquarters. So the only responsibility for the chairperson now is to sum up the 16 regions. What has come from all the regions, because it's been announced already. There. At first, they don't announce it. They only send it. But this time, the layer that has been introduced, you will announce it. So
in your region.
In your region. So all the constituencies, the collation form. So you are supposed to take the summary sheet and the records. So you take the summary sheet and the records. That's what you take. So you don't even take the pink sheet of the polling station, the pink sheets that we used to say. Yeah. You take the summary of the records in CI 12, and you take. So there are two documents. Now you take to the region. Then the region will look at it and put all together. Once they put all together, then they would announce that in this region, this person won the presidential. Then they fax to the EC. So I'm sure it's the layer that has been put in place for transparency. And that's why I'm sure that we don't have agitation, so that's why I'm sure the MPP, even in collating their own results, realize that no,
the way it is.
Yes, the way it is. Yeah. There is no way we can win this election. Yeah. And I'm sure that's why the NDC has been very confident and know that this works. You see, I don't know whether by EC investing in its IT, electronica, but that may also give them some problem. But I think the layer that has been introduced, it brings about some transparency. Everybody clearly knows what the result will be. Yeah. The other one will be a margin of error, maybe 0.5 or 1. And
there's always a margin of error anyway.
That you could look at, and all of the time it's about the summation. It's about the summation. So I think that let's have some patience.
We still have till tomorrow.
We have some patience. Anyway. I think everybody knows where it's only the figures that we waiting for it to be gazetted. And I think that yes, surely it will happen. The person who also lost has conceded. So he gives us the direction as where we go. And I'm sure by now meetings are going on as to how transition should kick in. The transition teams to kick in.
Yes. And speaking of transitions, I also really love the fact that Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia said they will be cooperative in assisting in the transition process to make it as smooth and as simple and straightforward as possible in his concession speeches.
So for me, I think that this is the time that all the ministries, the agencies as the Transition Act says, before 30 days before the election, they should have their handing over notes ready and should be given to the Administrator General. The Administrator General. So I expect that Administrator General by this time will have all the handing over notes that has been submitted to the office, and that will be one of the tools that will be used in this transition.
Alaji, before you speak, so if you can go to elections.citynewsroom.com, we can update you with the number of constituencies that have been confirmed and declared, certified results. We have 171 constituencies certified, and is updated on our website as well. Out of the 276, we have 171 duly certified. The presidential, John Dramani Mahama has 58.56%, and Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia is at 39.57%, with the current 171 constituencies duly certified. All right, so yes.
Thank you, David. In terms of the EC, I'm referring back to my earlier submission, CI 94, Constitutional Instrument 94, allows for polling station results to be communicated and registered at the Constituency Collation Center. And it's for the EC to now tap into that CI electronically. Why am I saying so? If I want to send you an email, I can have a message, write your email and send it. I can send the same email to Victor and 1,000 other people. One email, I just have all the multiple addresses. So what do we do? CI 94, EC officials, what they need to do, using the technology that is already at hand and being empowered by CI 94, you snap that picture, duly agreed on by everybody. And so you simultaneously send it to all the constituency collation centers, simultaneously to the regional collation centers of the parties, and then the national collation centers of the parties, and then of course to the EC itself. One email, all the parties or stakeholders responsible or empowered to collate figures are given the results at the polling station level. So you don't need to have this delay. What the ballot boxes themselves do, should we feel that there's been an electronic manipulation, like I was there at the polling station, we won this, but when I went to my collation center, the figure I saw didn't match what we agreed upon, then the boxes can then be opened to then confirm your allegation that there's been some electronic manipulation. You know, you had the same thing in 2020 US elections. I think you had a company called Dynamic. There's the whole
and
they were saying that, you know, they would vote for Trump, a different result will come out. It's something, unless I Google, something dynamic. So again, there's a check and balance to that process. And so it's just about engaging CI 94 and making sure that you are part of the recipients of that electronic message that you send. I'm taking your EC officials send it. It's not like the party agent, we send it of course to our own internal collation centers. But you, the EC official, the presiding officer, you know, the returning officer, you know, you send that message to all parties, and within 24 hours, if not less, everybody knows the results. That notwithstanding, I acknowledge what you said. The EC has been very relevant, has been very present. The number of presses that has been given, 8 so far. And that's the kind of confirmation or communication that I think helps us to allay fears. It stops us imagining, because an issue comes up and then you address it within your presses. So it's very good in that sense.
Well, fantastic. Let's take a look at some other stories that are, you know, around the whole election.
I think
you wanted to say something?
Yes. Okay. I think some history have been made. I think it's important we look at those.
History in terms of?
Yes, this election.
Yeah.
You know, there have been some seats that have been traditionally blue.
Yes. So that's what I wanted to get to.
Green.
The big wigs that have fallen. Very interesting.
Very interesting. For me, even in Sunyani, I don't know how D.H. Mensah in his grave will be turning. Because Sunyani seats had never, you know, all we go for is the numerical strength that we want. But this time, all have flipped to green.
Yeah.
You know, for me, it tells me that, and even if you look at Ashanti, some of the seats, Katie Hammond, we have done it. It tells as a political student, I'm not talking as an NDC now, but I'm talking as a student of politics, right? Yeah. We need to understand what are the changing dynamics within the political space. Yeah. That where you think that it is not possible, it becomes possible. Those are the things I think that for parties we should be learning. Look at Western region.
Yeah,
I even thought the Takrady, I think there was some little issue in Takrady because the indication we had was that Takrady had also gone. Now it is only Takrady and Efia that are within the metropolis, that is, but the rest has all been flipped. We need to look at some of.
I think in analyzing that, but
look at Nsawam. Nsawam, Ibri. So it tells you that, like he says, it's persistent.
Takwa and Soyem is gone.
Takwa and Sawam, and you know,
Esla seat.
You see, some of the big wigs, I may say, advisedly, I'm sure that it is their rhetorics, their utterances.
So it's not the same for everybody.
It's not the same. It's the utterances and the perception the electorates have about you, right? In Ghana, you might be very assertive and vocal, but you know how you say it is very important when it comes to the electorate, even the citizens. Yeah, how you say it and your demeanor. The optics are real. They are real. Like we keep saying. When they think that you are arrogant, you may be right. You may be saying what is right, is assertive. But you know, Ghanaians, they like that you have money, they're riches, but they don't like it when you flaunt it in their face. And so, look, I don't even need you. Yeah. Without you, I would survive.
Victor, that is so true. And it goes for every single endeavor. Yeah. Every single endeavor. Here we're looking at politics. You can be within the business, corporate world. How you say, how you convey certain things can change the water. You check your nui here, as we say. It changes it. And I think it's important so that NDC does not get ahead of itself. To look at the voter turnout. Okay. Across board it was low. And largely NPP supporters did not turn up. Show up. Yeah. So while history has been made, and you're right, imagine if 30% of my people did not turn up. Yeah. You've won. Yeah. Large number. Yeah. But had those 30 turned up,
what would have happened?
What would have happened? Yeah. And you know what would have happened? Yeah. I would have retained my seat. Yeah. So it's a lesson, of course, for NPP principally. And the same thing happened in 2016 for you guys.
In the voter.
You guys me?
They didn't show up.
So it talks about our stewardship. Don't take the voter or your supporter for granted. Because some of us are so ingrained politically that we find it hard to vote for the other side. Yeah. But not voting is as good as giving the other side the vote.
Yes, same thing.
Almost. So again, what leadership needs to do, be humility, be humble. Be humble.
Yeah, humility.
Be humble. You know, if you want God to help you, don't do this all. No. Do this.
Yes. Help yourself. Surrender.
Surrender.
Help yourself.
How can I put my arms under your armpits unless you surrender? Yeah. It's such a physical description of what I want to convey.
You want God to help to lift you up. You have to raise your hands.
Raise your hands. Surrender.
Yeah.
Then you'll see how God can help you. And within our body politic, it's something. At the end of the day, we're human beings. And it's about having that humility to understand that you got where you are because of the people, not by your own might. And when you get there, that service that Victor talked about, servant leadership, must continue to be your watchword. You know, and beyond being a servant, deliver. Let the leadership be inclusive. Remember, I mentioned this last time I was with you, if not with Chris. Parlement, it's a French word. Which means to speak. It's a French word. We call it parliament. But just Google the etymology of parliament. It means to speak.
Parlement.
Parlement. Parler.
Speak.
Voulez-vous parler français? Oui, je parle français un peu. Qu'est-ce que votre nom? Je m'appelle Ibrahim Medje. You know, où habite? Habitué? I live. J'habite le Jokoukou. You understand? It's a French word in the 18th and 19th century. The international language in diplomatic circles was French. 2/3 of the English dictionary is French-based. Why am I giving this a background? Parliament means to speak on behalf of the people. You're a member of a community who has sent you to go and speak for them, not to rule over them all. See the difference? You are our mouthpiece. So go and speak on my behalf. But they think parliament somehow means authority and power. I'm talking generally now. I'm not mentioning any names. And thankfully, as the electorate continues to, I wouldn't say punish us, but to discipline us, both sides. You'll find that leaders at the parliamentary level and executive level, and even if you're a CEO or a mayor and what have you, you will learn to listen to the people and in humility work with the people and not be a tin god or law unto yourself.
You know, let me give you this is a very mundane, or I would say mundane example. This was an MP. I think we went somewhere together, the MP. The people are, we needed something small to buy water. Genuinely, he didn't have anything on him. Then he said, oh, okay, I can send you for some momos, give me your number. He forgot. He never sent the momo. He saw the boys like, oh, this MP, you are a liar. You are a liar. He said, oh, actually, I forgot that I would have sent you something. You know, based on this one, they went round that we won't vote for our MP.
Because he's,
you know, so over there I said, look, anything you have, just take it. And so, oh, you can use this for water. I don't have it. This is what I have on me. So you see the scenario around the, you know, and for me, this small things that happen, even the way you talk to the constituents, right? You talk to the, they think that, oh, genuinely what this man is saying, it is true. But some, you know, the perception is that he's an MP, he's driving a big car, he's this, he's in tie, he has it.
Okay, gentlemen, I want us to take a look at the CODEO press conference. They also gave us their update on what their perceptions were as far as the elections were concerned. We'll take a look at that.
99% of political party agents at polling stations and all presiding officers at the polling stations signed the parliamentary results declaration form. In 98% of the polling stations, presiding officers gave copies of the signed result sheets to party candidate agents. In most polling stations, that's 89%, election officials posted the presidential election results announced at visible places for the public to see. From the foregoing, CODEO confidently confirms that the EC's arrangement from setup to counting ballots at polling stations were generally adequate and credible. Selected PVT projections. As at midnight of December 7, CODEO had received results from all PVT nationally representative samples of polling stations. That's the 1,500 located in every region and constituency of Ghana. Thus, CODEO's data has stabilized, making it possible to have PVT estimates for the presidential elections. CODEO will release its PVT estimates after the EC completes its constitutional duty of announcing the official results of the presidential election. The PVT will provide an impartial verification of the official presidential election results announced by the EC. Meanwhile, from our PVT provisional estimates, CODEO projects voter turnout at 63.9%, plus or minus 0.5%, and rejected ballot rates at 2.1%, plus or minus 0.1%, respectively. Reported incidents, fast-checking of misinformation. As at 10 a.m. today, CODEO observers reported and confirmed 228 incidents during the opening, voting, and counting stages of the polling process across the country. The most common incidents included intimidation or harassment, violence, vote buying, bribery, unauthorized presence of at polling stations, and violations of voting or counting procedures. The CODEO midday situational report and close of poll statements issued yesterday, December 7, captured some of these incidents. CODEO particularly notes the worrying incident which took place at some polling stations in various constituencies such as Awutu Senya East, Obuasi East, and Ododo Diodo and Okankwe South, Ahafano, Damongo, and Awutu Senya East. At the GPRTU Office 3 polling station in Ododo Diodo, for instance, some individuals physically assaulted the CODEO youth observer performing his observation duties at the polling station. Other violent incidents also reportedly took place at collation centers in constituencies such as the Awutu Senya East, Ahafano North, Ablekuma West, Okankwe South, Ahafano, and Damongo. CODEO noted other violations at constituency collation centers, such as assaults against poll officials and destruction of electoral materials. Some of these incidents took place in constituencies such as Ekwetia, German North, Daboya, Mankarigu, Okankwe Central, Tano South, Karachi West, and Elembele. CODEO notes that in some of these reported cases, election officials and security agents were able to swiftly resolve the issues, while in others, investigations have commenced. Commendation and acknowledgement. CODEO commends Ghanaians, CODEO observers, the Electoral Commission, the Election Security Task Force, the media, political parties and candidates, domestic and international observers, and all Ghanaians for the generally peaceful conduct of the polls. CODEO further commends the early concession of defeat by the presidential candidate of the new Patriotic Party. CODEO reminds all stakeholders that the process is still ongoing. Therefore, they should allow the Electoral Commission to conclude and formally declare results for both elections. While election day procedures were in line with the legal framework, CODEO remains concerned with the trend of voter inducement observed during the campaign period and through election day, which undermines the ability of Ghanaians to freely express their choice in the ballot box. CODEO appreciates various international observer groups that support Ghana's electoral and democratic process, particularly those that visited the CODEO National Information Center during the exercise. We commend the National Peace Council, the media, the political parties, voters, and citizens for their respective complementary roles. Finally, CODEO acknowledges the generous support of its partners, including the American people, through the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, the National Democratic Institute, the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, and the UK government, the European Union, and ECOWAS. In conclusion, CODEO continues to observe the post-election vote counting and results collation process, with observers deployed to all 276 constituency collation centers, all the 16 regional collation centers, and the National Resource Collation Center in Accra. In addition, CODEO has received data from all 276 constituencies that voted on Saturday, December 7, 2024, completed the analysis, and has its PVC estimates for the presidential results ready. In keeping with our protocols, CODEO will release its PVT estimates for the presidential election results following the official announcement by the EC to provide independent verification of the latter's accuracy. Thus, the CODEO PVT is a powerful tool to ensure that the presidential results announced by the EC reflect the ballots cast at the polling stations across Ghana. We wish to express our sincere gratitude to the thousands of volunteers who dedicated their time to ensure that Ghana again went through this democratic exercise of electing new leaders to govern the country for the next 4 years.
All right, so there you have the update from CODEO, and very instructive. But before we go any further, I'd like to take a quick break again, and then we'll come back. And we're still having conversations right here on Breakfast Daily. My guests are here, and we'll still delve into some further conversations, looking at some challenges around the country. There are different things happening far afield in places like Damongo, and then right here in Accra as well. We'll be right back after.
Nadede semijina ha na eye franco television papa a omodi abedwa so no na me gusu amedi ho adanse e kiro so wasi hotels, offices, schools, apartments eye franco television ababawa abrantie ope TV di abawo dem a ye wo sizes bebre wo ho ye wo 24 inches wo ho ye wo 32 wo ho ye wo 43 wo ho ye wo 55 and akese 65 inches. Wait, now den Franco Trading Enterprise a television papa and the border from ahimfie.
In a fast-growing urban environment like Accra, you might think that your CCTV or electric fence would prevent crime. Hear the real stories from those who now feel safe like never before with Response 1.
We had CCTV and electric fence. We thought we were safe. But when the robbers came in, they cut our fence and they didn't care. I was terrified for my baby's life. The CCTV recorded everything. But Response 1 monitored alarm system, which is connected to our electric fence, that saved us. The swift response from the alarm system triggered a signal instantly. They dispatched their response team immediately. We now feel safe. Now we truly feel protected.
Don't wait for tragedy to strike. Protect your home with Response 1's monitored alarm system and our theft protection guarantee. Immediate response, real protection. Response 1. Stay connected, stay protected.
In this fast-paced world, we understand the value of your time which is why we bring you the key stories that you need to know without any unnecessary filler. Our team of dedicated journalists have carefully curated the news, ensuring that you stay informed about the latest developments in your community, nation, and the world. From breaking news to in-depth features, we cover a wide range of topics to keep you up to date. In just 30 minutes, we'll bring you the top stories, providing you with a snapshot of what's happening around the globe, whether it's politics, business, sports, or entertainment. Channel 1 Newsfeed covers it all. Tune in to Channel 1 Newsfeed every weekday on Channel 1 TV and get the news you need quickly and efficiently. Stay connected, stay informed, and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back, and now it's time for us to take a look at the presence by the MPP as well as the NDC. We'll look at the MPP one first, and then we'll just look immediately at the NDC one as well. And then we'll come back and have a conversation. Then we'll travel around the country and look at some of the trouble spots during this election as well. So let's take a look at the MPP presser.
At the various collation center, and as a political party, the New Patriotic Party, we are calling on you to maintain law and order at the various collation centers. We must ensure that the rights and safety of all our citizens are protected. We must not allow illegal looting and intimidation of our citizens. And I call on the leadership of the NDC to call its supporters to order and condemn these unnecessary acts of violence. Ladies and gentlemen, because we deal with data, I will this juncture let you know the figures that we have collated from the constituencies that I've mentioned. For Damongo, out of the 93 polling stations, 91 were collated, and our candidate, Honorable Abujinapo, was leading by 1,802. In fact, even if we add the 2 remaining polling stations all to NDC, our candidate would have still won. For Ahafano South West, we won by 677. For Fantiakwa North, we won by 452. For Trobo constituency, we won by 8,900. For Akwetia, we won by 2,038. For Obuasi East, we won by 28 votes. For Ablekuma North, we won with 400 votes. For Techiman South, we won with 3,176 votes. And Tema Central, we won by 55 votes. So these are the figures that we have from these constituencies that I've mentioned. And once again, I call on the leadership of the NDC, Your Excellency, former President and President-elect, please, you have made this country in a peaceful manner. We considered without even causing any chaos. For the sake of the peace and stability in our country, for the sake of the properties of several individuals in this country, for the sanctity of the work that the Electoral Commission is doing, please call on your members to allow the Electoral Commission to do their work. Violence should not have a place in our electoral process. As a country, we have come far from 1992, when we decided to go into multi-party democracy. Over 32 years, we have had a very successful election. Please don't let these acts by the tax in your party mar the beauty of the 2024 elections. Thank you very much.
But we can only be grateful to the people of Ghana for making that a reality. And President Mahama will in due course, let the country appreciate that we intend to make it a very responsible majority in Parliament. One that will put the well-being of the people of Ghana and the progress of the people of Ghana at the very forefront, and not one that would want to use that majority for anything that is not positive and for the well-being of Ghana. Now, let me give some details relating to the parliamentary elections. We still have a few that are not completely confirmed, but our count shows that we're talking, as of now, of at least 185 seats that are within us. 185 seats that are with the NDC. We'll see what happens with the remaining ones that are still in the toss-up category, and would make sure we cooperate with the Electoral Commission. We'll make sure our agents do their work diligently. We've actually sent clear instructions to our supporters to allow for the processes to happen, for there not to be any violence, no intimidation, because the evidence of the game is the pink sheet. And we've told our supporters, let's work hard. Once we secure our pink sheets, there's nothing anyone can do. Now, so 185 in the back. Now, before I go into the details of this 185, let me also say that this particular green wave that has swept the country has actually brought about the winning of seats that we've never won in our history. And when I mean never won in our history, I mean in the competitive history. Because 1992 election, as soon as MPP suffered a massive humiliation in the presidential, because that was the only election in Ghana's history that we had the presidential in November and had the parliamentary in December. Now, so after we resoundingly defeated the MPP in November, they ran away from the parliamentary in December. So, let me just tell you that the NDC in 92 was also known as the November-December champions. November-December champions. And MPP, after suffering the November humiliation, ran away from the December humiliation. And so therefore, it was virtually not as competitive. So therefore, there are certain seats that we can only start classifying from 1996. Now, so from the competitive election, parliamentary election that happened from 1996, there are seats that NDC, as a political party, has never won. But in this election, the green wave tsunami has been able to sweep even some of those seats that are considered no-go as far as the NDC is concerned in the competitive sense. In Greater Accra, we've never won Ayawaso Central. Today, we are proud to announce that Ayawaso Central is green for the NDC. We've never won Okai South. Today, we are happy to announce that Okai South is green for the NDC. We have never won Tema West. Today, we are happy to announce that Tema West is green for the NDC. We've never won Domi Kwabinya. And even though it's not finally declared, we can tell you that we know it's green for the NDC. Now, in the central region, we've never won Ewutu Senior East, known more like the Kasua area. Today, Kasua is fully green for the NDC. We have never won Asin Central. That's Honorable Kennedy Ajipon's constituency. Never won it. Today, we are happy to tell you that Asin Central, for the first time, is green for the NDC. We've never won Sekondi constituency when competitive parliamentary elections started in Ghana. Today, Sekondi has become green. We have never won Kwesi Mintin. Today, that constituency also is green for the NDC. We have never won Esikado. Today, Esikado Ketan is green for the NDC. We've never won Takwa Mswaem in the Western region. Today, Takwa Mswaem has become green for the NDC. We have never won Sunyani East. That's J.H. Mensah's original seat. Today, J.H. Mensah will be looking down and know that the green revolution, the green tsunami has truly swept even that seat that belonged to him. We have never won Sunyani West constituency. Sunyani West constituency is in the bag today and is green. We have never won Doma East. We've never won Doma Central. Those two constituencies are in the bag as well and are green. We have never won in the Asutifi North constituency has never been won. Today, we are proud to announce that that great constituency has become green as well. In the Eastern region, we've never won in Nsawam Edwardri. Today, that constituency is green for the NDC. Oh, that's the Chief Whip constituency. So the green revolution, the green wave has swept and swept. Even the Chief Whip of the NPP has been swept. Has been swept. The Chief Whip has been truly whipped by the green wave. We've never won Ekwapin South. Today, Ekwapin South belongs to the green corner. We've never won Lower West Akim. Today, Lower West Akim is green. In Ashanti region, we've never won Adansi Asokwa, the constituency of KT Hammer. Today, Adansi Asokwa is fully green. We have never won Ahafuano Southeast. Today, that is also green for the NDC. And finally, we've never won Obuasi East. Today, Obuasi East is fully green for the NDC. A few moments ago, I heard my counterpart, the General Secretary of the NPP, claim that Obuasi East has been won by the NPP. He's gotten it wrong. But you can appreciate this. This tsunami that has swept is so big that you can understand that my counterpart and his colleagues are very much still in a daze, and they are still not too sure about what really is happening. So I'm sure by tomorrow morning they will be much more calm and be able to come to the reality of what really has happened. Now, in terms of the breakdown, in regional breakdown, Volta region has all 18 constituencies green. A little anomaly happened 4 years ago, and the region decided that we will not have that anomaly anymore. So 18 out of 18 back in the green corner. In the Upper East region, 15 out of 15 green. In the Upper West region, we have 11. We have 11 in the Upper West region. In the OT region, we have 9 out of 9. In the Savannah, we've got 6 out of 7. We've got 6 out of 7 in Savannah. In the Northern region, we have 11 out of 18. So the Northern region is back fully in the green corner. In the Western region, we've got 15 of the seats. 15 of the seats out of 17. That's a very strong performance in the Western region. In the Northeast, out of the 6 constituencies, we've got 3, and then we allow the Baumia to have the comfort of 3. You know, I mean, the wave has been so massive that at least there should be a little mercy on him. So the 3 constituencies are a little consolation. A little consolation for Dr. Baumia. But we said that will not last long. In the next election, we'll make sure we take all 3 from him. In the Central region, we won 18 of the seats in Central region out of 23. That's a massive, massive, massive performance. In Bono, we got 11 out of the 12. 11 out of the 12. So Bono is fully green. In Greater Accra, out of the 34 in Greater Accra, at the moment we have 27, but we actually are looking 28 out of 23, out of the 34. Western North, I think Western North we lost just one. Just one. Only Swaman. So effectively out of the 8, we got 7. We got 7 in the Western North. In Bono East, we actually lost just one as well. Bono East, we lost just one, or at least only one is not yet confirmed to be with us. Only one is not yet confirmed to be with us. So we've actually got the remaining 10 of them in Bono East. In the Ashanti region, in the last election, we had 4 of it. We can confirm that as of today, we've got at least 8 of them in the bag. 8 of them in the bag. So that is the regional breakdown as far as the parliamentary contest is concerned. And as we say rightly, we're talking about a very significant majority, and a majority that we aim to use responsibly and use for the progress of the people of Ghana. Now, we also want to quickly comment on the fact that the process as far as the presidential result is concerned, we actually would urge the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Jean Mensah, and the team to want to make sure we do not unduly delay. We know for a fact that nothing can be done about it. It's totally already in the bag. And as the presidential candidate of the MPP himself did, conceding very early. I heard, again, our friends on the other side make a little, should I call it, consolatory note about the fact that the first time in the history of Ghana that a presidential candidate conceded so very early. We want to commend them for that. We want to simply say that, I mean, when you have been swept with this tsunami, what else can you do, really? I mean, this green wave is so mighty, there's really very little you can do. The more you delay, the more you only make yourself look like a not very, very serious candidate. So, I mean, we appreciate the fact that they came out early to make the concession, but truly, there's very little choice that really was available. I mean, it is so comprehensive, it's so massive, there's really no other thing that really could be done. And so we want to urge the Electoral Commission that as much as we appreciate the need for there to be very thorough process, a meticulous process to ensure that the results move through the constituency collation centers, to the regional collation centers, to the national collation center. The country clearly knows the deal already, and therefore we expect that as very early as possible, I mean, the final declaration will be made. And so that for the country to clearly know the final position, then our flag bearer will be in a position to address the country as the president-elect Republic of Ghana, in order to be able to let all of you appreciate the gratitude that he feels, the gratitude of the NDC, the gratitude of all the people who have voted for us for the job that has been done.
All right, so that was Fifi Kwete, the General Secretary of the NDC, giving us an update last night. Earlier, you also saw Justin Frimpong Kudia also giving us an update from the MPP quarters. Right, quickly, Victor, if you can just touch on anything at all regarding this process, and then I'll hear from Ibrahim as well before we go around the country.
For me, the interesting thing is that, like Fifi has said, I think that the history that has been made and the lesson, for me, the most important thing is the lesson that we learned from where we considered to be very blue. Yeah. We considered, like the GH Mensah he's mentioned, that has swept. It tells you that people are growing, the undecided or the floating voters who are now looking at issues and looking at the behavior or the responsibility, how responsible the MP in their constituency is growing.
Yeah.
There's a growing population within every constituency who decipher, at least from being a party person and what the pedigree and the achievement of the person. It is clear. It's one lesson. Another lesson is that if you remain unresponsive to your citizens or to your electorates, their everyday issues that they bring, you are unresponsive, it also tells you that something is going on. For me, the MPP, yes, they've said it. But I think what the General Secretary should have said is that, look, what happened in 2016 when, offices, they started getting to offices, brutalized, beat people, seizing toilets and the things. Yes, I'm sure our people will want that vengeance, right? But two wrongs never make a right. It is that they feel that there's a scar. They also want to give it to them in the same measure. But that will not help us. That's not to say that it is father for all. So if somebody is wrong, has done something, we should say that we clean the slate. No. We must also make sure that people answer. The accountability for stewardship is held. That fire is held. So I think that, yes, we want cohesion. We don't want people. But also, like I have said, when we are celebrating with magnanimity, we should also see the pain which they are going through now. Denial. First, you deny. Then there's some anger in you. That how could it happen?
Yeah.
You come into a state of depression before you come to accept and say, oh, this is the reality. I think that it's a phase that we all have gone through. NDC have gone through that before. NPP is going to go through that. But I think that we should have that cohesion where there will be distraction. At the end of the day, it's the same Ghana. Let's ask ourselves, as NDC members, the Ghana we want to build, the Ghana we want, that should be the golden thread or the hallmark, that the Ghana we want. Is it a Ghana we want to be beating people? The Ghana we want is to go and be looting? Is that? I don't think that is the Ghana we want.
No.
So I'm sure that it's going to be a tough one for leadership, but leadership should be able to communicate to our members that, look, we need time. Let's tighten our belt for improvement so that at the end of the day, the generality of our youth will have the deserving jobs, will have the opportunities. Others want to go to school, others want to work.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, look, if we're able to improve the economy, we will not be seeing this
everybody benefits.
Election violence and the rest.
Everybody benefits.
But because, you see, like I was telling you, what is the benefit? Because everybody wants to align with a leader. Because he knows that once he's there, some crumbs, I'll benefit from some crumbs.
Yeah.
That is why you see people follow a leader. Because at the end of the day, what they are thinking of is, what crumbs gets to me? How will I also benefit to it? That's why they have vested interest. That's why you see people going to destroy the ballot papers, going to the collation center. But I think for me, peace, Ghana first. Yes, Ghana first. But not to say that father for all, so we clean the slate. For that one, I don't think the members of NDC wants to hear that, that it is Ghana for all. When they see that this man is corrupt, this man has reaped where he has not sown, and there's clear evidence to that, and to say because for the sake of peace and cohesion, I don't think that even people who are not members of the NDC will never forgive the NDC.
Okay.
If the NDC doesn't do anything about it. But at the end of the day, what is the game changer? Due process. Due process. That's all I think that has to be done so that nobody escape. And there will be no escape route. If Ibrahim has done something wrong, yes, he's my brother, but I'll say Ibrahim, You know he did this
be
one.
accountable, yes.
Yes, so it's either you look at the plea bargain and say, okay, this is what I took. I'm sorry. Yeah, I always say, like Zacchaeus, when he met Jesus, he said, I stole from the people. And Jesus said, go and give it back to them in purple. That's why I used to always say that, always Oforiata, he quotes the Bible, but he never saw the Zacchaeus. So once you say that, look, I've come to a point, I realized that at that time, I thought this was it. Genuinely, it is not. There will be coercion. I don't think any Ghanaian or somebody who is remorseful and say that I did A, B, C, D, but I think it wasn't right. So forgive me, let's move on. I don't think a decent and objective citizen would say that definitely you have to be punished or you have to do that. I think that's what we need.
All right. Ibrahim.
Yes. Yeah. In terms of the presses, but to continue from where Victor left off, crime and corruption does not have an expiry date. Am I right?
At all. Yeah.
And I think that was one of the concerns of MPP post 2017, that we saw a lot of corruption and crime and criminality or allegations towards criminality. You know, somebody sent you a text, why are we going to the past? It's not about going to the past. Like you said, you can't be
the past informs the future.
Yeah, the past informs the present.
Absolutely.
So if I go to the past, because we were talking about something relevant, Victoria Hammer herself was recorded saying, if I don't make $1 million, what's your salary that you will make $1 million? So to that viewer, understand that we go to the back to the past for a point. And since crime does not expire, you know, from 1992 onwards, and you can go, and I think it's a point that I agree with Victor. Nobody should somehow be given that umbrella, and I use the word advisedly, of cover. Everybody, who, if you've done something that is not in the interest of the states, and due process finds out that you indeed have done something ultra-virus, outside of the law, against the interests of Ghana, then that process must be followed. And MPP members, it was something that they were aggrieved at in 2017. How many people were prosecuted under NDC? But we saw allegations, we saw evidences. Smarties, bus branding, oh man, that's not where this program is. But I'm just making a reference point that Victor is right. If you do something, we should not, for the sake of peace,
cover it up. Or, you know,
for the sake of integrity, you have to go through it. And I say that knowing full well that you can go back to 2012, 2009, 10, 11. Crime and corruption does not have an expiry date at all. And it's let's see moving forward how that will transpire. But it goes to what we've been saying since the get-go. In order for people not to be so invested in the benefits of being a political actor, the economy must necessarily, you know, become so expansive that certain members, it's not everybody in Ghana. It's only, we are 30-something million, 37 million people. Not everybody is invested in the politics for the point of, this is where I earn my bread and butter. The majority, I would say, of political activists or actors, that is not our agenda. That is not our goal. We want to be part of a vehicle that can see Ghana develop, whereby we can give people a hand up, not a hand out, whereby we can release the energies that you and your children have by creating that environment that will allow you to excel and be a positive ambassador of Ghana, a captain of industry in your own right. And I think that's where some of us, I would hope to say the majority of us, are in this political environment to be a positive tool for development, and not where I can go and chop where I've not sown.
All right, fantastic. We're going to go around the country shortly, but let's just read this message. Good morning, David. Nice discussion you're having there. But lawyer Adawudu is behaving like this is the first time NDC is winning power. but it's the third time in the Fourth Republic. Truth is, people did not vote because they are disappointed that Akufo-Addo did not fight corruption in the country. This is someone that's watching from the Bono region. Well, thank you for that message there. Keep your messages coming. We're having these conversations here on Breakfast Daily on the News Review segment 0204-447-033. It's the WhatsApp line. Please keep messaging us.
I think that maybe the person came late.
Maybe.
Well, we have said that in 2008.
We referenced
what had happened. And we have learned the lessons. You know, if I can say, one of the lessons that I think both parties have learned was that when MPP lost 2008 election and 2012, what they decided to do was to invest in their IT and that brought,
very true.
Yes, that brought Atefua and Joe Anochi and the rest. When we lost 2016 and 2020, we realized that no,
you need to beef up.
We need to beef up our IT system. And I'm sure that is what has made the trick. So severally, parties will come and go, lessons will be learned. Look, I'm telling you, even election directors for NDC, you have to write an exam.
Okay.
You had to write an exam and be marked.
Okay.
Yes, you have to go through. People were resisting, no. But we said, no, that would be the right thing because we didn't want the words and the figures to be, and
it's
transposition errors.
It's important.
You know, so people had to, and we had to look at it. You had to, people were saying, this man has been there, he's been lawyer. But the decision was taken that write an exam. If you fail, you can't be an election director.
Yeah, I like it.
Even polling agent, to become a polling agent, the training we had to take you through. And you know, so we are always learning. Learning is a learning curve.
Okay.
It's evolving every time.
All right, fantastic. Now, I think there's something that we need to also learn from is how do we manage elections and reduce disturbances like the kind that we've seen. Let's go around the country a bit. We're going to go to Domi Kwabenya first of all and take a look at some of the disturbances that are happening there. We'll then go to Damongo and then right here, our own constituency here in Okai Central. So let's start with Domi Kwabenya. Over there, this is what's happening in Domi Kwabenya. This is where some ballot boxes were set ablaze. We can see motorbikes there, a lot of rampaging people at the collation center. I think that's GAEC. That's the grounds of the
Atomic
Ghana
Energy.
Atomic Energy there, and you can see the security. I'm just wondering though, Victor, I don't know if you have any comments on this, and then also Ibrahim, that the police seemed to not have called. I mean, I don't know what the details are, but it's like it took a while. We didn't see the military called into action. But this scenes like this was, I think, the reason why there was that caveat that said if the police would call in the military reinforcement, you know, to sort of calm things down. But at this point, it kept going on and on and on, and we never. I've not seen any footage where the military came into Domi Kwabenya. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
My thoughts on the military intervening. Generally, look at the constituency. Domi Kwabenya has never, to my knowledge, exhibited anything like this.
No, I don't remember.
So, oftentimes, you will send your resources to those proven flashpoints.
Okay.
You know, the military are a finite number. We are 37 million people, not 37 million military. So you look for the history of the area, and then you apportion personnel that fits the history of that area. Do you get me? So I don't think we can blame the military there. Likewise, sometimes not having the military there it can help to calm
things down because you're escalating.
Yes,
by the
and
time
we
you
hope
call
that the
military,
police who are on the ground, the personnel there, can handle it and use that. You see how police are often more diplomatic.
Yes.
They're accommodating.
Yes.
You can push a policeman.
and
he'll
calmly
say,
take it.
give that to a military man.
Yeah.
You see a different thing. So sometimes I think it's good.
Yeah.
But it all speaks to, I guess, the tensions within some constituencies. And it's about seeing the bigger picture.
Yeah.
When this happens, this is when I think the constituency leadership of both sides.
Yeah.
So you have your constituency chairman and his or her executives of the MPP. Likewise, the NDC. Coming to those collation centers, and speaking in the interest of the constituency. Because when the leadership calms down as people, and I will say this, Kweku, it's oftentimes a few individuals, whether it's NDC or NPP, who cannot contain, they're a little bit more exuberant. It's not like, look at the number of people there, and you can easily detect that maybe 5 or 6 people are agitating.
The one that are agitating.
Yes, out of the multitude that are there. So when the leadership can come in and speak a word of caution, a word of patience to their supporters on the ground, it can help to diffuse a lot of this tension. Before when the leadership, there's an absence of leadership at the political level, it emboldens some people
to in a certain sense misbehave.
To misbehave, David. So I think it's moving forward. These are some of the things that I think we can learn.
Yeah, Victor, what we're looking at, I'm also wondering how much in terms of education would help in subsequent elections, because if you know that regardless of what you see in terms of ballot boxes at the collation center, nothing is going to change really. The ballot boxes you are seeing, it's almost inconsequential. If you tamper with them, whether you burn them or you don't do anything with them, it does nothing to the figures, because we have the figures already.
That's right.
Do you see? Because I don't know what you think.
Yeah. You see, some of these things, I see it as a repetition of what happened in 2020.
Okay.
Because there was a tension and there were some parliamentary results. So the whole issue was that when there was violence broke, and I can give you Sefirio So, Techima South, Zabzugu, what actually happened was that people rushed in. People were not all that vigilant. They rushed in. Some places ballots were bent. But the difference I'm seeing is that at the time, the returning officers were ready and under pressure to announce the results.
Okay.
The difference is that this time, I'm sure the returning officers are very careful that, look, no matter what happens, until we get everything, we're not going to announce the results. That's what had happened. So you see that almost all the places, the returning officers, I'm sure EC has taken some lessons, some clue from what had happened. So this time, until they get everything and put together, there were 2020s, there were some places, not even the pink sheet. They only tallied on plain sheets and just announced. And they said, oh, if you're not happy, go to court. Right? But this time, you realize that the returning officers stood their ground. That until we see everything in black and white, we were not going to announce.
Okay.
I think that's what has made the difference. So people have the mind that when we go in and we destroy the ballot boxes and anything is announced, they will say we go to court. But I think that people have been vigilant and, the security. I also see that the security have been a bit professional. I'll give you an example. I went to Akan. There's a place called Dodo Tamale.
Okay.
Some people, they said it was transfer vote. They came in their numbers. They wanted to vote. The community said, no, we know you. We know you. You are coming from the other constituency.
Okay.
You don't come from here.
Yeah.
Right? So we will not allow you, even if you have your name in the register. Some don't even know the chief in their community. So the community mobilized and said, either all of you move out, or when something happens, we can't protect you.
Wow.
All of them. It was a community vigilance. They said, oh no, we know you where you come from. We know each other. We are even families. So we will not allow you. You know, there was going to be a commotion.
Yeah.
But once everybody came in, and the police came in, they said no. If the people say they don't know you are coming from a different, they asked some of them, they said, oh, they only brought us. But really, there was a transfer list.
Okay.
There was a transfer list.
I was going to say that, but I wanted you to finish.
Yes, there was a transfer list. But the people said, we don't know you in the community. You've never lived in this community. You are not from here. Right? So those are some of the things that I'm sure that we have been able to look at. And it is vigilant. Like what happened like in Techimasa the last time, it was because there was a rumor, perception that, look, ballots were being brought to change at the returning office. And the returning officer, you know, kept giving that, oh, there's a problem with this polling station, let's hold on. You know, those gimmicks. And now, when they were bringing, they heard that there were some ballots. That was when the people rushed and the shooting happened.
Okay.
So they shot into, that was what happened. But at this time, you realize that because there's a vigilance, and I'm sure the EC has spoken and educated their returning officers. That's why we are not seeing. So they will ban it, but still we have the records.
Yes.
That's why since the beginning of the show I've referred to CI 94. That's saying that when the polling station result is duly recorded at the collation center without the box coming. But on the watch.
Baba Ibrahim, you see, even with the CI 91, 94, most of them have been repealed, but it's been saved.
Okay.
So what has been in here have all been put in the CI 127.
Okay.
Right? 127 that we are using. So, but I can even tell you that one says that when you finish, you should paste the results. Right?
Yeah.
But from my monitoring,
they are not
the moment they announce the results, everybody is gone. They don't even wait for the results to be pasted.
I mean, that's part of our, I guess, our maturity. As we mature more, we'll do that. But on what you just mentioned at the community, yes, vigilance is good, but that vigilance must be captured within the law. Because here you have a transfer list being there. The fact that you don't know them does not mean they're not transferred.
Because if they've been transferred and legitimately transferred.
And I'm coming. The BVD machines, the biometric verification devices, don't allow you to vote twice.
Yes.
It's just like you put in your card to withdraw money. When the money is finished, money will come out. So, and in 2020, we had arrests of people who had attempted to vote more than once. So again, it's about education. Let those community elders know that, hold on, somebody is a nurse, a doctor, or what have you, and they've transferred their votes, because for them to go back to the communities that you think they're from or know they're from, allow the EC to do their work. One, if that list is fake, let's assume it's fake, the machine won't allow you to vote twice.
All right. We need to take a quick break, and we'll be back shortly. All right, welcome back. We're going to go live to Ashanti region, where Chairman Wontumi is having a presser.
Now no day you will say a flag bearer. Yeah, the vice president and the leader of MPP, Dr. Alhaji Mamuba Umiabaha, Oko Yura of himself, Akosren and Paibo, and him for Hodo, Yakomoho, Akosre or Mumpaibo, constituency be a yakoi, your near him for your name is Zongo Chiefs, you know Yamia Sofo. Any Muslimi for so asofo nyina no ebehia wo bia enti ehia adwumayefo ene business people ehia edwumfo enu omu hia saa so ena omo omusua ensa no adwuma ene wo mo a ankra so omo wo omunyuma so ye ne omu nyina so hia eyese as a campaign manager and the regional chairman, meba na yedi na access runko yedi abre media for yedi abma obi biara wo Ashanti mantem ha sei ewo mu se enye obi a na koto aba ne de na so ono okoto ye beda wo ase ono ankoto so ye beda wo ase na yasre otwedi ampo nyankopon se ono ene onima de kronti a o made eche no o made esa ye ne nyankopon ni bibia apre ye ne onyankopon ye ne ni nsembisa bebre ye ne ni akon efri se ye panyi a oda ya no a kire se oyobi a osuro onyankopon Oyobia Ghana Dana Kumaso Yewura Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia insida dabia no ko bia twen se ka electoral commission kura no beba na other results beba betudwa ansana se obefre na wa congratulate obi a congratulate no obi wo hokura no electoral commission kura dia beto ho no congratulations kura ebi ma nanso ye leader oda ya no aye Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia odi call 2024 esa no a kire se oye obi a oye nimdiefo opasumdwe open Ghana kanko osuro nyankopon said ye wo kan Job chapter 1 verse 1 na o say na use asase so anasa Ghana asase so na be ma bi wo ho a osuro onyankopon saa sui ena nedai ene former majority leader regional secretary ne MPP mpanifo a omotwa ye ho ahia yatimi ehunu se saa sui ebi nsoso ewo yewura Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia eho na edru baabi a yesu ene edru baabi nsoso a yesere se drut ebra wo so usu na se wansu a yaka ho asem ane dru ebra so a wasa wosere enso na wansere so a ene so yaka ho asem eto Nyankopon nima de kronti a obo sun na obo sere ankoyi amfa maye na emom ade a MPP party e wa Ashanti region ene se aye Ashanti region enche bia no ye befre party mpanifo nyina wa Ashanti region regional executives MPs na se PCs ni nyina MMDCs constituency executives just like regional council na ya hwehwem na ade bia no a ya dwen se ekoye na sa ankoye bia no madaroma mona party ne yemodia ne de ababe tumanim ne de ababe som ayesesi ayi de aye niema na ahwegu enti anye hwegu na ahwegu no anye no ani ade a awose yehwe na emom de ehia pa ne se akwan be so ne yebetimi afa yebetimi asesa na yebetimi asoa bio ama Ghana ɛne Ashanti man nyinaa fa no ntoma pa afra enti wenti ɛnɛnɛ ɛma yɛfrɛ mu sɛ aseda ɛho hia obiara die biara woyɛ biara no ɛde onyankopɔn ne ɛde da obi biara ase oyɛ papa yɛda wase ankɔyi nso so a yɛda wase na mmom yɛbɛsua deɛ bebree afutuo biara nso wɔ biara no yɛbɛbie office a emfiri ne emfa nkɔ yɛ yine nyina obi suggestion biara ne adeɛ biara nso yɛbɛgye ne nyina na modaroma mo apart ne yɛmodea no yɛde aba besom na 2028 no onyankopɔn nti obɛkasa ama nkonimdeɛ de aba yafa yɛda mo nyina amase yɛda mase yɛda mase.
Okay, so that's the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Bernard Entry-Bosiako, who is popularly called Chairman Wuntumi. He has been addressing the press. He started by thanking everyone who voted for, who took part in this election. He says, though some people were not able to take part, but he's thanking the whole of the voters across the country, every voter across the country, and also in the Ashanti region. He spoke about the engagement the party made with interest groups, traditional and religious authorities. He also spoke about the conceding of the defeat by the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He says he has shown that he's a God-fearing person, someone who accepts the will of the people, and also someone who is ready to fulfill his promise, because he made the promise of accepting the will of the people no matter the outcome of the election. Chairman Wuntumi has also been talking about in the coming days they are going to at least open up some suggestion for people, some suggestion as part of the restructuring of the party, and they are going to be meeting people. They are going to be meeting the people in the constituencies, talk of the members of parliament, the party executives, the stakeholders within the party, so that they can restructure and also find out from them what went wrong and what needs to be done. So he says in the coming days that is what they will be doing. But he has also been making a point that the party accepts the defeat or maybe the outcome of the election, and the party cannot question the will of God. He emphasized that the office here will be open for suggestions from party people, those at the constituency level, those at the electoral area level, and also the regional level. They can bring their suggestion on board, or whatever they want to make, whatever they want to say to the regional executives of the party and the leadership of the party in the region. So Chairman Wuntumi has also talked about meeting members of parliament, meeting party executives from the constituency to regional level, so they can access the outcome of the election, what went right, what didn't go right, so they can access everything.
This election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result.
To get home to a detailed and comprehensive coverage of the day's biggest stories.
This is the Election Bureau. Hello and welcome to Channel 1 Newsroom.
From our studios at number 5, Owula Hansen Lane.
At Tesano, in Accra, my name is Umaru Sanda Amado.
Nanatufu Boate.
Eden Safo.
Charles Ozukume.
Chua Tenkrama Dominic.
Zoe Abubeduado coming up.
For the first time in its history, the Electoral Commission has granted select journalists access to witness the printing of ballots and other election materials,
ensuring that all angles of the various news items are accurately and adequately covered.
Those NDC people who are, walking all over the place, proclaiming, if they know the law, they should now face us in the law.
We want to win elections as political leader, and look at our attitude.
You can't remember one policy. Is it Jumsop or is it Akonfem or now is it Nkukon Kete Kete? And indeed, as some people say humorously, they have not only emptied the public purse, they have stolen the purse itself.
NDC for new people, Omo Funtopa, Ghana you Omo dia, Oh Munkancham Namiko Transit.
The Channel 1 newsroom seeks to leave no stone unturned to bring viewers the best in news reportage.
Banks, specialized deposit-taking institutions and payment service providers lost approximately 88 million Ghana cedis through fraud activities. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has announced plans to raise Ghana's projected growth rate, acknowledging the country's progress in recovering from its recent economic challenges.
Watch CNR for a comprehensive bulletin of the day's biggest stories at 8 p.m. every single day of the week, only on Channel 1 TV.
This election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel 1 Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Our comprehensive election coverage brings you every key moment and every voice,
with updates from all stakeholders nationwide. This is election news you can trust, powered by the latest data and expert analysis.
Join us on Channel 1 TV for election coverage that keeps you informed and engaged.
We're here for every step of the journey.
Channel 1 TV, your election bureau.
The Point of View.
This is your favorite current affairs show on television. Here on The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests. We ask them the relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
With the complexities of the issues happening around us on a daily basis.
If you come and run and announce to us that you vote for me, vote for me because there are difficulties today. But by the way, when you vote for me, give me some time to think through the answers. You should be worried, Bernard.
We need some time to think through my next questions.
The advantage of having a John Mahama at this point in crisis is that he has been there before. He knows how to cut through the bureaucracy to make things move. If he didn't know before, now he knows.
It's the hard-hitting conversations on The Point of View.
That cannot be true.
What cannot be true?
The statement you made that 1D1F has been one of the most successful policies of the MPP government.
You cannot talk about the fact that it means that the program has not been successful.
The probing questions of The Point of View.
For almost all the surveys, whether it's NCC, Afrobarometer, or even Global Info Analytics, health has featured in the top 5.
The fact that you had 8 good years and you had 9 hospitals to complete. You spent 8 good years and you couldn't even complete a single one of them.
So he's telling me that the Upper West Regional Hospital, which I cited, Bekwai, and the other hospitals that they came when we had virtually finished and just commissioned, they were able to build them from scratch.
As well as religious and social discourse.
The kind of education I have at Ashesi is one that makes the statement very true. Usually people say a jack of all trades is a master of none, but then the part they forget is that, but oftentimes it's better than a master of one.
Wow.
The Point of View airs every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV. In the realm of national discourse, where every question demands an answer, one show stands out: Face to Face. Face to Face cuts through the noise and goes straight to the heart of the matter as your host confronts personalities in politics, governance, society, and business on the topical issues facing the country.
If you said to me that you made £1 million out of scraps in the United Kingdom at age 19, that will raise eyebrows, and I ought to ask you how you made it.
Maru, first of all, if anybody wants to find out how I acquired my wealth before even 21, it's on the internet. You know, I have built hotels. I've done all of that. It's all there. It's bringing me income. It's yielding. I'm creating employment.
You introduced free SHS in 2017, and for 7 years, you are still having the same problem.
No,
it means you have
that's
not
false.
That's very accurate.
No, that's false.
Schools still have challenges with boarding house, dining hall,
Maru,
classrooms.
I like context.
Yes.
I like debate, but I like factual debate.
Yes.
It's false. And I'll tell you what. Dr. Bawumia has humbly acknowledged what our challenges, our shortfalls have been as a government. He has outlined what the successes have also been. And he is giving cogent, clear vision points for each of the sectors.
It's the worst, government we've ever had to combat corruption.
Join Umaru Sanda Amadou every Tuesday at 9 p.m. on Face to Face as he explores the issues that shape our nation. Only on Channel 1 TV.
The Situation All White Christmas Party is back! It's Christmas Eve, 48 the usual, and step into this celebration like none other. The Situation All White Christmas Party is taking over the city with music, magic, and memories waiting to be made. Think cozy vibes, electric beats, and the perfect blend of festive cheer and wild energy, all in one space. Date 24th December 2024. Venue Beyond the Bridge, East Legon. Time 8 p.m. Dress code, it's an all-white affair. Come and dance like nobody's watching. Sip, mingle, make merry, and unwrap the ultimate Christmas Eve experience. Dress to impress, bring your holiday spirit, and let's make the Situation All White Christmas Party unforgettable. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party. It's going to be lit beyond the bridge. The Situation All White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Eyes, Verve du Vernet, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
Wake up to your ultimate weekend morning experience with Breakfast Daily Weekend.
Start your Saturday with us as we dive into the news headlines in our news review.
Stay informed with all the engaging discussions and insightful analysis.
Then join us as we discover what's happening around Ghana.
Get all the scoop on all exciting events and happenings in the city and beyond.
Ready to spruce up your home? We've got you covered with home improvement tips.
From gardening to DIY projects, we'll show you how to keep your space shining.
And don't miss our arts and culture segment,
featuring dance, poetry, and soulful acoustic performances.
Your perfect weekend morning starts here. Tune in to Breakfast Daily Weekend on Saturdays from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Every footprint tells a story. from every walk of life. They faced challenges, celebrated victories, and made their mark on the world. Welcome to Footprints, where we walk through the incredible journeys of extraordinary people. Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. as we dive into the lives of those who've left indelible marks. It's not just about where you end up, but how you got there. Footprints, celebrating the paths that shape us all. This and every Friday at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
In this fast-paced world, we understand the value of your time, which is why we bring you the key stories that you need to know without any unnecessary filler. Our team of dedicated journalists have carefully curated the news, ensuring that you stay informed about the latest developments in your community, nation, and the world. From breaking news to in-depth features, we cover a wide range of topics to keep you up to date. In just 30 minutes, we'll bring you the top stories, providing you with a snapshot of what's happening around the globe, whether it's politics, business, sports, or entertainment. Channel 1 Newsfeed covers it all. Tune in to Channel 1 Newsfeed every weekday on Channel 1 TV and get the news you need quickly and efficiently. Stay connected, stay informed, and stay ahead of the curve.
Of the candidates. Thank you, Madam.
Is this working? Okay. Good afternoon to all of you, our leaders of the political parties and their agents here present, our international and local observer missions, citizens of Ghana, our media partners. A good afternoon to you and a warm welcome to the National Collation Center at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission. This afternoon, my mission here is very simple. It is to update you on the results that we are expecting at the National Collation Center. You would all agree with me that it's been 23 hours since the end of the polls on the 7th of December. That is yesterday, the 7th of December 2024. And it's been 23 hours since the close of the 2024 general election. As you may be aware, the Commission has put in place a robust mechanism to receive the results from the Regional Collation Center. By convention, we have been able to declare results within 72 hours after the close of polls. The Commission, however, broke that record in 2020 and was able to declare the results in 48 hours. However, 23 hours following the close of polls, we have received requests and some questions from the general public as to when to expect the results. I'm happy to announce that the results have come in from the Ahafo region, and we are expecting that from here on we'll start seeing the results coming in. We thought that it's important to update our citizenry on the process for the collation of results as it pertains to our CI 127. Because the questions that we have received from the citizens is that, oh, the political parties have results and they have the pink sheets from, the polling stations. And indeed, it is true that all the political parties are giving copies of the results at the polling station level. I think this heightens the level of transparency. But under the CI 127, we also have a process for the collation of the results, and it does not stop at the polling station. It does not stop at the receipt of pink sheets from the polling stations. Ours is quite an elaborate process that involves the political party agents at every step of the way. Additionally, it involves the observers, the media, and citizens as well. And the process emanates from the pink sheets, and it's important to note that the pink sheets form the basis of the results that are announced, whether it is at the constituency level for parliamentary candidates or whether it is at the national level for presidential candidates. But it starts and emanates from the pink sheets at the polling station. Once the results are counted at the polling station and parties are satisfied with the count of the ballot papers, they then go on to fill out the pink sheets, after which party agents sign on to these pink sheets and are provided with copies. As you may be aware, a copy of those pink sheets are posted at every polling station across the country. From there, the pink sheets are sent to the Constituency Collation Center, where you have the agents of the parties as well. And right at the Collation Center, no counting is done. What is done is simply to collate the results from the pink sheets, and this is done at the Constituency Collation Center. It is done in the presence of the agents of the parties and observers and media partners, and once parties are satisfied, they go on to sign the collation forms provided at the Constituency Collation Center. They are also given copies of these, and a copy is also pasted at the Constituency Collation Center. From the Constituency Collation Center, the results travel to the region, where party agents are also present. Again, this is not a counting process. As I mentioned, the pink sheets form the basis of the results that are announced and the results that are collated. But the results from the constituency are also collated at the regional level. Once parties are satisfied, the regional results collation forms and the summary forms are filled, and the parties sign on to these, and they are given copies of these forms. It is at this level that the results are then faxed to the head office, that is at the National Collation Center. Again, the results come through fax, and it is done in the full glare of the party agents who receive the fax, and they review it against what they may have received from their respective parties. If they are happy and it conforms to what they have received, they then endorse it. After endorsement, the results are projected and as provisional results. Those provisional results are brought to the commission, and we scrutinize it. And as the returning officer for the presidential, I go on to sign this. I'd like to ask that citizens exercise patience. It's just been 23 hours since the close of polls. The process is elaborate, it is inclusive, it involves the political parties and observers at every step. And the whole idea is to ensure that what comes up at the end of the day has involved, it's a bottom-up approach that has involved all the agents at all levels. And at the end of the day, what comes up is acceptable by all the candidates and their supporters and the citizens as well. So this is the elaborate process we have. And we thought that this afternoon, it was important to allay the fears and the anxieties of citizens. The Commission is going to intend and will uphold the will of the people as expressed at the polls, and that will is what has been captured on the pink sheets. However, it's important that we exercise patience, we take our time, and we are very thorough in producing the results at the national level. As we speak, we have had results coming from Ahafo, and we are expecting more results coming in the next few hours. We are trusting, we believe that within 72 hours, and this has been the norm, we should be able to declare the results of the presidential election. As I indicated, we broke that record in 2020 and declared it in 48 hours, but we do have 72 hours within which to declare the presidential results. Of course, if all the results come in the next hour and we review them, we would not wait until 72 hours or 48 hours before we do so. It's important to mention also that the delays in some of the collation centers has resulted from the besieging of our centers by supporters of the parties. In the anxiety and in the excitement, some supporters of political parties have besieged our collation offices, making it difficult in some cases for our officers to carry out their functions. We have spoken directly with the leadership of the political parties, and we've asked them to recall their supporters. We believe that this should be done, and our supporters, our staff should have an unhindered access and the free space to collate the results. So as I mentioned, we are looking forward to seeing the results. Of course, in cases where it's impossible to collate results for a particular constituency, where it would not affect the outcome, and where the winner would still emerge winner with at least 50% plus one, the decision has been taken by the Commission to proceed with those results, even if we don't have certain constituencies as part of the final results. Once we come up with the final results, we would look at that and include it. But in order not to waste time where there's some difficulty to collate constituency results, we will proceed to collate the presidential results without it, and so long as it does not affect the outcome of the final result. So we'd like to thank you very much for your attention, and we believe that in the next few hours we should be receiving some of the results. As I indicated, we have received the results from the Ahafo region, and we believe that the others would be coming soon. Before
All right, welcome back. It's still your Election Bureau, and there's a lot of things that are happening around the country. Even as yesterday we had a concession by the flag bearer of the NPP as to the fact that the lead by the NDC was unassailable, and therefore there wasn't any point in dragging out the entire country again, waiting on tenterhooks as the Electoral Commission collated its results and came out eventually with the results. Now, the Electoral Commission also has told us that within the 72-hour period that they gave us, they will definitely announce the results. That 72 hours will expire tomorrow, so there's more time as we're waiting for them. And they said that if they have the results before the time, they will announce it. And so we anticipate that happening. Earlier on Breakfast Daily, we did a playback of the various speeches that had been given by the NPP as well as by the NDC. And my guests on Breakfast Daily area are still here with me. I have with me Victor Kojo Adawudu as well as Ibrahim J. And gentlemen, so we're still having conversations regarding the elections and all of that. We were just looking earlier at the Domi Kwabenya constituency and the challenges of the, the unsettledness of voters, as far as the ballots were concerned. They were not sure what's going on. They don't want any untoward things happening. And so on. People agitating, basically, with the security, trying to do their best to keep, people tempers calm and all of that. We also have other situations around the country. We have the we have the Okai Central situation, which I think we can take a look at and then have a conversation about that. Okay, we'll look at that. We also have Damongo. Damongo, they actually went in to burn the EC offices. They will set fire to the EC office. I don't know if that's also available now. We could take a look at the Damongo situation right now. Let's take a look at that. All right. All right, so there you see some agitation of voters there, clearly very incensed by things that are happening in there. And it looks like around the country, there's been some spots, you know, where people were just not happy with, in a lot of cases, the delay or what they perceive to be the delay in announcement of what seems to be the obvious in their eyes. You know, yeah, I don't know what you think.
Yes. Kweku, I want to put into context. We have in excess of 40,000 polling stations nationwide, in excess of 40,000 polling stations. And what we have is, as you said, admittedly across the country, but they are few and far between. I'm trying to convey to our viewers on Channel 1 that we should not somehow cut and paste and think the whole thing is up in flames.
Yeah.
It happens. And Ghana is not immune to political exuberance, let me put it that way.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to sanitize what is happening. But oftentimes it's exuberance, whereby one party, one group of people, often individuals, feel that the processes should be quick or there's been some issue that has not been properly addressed. I spoke earlier, before we went to break, that this is when the leadership of the constituency can come in. The parliamentary candidate cannot be at every single flashpoint within your constituency. But at least the collation center is where generally these things happen, which is one. So that parliamentary candidate can be there. Not to say appease the constituents, but to lend that voice of authority and let or encourage people to calm down and let the EC and the processes do the work. Other executives of both parties, I'm talking constituency executives, you have a chairperson, you have your secretary, you have your organizer, deputy organizer, and so on and so forth. You know, oftentimes you number in excess of 10, maybe 12 people. So these 12 people, individuals from both parties, Kweku, can be there present. Because when the individuals of your party are being exuberant, are agitating, you as leadership can calm them down. They won't listen to the police. We saw it there. They won't listen to the police. They won't even listen to the military. But they will listen to you. Say, calm down, let the processes work. And I think that's where the absence of their voices is what allows these things to happen.
Yeah.
And I think it's a cure, you know, and I want to again frame it in my earlier submission. These are few and far between. 40,000 polling stations.
And you just have a handful.
A handful, 40,000.
Yeah. Okay, Victor, now yesterday, some of the reports we got from Damongo, for example, was that the NDC, I'm not sure the position, but he was a lead in what was happening there at the polling state, at the constituency, the collation center, was attacked by members of same party, just trying to calm people down and all of that. And I don't know if you've heard this incident actually happen with Damongo and what you think about some of what we're seeing there.
Yes, I think that like Ibrahim was saying, if the leadership from the two parties are there, normally what you say is that it is one of the leaders from one of the parties that would always want to incite this when they believe that it's not going in their favor. So that's where you find some of the boys, I don't want to use the tags, but they find some of the macho people and the rest that they used to destroy these things. I think that we have come too far to allow this. If you think it is not going in your favor, I think that what the law says is that you call for a recount or ask for a recount, then it can be done at the collation.
Okay.
But if not ask for a recount at the polling station, you cannot come now and say that we want to do a recount at the collation.
Okay.
Because you can ask twice. The presiding officer has the right, he will allow you the first one. The second one, he can take a decision and say that, okay, let's take it to the collation center. Then that's when the returning officer. I think what is going on now in some of the places, it is shameful. I think that the tension, they should not allow this pocket of incidents to mar the beauty of the 2024 elections. I think, like Ibrahim said, we need leadership in the two constituencies. Somebody who has the pedigree, who has the influence to say that allow the process to go on. But you know, whilst all this has gone on, let me just let them know that, look, even if you destroy the two constituencies or the few of the constituencies, the collation doesn't go on, that result can be cancelled. It will not be part of people they will inaugurate. So whether you stop the process, that declaration should not go on, it doesn't matter. Let declaration go on, then you can follow through the process and go to court. For A, B, C, D, we want this person to be injuncted. You know, the law is not certain now. In some instances, you'll be allowed, you may be injuncted. Some instances, you will not be allowed. So it depends on the fact. So I think that we should allow the returning officers to do their work. But going to stop them and think that they will bring about violence, I think one of the things the court, or we should be sending a signal that when you allow these things to happen, when you come to court, we will injunct both. So the electorate will know that this is what had happened, and we didn't have a representation. The next time, that will not happen. But I think that that should be something bold. The judiciary, whilst they are watching, they should look at that anywhere there seems to be violence, they stop the process and they come. Your MP will not be represented because of ABC. And you see that the stakeholders will not encourage it the next time because they will know that it happened in this constituency.
If we
this
do
is how
it's our what we are doing is what's going to affect the
us. But if they think that we'll do it and at the end of the day we will benefit from it, we will see some of this pocket of incidents that happen. So I think that it should be some of the kind of reforms we should be looking at. That look, so far as a quorum could be formed, and some people will be doing genuinely, if it is an issue where they think that you should still be represented whilst the matter is in court, that's it. But where there is violence, there is commotion, stop the people. Now they will be learning out of it and say, look, we need our member of parliament, let's do things well. I think these are things that hard decisions that the judiciary should be ready to take. And when that happens, I tell you, nobody wants his constituency not to be there.
All right, let me just take you to a story on channel1news.com yesterday. This is when Michael Quay spoke with Michael Quay Jr. Spoke with Richard Sky on the updates from Dome Kwabenya. Now, I will not read the entire thing, but it says here, speaking in an exclusive interview with Richard Sky on Channel 1 News, Okai claimed that supporters of the National Democratic Congress stormed the collation center, vandalizing election material, including pink sheets, and causing widespread disruption. According to Okai, the supporters justified their actions with claims that the NDC had won the parliamentary seat, referencing John Mahama's victory in the presidential race. The disturbances reportedly led to violence, including an attack on an NDC constituency executive member, and prompted security officials and other stakeholders to flee the premises. Okai further alleged that the Electoral Commission officials were held hostage during the chaos. So just to put what we've been talking about in context, giving you what's happening. But there's an update from Don Kwabenya this morning. Now, hashtag Ghana Post 2024, NDC's Electoral Akurugu wins Don Kwabenya seat. So it has been certified. All right, so the story here says, in a historic victory for Stina Electoral Akurugu, the NDC parliamentary candidate has secured the Don Kwabenya constituency, overturning a seat long held by the new Patriotic Party. Now, the result was announced on Sunday, December 8th, following a fiercely contested election in the December 7th general polls. Now, the MPP candidate, Michael Quay Jr., garnered 50,477 votes, while the Akurugu triumphed with 51,634 votes, edging out her opponent by a narrow margin. Now, Akurugu's victory marks the first time that the NDC has won the Don Kwabenya seat, a constituency historically been the stronghold of the MPP. All right, so that's giving us an update there. We're going to cross over to our colleague, Jerry Fifi, who is at the regional center for the EC, where there is some updates there we want to get from him. Fifi, are you on the line?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
All right, fantastic. Fifi, can you kindly tell us exactly where you are and what's happening there?
All right, so I'm currently at the old EC office. This also serves as the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center.
This is at Bridge, right?
Some constituencies whose results could not be declared yesterday have had to come here to get their results declared. Okay. These constituencies are Okai Central constituency and then the Ablekuma North constituency. So over here, returning officers for those constituencies have been given a table to collate every result from their constituencies before it would be presented to the National Greater Accra Regional Returning Officer to also make declarations of results from these constituencies. I also saw here Michael Quay Jr., NPP parliamentary candidate for Dom Kwabenya, who refused to speak on camera. He says he's here to contest results from the Dom Kwabenya constituency because he feels the whole process is fishy. Yeah, I also spoke to Abubakar Sadiq, NDC parliamentary candidate for the Okai Central constituency, who is also here monitoring happenings here at the Greater Accra Regional constituency. So yeah, basically that's what I can report from here.
All right. So just generally give us a sense. I mean, it appears that things are calm in the room there. What's the security like? Are there crowds outside on the outside the premises? What's going on around?
All right. So there's heavy security present right outside the collation center. there are some members of both political parties who want to be allowed to enter the collation center. But of course, if you do not have accreditation, you will not be allowed to enter. In your shot right now is the NPP parliamentary candidate for Ablekuma North constituency, Nanepio Uswe who is helping some of her members enter the collation center. But there is also a limitation on the number of people who can enter the collation center. I think it has to be 6 members of your party who would allow the collation, who will be allowed entry into the collation center. Aside that, there is heavy police presence, there is heavy security presence at the collation center.
All right, so Jerry, since you got there, have there been any certifications that have happened and declarations?
Say that again.
Since you got there, have there been any declarations and certifications that have taken place since you got there of the ones that are in dispute?
There's not been any declaration so far. Okay. Results are still being collated before declarations are made. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Jerry. We'll definitely touch base with you again as and when updates are necessary. Thank you so much. So that was Jerry Fifi Annan. He is with us here at Channel 1 TV, and he's bringing us some updates from the Regional Collation Center. Yeah, that's the old EC office. Yeah. Yes. Right. So, well, I mean, I think that it was necessary for the EC to take that decision to move the areas of dispute to the center. And like we said earlier during Breakfast Daily, no matter what you do with the ballot papers, all of those things, we already have the figures that we're going to collate. So you can go burning. It's almost like a misunderstanding of how it works, the system works. So it's like if we see the ballot papers, we're going to jump on them. But once you can do all of that, it will not result in anything different. Exactly. The figures are already set in place.
Yeah, I mean, the ballot papers do have a function, in the sense that they're there to verify or confirm what was recorded at the polling station. So in fact, they do have a purpose.
A place, yes.
Because it can be that, imagine the polling agents, the returning officer, presiding officer, all in collusion, change the outcome or the results of the box. That box, when duly brought to the collation center, and the parliamentary candidates decide that they would want those boxes to be further interrogated, then you can see whether or not that particular polling station result is duly reflected. So they do have a purpose. But in the scheme of things, remember when the votes are being counted, it's not just the polling agents who are there. You have your party members or supporters also there. And we know what happens. They will hold up the poll and tell you one. If you see that they're saying one for your party and the thumbprint is elsewhere, you have a responsibility
to contest that.
To contest that the call of that ballot paper. So there are checks and balances throughout the period, but you're essentially right. You cannot by, your agitation, stealing ballot boxes and what have you, maybe change the end result if everybody has agreed to the polling station results. That notwithstanding, if you do that, what can happen is that, as Victor mentioned earlier on, those ballot boxes can be taken out of the system. Others can be then counted, and then we can determine whether that polling station or that ballot box, and on average it's around 473 per ballot per polling station when you do the figures. Every polling station on average has about 450 plus voters. That's the average. So we count the other boxes, and if the margin is too bigger than the 450 where your polling station is, it'll be null and void. It'll be cause 90. So I think that's what we need to do. But moving forward, I want to state something. Recently, and I think it was this year, a constituency was contested in 2020. And the verdict came in this year, 2024. Victor, I don't know if you recall. There was a constituency where one of the candidates took the processes to court. And it was found in their favor. The person who petitioned in 24 years.
The Amu case.
Wonderful.
It was Westward gone.
Westward.
That was in 96.
96 was it?
Isaac Amu.
Good.
Wow.
Yes.
As far back as 96.
Yes. 96 he and Rebecca Adote. So he took the matter to court. And Rebecca Adote sat in Parliament. The court only came with its decision verdict, I think, few days to the next election, 2000 election.
Okay.
And I think we have learned out of that.
Okay. So 4 years.
Yes,
almost.
4 years.
So that's why the new recommendation from the judiciary now, the new manual, it's saying that once we've done the presidential one for 42 days, we should limit the parliamentary to 6 months.
Okay.
Even
So
less. I mean, 6 months for me is
is
a bit long. Generally, I mean, now we are having the judiciary, the processes online. Are you following me? In order, 6 months, half a year, something that we can resolve. And what are we talking about? I'm coming, Victor. It's not like the whole constituency is suspect. No. Oftentimes,
It's one
or
polling station
two
or
polling
a couple of
stations.
polling
So if necessary, you revote. Let's say we have 300 polling stations, and 3 or 4 or even 5 are contested. Let's count the 295, and those 5 polling stations, you revote within, for argument's sake, a period of a month. So let's say if such a thing happened today, by 1st of February, we will have the results, because those polling stations that are in contention can be mandated to vote again, and then you solve it.
You see, Ibrahim, there's a similar problem that I've encountered, experienced. That was in Sefiri also.
Okay.
In 2020, there was one polling station which was a stronghold of NDC, Sefi Asawansi. So once they were voting, I think there was light off. They took the ballot paper, but they had declared. Then the NDC guy said, we won with some number. MPP also, instead of the number, they had also increased. So they took to the police station. I'm talking about one vote. From the police station, they decided to transport it to the returning, the collation center. Once the police car was going, got on the road and said the car is spoiled. So they put it in another car. Then in another car, before they got to the collation center, it was bent.
Wow.
Now that one police station could change the figure. Without it, what they were holding, NDC says it will change to their favor. MPP says that the figure they have would also be the same. So like we are talking about. But now it is only one police station. Now, to get even the presiding officer and returning officer to come to court, to come and speak to it, even the official document, they said all were bent. Like you're saying, they could have gone and vote again. But the problem with that is that when it becomes that nature and it's only one police station, you will see the whole machinery of leadership from Accra and the rest,
to that
and the vote buying and the rest. That's a problem that comes with that. That's a problem that, so now the community, I always say that even if it happens like that, at the end of the day, the community will benefit. Because they will see road projects coming, lights coming, everything coming. For me, I would go with it. But it was only one single, and we had to do that for almost 2 years.
Wow.
Over 2 years. I had to be going to Seville also Thursday, Fridays. Then I'll do my cases here, Monday, Tuesday, and come back for 2 years. Only one polling station.
Wow.
So I think we can look at it that way. When it is only one polling, the law also says that where you think that there have been some corrupt activities, it will be limited to the specific corrupt activities you are talking about. It may not affect the whole constituency. But the scenario is that if that one polling station could flip the results, it becomes a problem.
Yes, and on my part, I think if the law is properly communicated, not 6 months, but within a month, maximum 2, your grievances can be determined by court or by an additional day of polling. That would somehow calm tensions. I know you've stolen from me, Kweku. So I'll go through the processes, knowing that by 1st of February, that polling station or stations can go for another vote. And whether or not the parties maneuver all the machinery, all well and good. You're only going to count 450 votes. You can't add people to the roll.
Yeah.
Only those who are there. So just 450, you know. And I think it will help to cure the anxiety that, hey, I'll have to wait 4 years.
Yeah.
I don't care. Let me do my Takashi now.
Yeah.
But if you know that within 6 to 8 weeks, if your petition is duly accepted, there can be a re-vote. And in that re-vote of just some 400 or so people, the matter resolved, it'll calm tensions down, I believe.
But you see, the issue is this. The law says that before you can file the petition, unless the results have been declared and gazetted.
Okay.
So even if you bring the petition before it is declared and gazetted, technically you are out.
Yeah, okay.
So they'll throw you out. The court will throw you out.
So these are the tweaks that we need to make.
So unless we now say that, but when it is corruption, you can come. You can come before but the law says that when the result is declared. So if it is not declared, you have to wait. It's being declared and being gazetted. If it is not gazetted, you have to be waiting for Electoral Commission to gazette all those.
So Victor, I'm happy you pointed that out.
You see,
because in every situation, when we see where the law is somehow an impediment, then we can make those adjustments necessary. Because surely the law can say you have a right to contest the result. You know, I mean, like I mentioned, in my constituency, Lejekuku, we've got 300 plus polling stations. Okay? Yeah. So let's say we have an issue of 2. Declare the others, and let's say maybe those 2 can switch the result. No problem.
Yeah.
We can hold. The law can amend itself. The law is not set in stone. It's a living document. So we can say that given the petition, we are going to hold off declaration, given that these 2 ballot boxes can determine the result one way or another. Nothing should stop the law from working in the interests of the people. Nothing should stop the law from working in our interests. And we should make the necessary changes accordingly.
Okay, we're going to wrap this up, but let's just do that with this particular story here. It says, Ghana polls 2024 force EC to swiftly announce election results, NDC to Peace Council. And this one, I want to hear from you, Victor. The National Democratic Congress has called on the National Peace Council. By the way, this is on channel1news.com. You can go there to follow the story. To urge the Electoral Commission to expedite the collation and announcement of election results. Now, Johnson Asiedu Nketia, the national chairman of the NDC, at a presser in Accra on Sunday, expressed frustration over the delay and emphasized the need for timely communication from the EC. Now, I quote, we've consistently been complaining about the EC's feet dragging in getting results announced. We have not heard from the National Peace Council or anybody in the peace industry calling the EC to fast-track their duty of collating and announcing results, Nketia stated. Nketia highlighted that the former president, Dramani Mahama, has secured over 56% of the votes based on NDC's compilation from their copies of the EC's pink sheets across the country. The story goes on. You can go and read that from channel1news.com. But just a quick comment on this from Victor and then from you, Ibrahim. We mentioned this earlier about the fact that there are layers to this, and that yes, you can ask for a rushing of the EC, but the EC's results cannot be second guessed. It's the final result. It's the final declaration. Once it's done, we ourselves are one who are going to question the EC. That why are you giving us different results if they make a mistake? So I don't know what your thoughts are quickly.
I think that one of the reasons why they may be asking that is that because of the concession that has been made
Baumia's concession.
by Baumia. So now it is clear that look, the election is
done. It's done.
So now all that we are waiting for is the figures. But you see, we have to also hasten slowly. We know that this is what, but I think the pocket of incidents that is happening, that is urging that to avoid all this the pocket of incidents we are having, we should be able to clear. But you see, the truth of the matter is that if you have not made request or demanded for votes to be counted at the polling station, it cannot be done at the collation center. It is because people have sometimes benefited. They will do recounting. The law will not allow that. So ignorantly, the returning officers will count. They say count again, and people have benefited from it. That is why I think that these are happening. But I'm sure the EC just want to be cautious and make sure that everything that they have done, they've dotted all the I's and the T's. I know that everybody knows that the election, everything has gone the way of the NDC and the figures. I'm sure by their own collation, that's why the law has made it. Or we have all accepted that what comes from EC is the accurate, and if it is not accurate, we can now challenge it. I think that so far the piece, apart from the Domingo Abenya, Damongo, and the rest, and maybe the killings that were done, I think that so far, so good. And I'm sure the NDC may have some press conference, maybe around 1, I understand. There will be a press conference around 1 on the other issues. But I have said that this is one of the problems we need to look at. It happened in 2020, 2024. I don't expect it to happen in 2028. So let the citizens from all the constituencies know that if anything happens in your collation center, you go and destroy it. At the end of the day, your MP will not take his seat. If that goes to the citizens, they will stop all this. They know that we will not benefit and we will be punished for it. I think that's what I would say.
Ibrahim, final question?
Yeah, I think Asedu Nketiah's call is not necessary. The EC themselves, they themselves have said that within 72 hours. I don't know where in the Constitution it even says that you have to declare within 72 hours. Some time has passed. It took a week for the EC to declare. Do you remember when we used to go to Independence Square?
Yeah, there was
with
a
chalk,
big board.
Big board. The result will come in and they will write it on chalk. We have improved.
And sometimes they'll come and erase it and then put a new figure there.
We were mature enough to wait for the process, you know. And to latch on to what Victor said, if the constituency was taking 3 days to declare, then yes, we have a problem. If the EC at the constituency level was taking 72 hours to declare, then you know there's an issue. But by and large, things go on smoothly. There was a time I mentioned earlier that we used to start counting from 11 p.m. Counting. Now by 6 o'clock, results are trickling in. So allow the EC to do its work. Can you imagine the EC gives a figure and later on comes to review those figures? Somebody can say, this shows that prima facie, maybe all the other results are null and void. And so I want an injunction on the presidency because the EC has made a mistake. Who's to say that
any of the results are valid?
So I mean, I said in Nketiah,
I think that's what actually happened in 2020. Because they had to revise their figures
a few times.
And you know, that does not even sit well till date. Are you getting it? People see it as a blot on the EC and what they have done. I'm sure they have also learned from that experience that they don't want to come out with a figure that, you know, and even during the registration and the rest, sometimes they were being exposed by their summation and the rest. I think they've learned a bitter lesson that, look, let's get everything accurate so that we don't come and they will say we've committed the same thing. Kweku, I'd like to, the last opportunity.
Yes, go ahead.
Let me thank my people from Dodiakum and Atakofi. You know, the MP, things were not going very well. We went there, spoke to them, and they've given us resounding victory. The MP, it was a little bit tough for him. I want to congratulate my brother Gabi Hujeto from Central Tongue for the election and things that have been done. And everybody that has been part of this. Hard work pays. I think that we've learned something. And as a nation, Ghana, let there be peace, let there be cohesion, and everybody will be at peace. And if that's all I've been saying, but if you know there's something, the Pandora box should not be open Yes, be truthful to yourself and see how you can quickly go and make amends and see that, look, we all live and move on. A new chapter has said, at the end of the day, for NDC as a party, Ghanaians have spoken. The expectation is so high. We need to manage the expectation and we need to deliver. And I believe that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, this is his last leg, the 4 years, and he will have to make sure that the legacy that he will leave, it will be so high, the standard will be so high for governance, and anybody who wants to go in would say that this is the standard has been laid. I'm sure. I pray for wisdom for him. I pray for strength for him, that he will be able to deliver, bring a team that will deliver for Ghanaians to admire and say, well done, our son, for the second coming back.
Fantastic. A quick update from Damongo. So the Regional Inter-Party Advisory Committee has convened an emergency meeting to see the way forward as far as the collation of results there is concerned. Unfortunately, one person lost their life in Damongo through I think it was late last night or maybe this morning, I'm not sure.
So far we're losing about 5 people.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate that's happening there. The police has arrested some people, about 12 people, regarding the incident that took place there. So just a quick update. But the committee has assembled, the Inter-Party Advisory Committee in Damongo has assembled that's the Savannah region, to deliberate over the way forward as far as that is concerned. So I want to say a big thank you to you, Ibrahim Eche. Thank you
If I have
very
my
much.
final words?
Yes, please go ahead.
If I can.
Go ahead.
Firstly, again, we said it earlier, but congratulations to President-elect John Dramani Mahama. And in that same vein, I really want to, again, use this opportunity, this platform, to thank His Excellency, Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, our leader, our flag bearer, for the way and manner in which he has conducted this campaign. It's been with tenacity, integrity, strength, vim, and he's always put Ghana first. And I think that was borne out in his concession speech as a statesman. And he has acquitted himself excellently. And I'm sure that there are more days ahead, more years ahead, more opportunities to lead and his vision to become manifest within Ghana. And in that same sentence, I want to congratulate Ghana, Kweku. We have continued to add value. These skirmishes and incidences notwithstanding, it makes you proud to be Ghanaian. I'm sure that those on the internet portals outside of Ghana, reading and watching what has been happening in this 2024 election, wish that their country, I'm talking Africa and maybe elsewhere as well, can exhibit what Ghana has done. So a big aiko to Ghana, and thank you to Channel One, and thank you the media, because you have given us that oxygen, that ability. I'm talking Ghanaians. Every single polling station, your reps were there, and being part of that fourth estate. And so a big congratulations to the media and Ghanaians as a whole. You've made this election successful. We of course wanted a different result, but that result will come. That's how God works. Allahu Alam. Allah knows best. And before that best comes, we're going to work together to make sure that Ghana stands tall, succeeds, and flourishes. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much to you as well. Magnanimous as usual, and very statesman-like yourself, Ibrahim.
Thank you.
And thank you to you too, Victor. We've had a great conversation this morning, and Ghana wins, and there's a lot of work ahead, for the entire country. So let's do that. All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and when we're back, Nana Tufo Boateng as well as Nathan Kwa will be taking over from me. Thank you very much. My name is David Kwekusechi. There's more to come shortly after a quick break.
is this thing on now? I've been working long like a marathon now. Tying up words, making them a bomb now. Tell me, we turn on the alarm now. I got a message when they put it in a song now. I see you later, all the haters got it wrong now. We're touching the lightning, we're coming alive, yeah. We're feeling inside, yeah. We got the power.
Tank 300, where power meets elegance. Call us on 0501 772222 or 0501 773333.
There it is. It's finally here. Old School Reunion Pub Chain on Saturday the 21st of December 2024 at the Gold Coast Restaurant, Cantonment, Accra. It's going to be an old school reunion extravaganza of live music featuring alumni bands from Achimota, Presec, Infantipim, Adisado, St. John's and the Christian Alumni Association Ghana's historic all-female band. The guest artist is a US-based Local Crisis and DJ Pello is on the ones and twos on the night for the after party. Ticket prices are regular 200 Ghana cedis online or by short code *844*344# and 300 Ghana cedis at the gate and also at the Bachelor Total or bachelortotalonline.com. Table packages are also available. Proceeds are to help purchase equipment for the Achimota School Science Labs. Partners City FM and Channel 1 TV. For inquiries, call 0302 799 834. Come, let's jam together. Don't miss this. Iba Fake B.
The Point of View.
This is your favorite current affairs show on television. Here on The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests. We ask them the relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
With the complexities of the issues happening around us on a daily basis.
If you come and run and announce to us that you vote for me, vote for me because there are difficulties today. But by the way, when you vote for me, give me some time to think through the answers. You should be worried, Bernard.
We need some time to think through my next questions.
The advantage of having a John Mahama at this point in crisis is that he has been there before. He knows how to cut through the bureaucracy to make things move. If he didn't know before, now he knows.
It's the hard-hitting conversations on The Point of View.
That cannot be true.
What cannot be true?
The statement you made that 1D1F has been one of the most successful policies of the MPP government.
You cannot talk about the fact that it means that the program has not been successful.
The probing questions of The Point of View.
For almost all the surveys, whether it's NCC, Afrobarometer, or even Global Info Analytics, health has featured in the top 5.
The fact that you had 8 good years and you had 9 hospitals to complete. You spent 8 good years and you couldn't even complete a single one of them.
So he's telling me that the Upper West Regional Hospital, which I cited, Bekwai, and the other hospitals that they came when we had virtually finished and just commissioned, they were able to build them from scratch.
As well as religious and social discourse.
The kind of education I have at Ashesi is one that makes the statement very true. Usually people say a jack of all trades is a master of none, but then the part they forget is that, but oftentimes it's better than a master of one.
Wow.
The Point of View airs every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
The situation on White Christmas party is back! It's Christmas Eve for the usual. It's a celebration like none other. The situation on White Christmas party is taking over the city with music, magic, and memories waiting to be made. Think cozy vibes, electric beats, and the perfect blend of festive cheer and wild energy all in one space. Date 24th December 2024. Venue Beyond the Bridge, East Legon. Time 8 p.m. Dress code, it's an all-white affair. Come and dance like nobody's watching. Sip, mingle, make merry, and unwrap the ultimate Christmas Eve experience. Dress to impress, bring your holiday spirit, and let's make the situation all white Christmas party unforgettable. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party. It's going to be lit at the Under Bridge. The Situation All White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Eyes, Verve du Vernet, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
In the realm of national discourse, where every question demands an answer, one show stands out: Face to Face. Face to Face cuts through the noise and goes straight to the heart of the matter as your host confronts personalities in politics, governance, society, and business on the topical issues facing the country.
If you said to me that you made £1 million out of scraps in the United Kingdom at age 19, that will raise eyebrows, and I ought to ask you how you made it.
Mario, first of all, if anybody wants to find out how I acquired my wealth before even 21, it's on the internet. You know, I have built hotels. I've done all of that. It's all there. It's bringing me income. It's yielding. I'm creating employment.
You introduced free SHS in 2017, and for 7 years, you are still having the same problem.
No,
it means you have
that's false.
That's very accurate.
No, that's false.
Schools still have challenges with boarding house, dining hall,
Maru,
classrooms.
I like context.
Yes.
I like debate, but I like factual debate.
Yes.
It's false. And I'll tell you what. Dr. Baumia has humbly acknowledged what our challenges or our shortfalls have been as a government. He has outlined what the successes have also been. And he is giving cogent, clear vision points for each of the sectors.
It's the worst, government we've ever had to combat corruption.
Join Umaru Sanda Amadou every Tuesday at 9 p.m. on Face to Face as he explores the issues that shape our nation. Only on Channel 1 TV.
Grateful that you stayed on with us. This is the Election Bureau here on Channel 1 Television, and we're coming to you live from our studios here at number 5 Owula Hansen Lane in Tesano, Accra. Many thanks to David Kwekusechi and of course his team of panelists, Ibrahima J and of course Victor Dauga, who have held the fort up until now. My name is Nanatufo Boateng, and I'm doing this with my colleague Nathan Kwao. Hi, Nathan.
Hi, Nana.
Yeah, I mean, we've transitioned from radio to
yes,
TV.
Yes. The work continues.
Exactly. We're here till the final declaration of results. The Electoral Commission has asked that we remain calm and patient, and that they're working within a 72-hour mandate to officially bring us the final and of course verified, certified official results for the 2024 general elections. But what we know so far is that the NDC has claimed victory for the presidential. Subsequently, the New Patriotic Party and its flag bearer, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, have conceded defeat to John Dramani Mahama of the National Democratic Congress. Results continue to trickle in. The Electoral Commission continues with its collation. However, there are challenges in some constituencies where we'll be taking you to bring you up to speed with those constituencies and what is happening there. But for now, we'll take you to the Regional Collation Center for the Greater Accra region, where the NDC's parliamentary candidate for Okai Central, Baba Sadiq, is speaking to my colleague Jerry Annan.
But the AC also has its own pin sheet. Is that to say that the AC's pin sheet, that will challenge that of the MPP and yours as well?
We have that of the population. So we are now going back and forth
regarding it. What we have is different from ours. So when we look at it, take a very fair look at it. It's authentic, it's original, that they have not invalidated it, except...
So you're saying what the EC has is different from yours?
That's what the EC has.
Well, Baba Sadiq there, NDC parliamentary candidate for Okai Central. Well, he has claimed victory. His opponent, Patrick Yabuama, has also claimed victory in that same election in the constituency. The matter now is at the Regional Collation Center of the Electoral Commission. And of course, we are waiting to hear what declaration will be made. Let's take you back there. There's a press conference. We'll see Peter Otokono addressing the press. Let's hear what he has to say.
Where Ablekuma North and Okai Central were not able to collate their results for the parliamentary and the presidential. And so we have had to bring them here. What we have done is that we have agreed with the regional director of elections that we can do the presidential collation excluding the Ablekuma North and Okai Central. And the reason being that they have not finished collating the presidential for those two constituencies, and they have issues with the parliamentary, which is breeding a lot of tensions. And so we have decided to put those ones on hold and go ahead with the regional declaration for all the other constituencies that have officially declared the presidential results. Whilst at it, the teams with the returning officer for the respective constituencies are sitting down to look at the various collations of their constituencies. Ablekuma North have not started with the parliamentary collation, but the interesting revelation we are seeing with Okai Central is what begs questions and what requires the attention of the public. What we have seen is that there are certain polling stations that the Electoral Commission is bringing out, which are inconsistent with the copies that was given to us. And it is becoming increasingly surprising because our friends in the MPP do not also have any pink sheet to show at all. And they are saying that they are relying on that from the Electoral Commission. And this is the catch. Before the process started, you would recall that we raised questions with the pink sheets in cases where they had printed multiple pink sheets. And the pink sheets, they have put hard covers in the middle, such that if they fill the first part and they don't complete the second part, anybody can go and complete the second part and bring it as the original. And I'm sure we spoke about it on air. So
what are you demanding right now?
Suspecting right now is that if indeed the preliminary assessment is correct and there is inconsistency in the pink sheets, the duplicates that we got, and the master copy, then it means that somebody has altered it somewhere, and we would have to deal with it and deal with it severely. Whichever individual produce that pink sheet, the original, for the Electoral Commission, we have questions to answer.
So what are you requesting? What are you requesting to be done?
Now we are not requesting anything yet. We want to complete the original collation. Then now we come back to the table and now we assess the documents one after the other. Why their own is different, the MPP don't have any copy and we are having our duplicates.
The MPP, members of the MPP for Okai Central also want to speak. Have we meet here the first vice chairman of the Okai Central constituency who wants to address whatever allegations leveled against them by the NDC.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think the NDC is misleading the people. What actually happened is this. The EC's figure, the figures that we have brought here, tallies with what the EC has. That's Okai Central. And we had done work with them at the collation center at Ghana Telecom. We had worked on 139 polling stations. It is 141 in total. So out of the 141, we did 139 polling stations, which they did not challenge even one pink sheet there. They did not make any challenge. So we requested that they bring the actual pink sheets that we had to the station. And when we asked one of our officers to bring it, as soon as he got to the center, he was beaten up mercilessly, and all the pink sheets that we hold were destroyed. All the pink sheets, they took it away. No, but we don't have it. They took everything away and destroyed, please. So this is what happened. That is how come they have gone to alter the documents that they have. So now you can see the figures that we use to do our own collation in the offices tallies with what the EC has. The EC has the original, and the source, the primary document for declaring results is the EC's document.
But do you have your own pink sheets too? Do you have your own pink sheet that tallies that of the EC?
What? The NDC people beat our office.
No. The issue is very simple. The body mandated to collate and announce the results is the Electoral Commission. It does not matter whether MPP has a pink sheet or NDC does not have a pink sheet. Okay. Let the EC do its job. After they have done their job and declared the results, if a party is not satisfied, they can go to court. But how can you say that no, you will not allow the Electoral Commission to declare the results because MPP does not have a pink sheet? So what? Does the Electoral Commission need the MPP before the results can be declared?
They have the primary document. They have the primary document.
Come again. No, for that one, it's neither here nor there. Let the Electoral Commission do its work. Once it's done, we will know the margin. It's very simple. Why should we argue about this? There shouldn't be any argument. Unless you doubt that it's not the Electoral Commission supposed to declare the results. Is it MPP? Is it NDC? Let the Electoral Commission decide. If the Electoral Commission is making a point that it does not have the pink sheet or its collation form, then that's a different matter. But if they have it, let them go ahead and do their declaration.
But members of the NDC are saying what they have on their pink sheet does not tally that of the EC. What's your response?
So how can it happen? It's the Electoral Commission that gave you a copy, right? So at the end of the day, whether it tallies or not, Electoral Commission is the body mandated to declare. It's very simple.
So if you want to notify something, then you are saying
you know, so you have acknowledgment. But please position yourself very well. Okay? So just position yourself. Okay?
Well, Nathan, so we've heard Justin Frimpong Kudos speak for the NPP General Secretary, and then Peter Okuno of the NDC. I mean, interesting allegations and counter allegations there. But we'll be going back shortly because it looks like the declaration is about to be made. But just quick thoughts.
It's interesting how these things emerge every now and again, especially with pink sheets. And I think the assumption or the general knowledge is that everybody has access, everybody has copies of the pink sheets, you fill in and all of that. So it's interesting that we are having these challenges, claims and counterclaims. I have one, you haven't one. I have a pink sheet, you don't have a pink sheet, all of those things. I thought that we had gone past it, and I thought the 2012 election petition case had highlighted all of that.
All right, Nathan, hold on. Let's go back to the Regional Collation Center here in Greater Accra. I'm sure the declaration is about to be made.
So the results are as follows. Mahama Dubaumia, 681,535. Daniel Augustus Latte Jr., 758. Christian Kwabena Andrews, 1,773. Mr. Kofi Apalu also obtained 401 votes. Then for Mohammed Frimpong, he also obtained 223 votes. Nana Akosua Frimpong Ma, 2,975. John Dramani Mahama, 1,260,832. Hassan Abdullahi Ayariga, 2,102. Kofi Korantin also had 290 votes. And then George Chumberima Edu, 271. Nana Kwame Bediaku also obtained 19,630. And then Alan John Kwajo Chiremantin, 6,289. So the total valid votes for Greater Accra is 1,977,079. Total rejected ballots 22,709. And then total votes cast is 1,999,786. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. So we'll give you the parties.
Well, those were results for the Greater Accra region. We're bringing you updates, situational updates from the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center. I think for presidential, less drama now because everyone knows what has happened, where it has fallen. It's green, and green it is. But I think people are more interested in the parliamentary, and especially what is happening with the parliamentary results, especially now that we're seeing that some results are being challenged in certain parts of the country, in certain constituencies. And I mean, look, Okai Central is where we are situated, actually.
Yes. So it's important to know.
So important to know where it's going to fall and what the figures are like. I don't know what your take on this is.
It is crucial. We will have to know what the numbers say, but especially when there is some controversy. You know, in prior elections, things have been slightly clearer. 4 years ago, it was a bit more straightforward. Now it isn't, right? Now it isn't at all. The margins are really thin. There's a lot riding on the election. So we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll see how things play out. I was saying yesterday when we were transmitting on radio that a lot of these moments of controversy will come because there's no official declaration that is pending. The EC is putting its numbers together. And so in this space, people will make claims and counter claims, and all of these things will come up consistently until we have the proper declaration and everybody is satisfied. There was some tension, for example, at Damongo, but eventually I think we've crossed the line there. A declaration has been made. So we are waiting for the EC in Okai Central to give us an idea of who's won, and then we will see what steps the candidates will take. For those who are disgruntled, we'll see if they want to go down a certain channel. For those who have won, we'll see how they will react to the positive results. So I guess we'll be seeing a lot more of these things as the day evolves, and eventually all of it should lead us into the declaration that the Electoral Commission will do. Mind you, we are still some distance away from it because the EC says it wants to take its time. It wants the numbers to add up. It wants the numbers to tally. It's working within a 72-hour window. So there's still a bit more time for the EC to do so. But in the interim, I think that keeping an eye on these parliamentary results, especially the ones that have some controversy, will be important because people just want to see what the parliamentary picture looks like. Like you said, the presidential is clear. What does the NDC have now in terms of parliament? What does the MPP have? People want to get an idea of the makeup of parliament, and then we'll see how governance will be rolled out by the new president.
True. And then, of course, with the parliamentary, although it's clear where it's fallen and who's going to be majority and who's going to be minority, they are vested interests because individuals are seeking to make an entry into parliament. Others are looking to make a comeback. And so it's quite important that they are able to know what the results say and, of course, whether they have won and by what margins. But let's go back to the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center. My colleague Jerry Annan is stationed there. Hello, Jerry. Thank you so much for your time. Tell us, these figures as announced by the Electoral Commission, will this be the cumulative total for the Greater Accra region?
Could you say that again, Anatufo?
I'm asking that these figures as announced by the Electoral Commission a while ago, we joined the feed a bit late, so I'm asking for some clarification regarding these figures. Is this total for the Greater Accra region?
All right, so the declarations that were made a while ago by the EC here as the Greater Accra Collation Center were that of the presidential results from Okai Central constituency. Now, behind me is the table for declaring parliamentary results from the Okai Central constituency, which has been halted due to the misunderstanding that broke out between Baba Sadiq and some members of the MPP from the Okai Central constituency. Now, processes are yet to resume after suspension.
Carry on, Jerry. Carry on.
I can hear you, Nanatufo.
Right. So, I mean, Parliamentary results are yet to be declared, but have they been collated? Do you have any idea where the EC stands on this?
Could you say that again, Anatufo?
I'm asking if you have any idea the progress that has been made regarding the parliamentary results.
Well, Baba Sadiq was requesting that members of the NPP present their pink sheets. However, the EC is ready to declare results for parliamentary in Okai Central constituency. The parliamentary results from the Okai Central constituency.
Very well.
We are going to speak to the regional directorate for the Electoral Commission.
Oh, in fact, we asked them. Yesterday there was an issue, so we asked them to come with their results, the statement of polls, so that we'll compare it with what we have. The two parties, that the NDC and the NPP, to compare the result. But it looks as if, they are not prepared. One party is not prepared, so we want to hold on for some time. We would handle that one issue later. The NDC is not prepared. Yes, according to them, the results has been declared already. So, we cannot compare results.
So what happens then?
What happens then? You'll give us some time. The commission will take a decision on it.
So, Nana, that was the Greater Accra Regional Directorate of the Electoral Commission. It's quite a charged atmosphere. Members of the NDC and MPP are here monitoring procedures ongoing. So, as I said earlier, proceedings on parliamentary results for the Okai Central constituency have been halted. Until tempests are calm, there's not going to be any declaration. Collation and declaration of the Ablekuma North constituency is yet to begin, however. The Regional Directorate of the Electoral Commission tells me that right after that of the Okai Central constituency, they are going to move on with that of the Ablekuma North constituency. So that is what I can report from here, Nana Tufo.
All right, thank you very much, Jerry Annan, coming to us from the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center. And of course, two constituencies under contention at the moment, Ablekuma North and Okai Central. And just as we heard in that interview, there are some issues regarding the parliamentary results for the Okai Central, and the EC is working together with the two major parties to address these issues. But Nathan, I mean, we can tell the importance of a parliamentary seat, judging from the type of or the caliber of people we are seeing at the collation center who are definitely standing in for their candidates.
Yes. We've seen Peter Boama Otokuno. We've seen Justin Kodia.
Yeah.
The other high-profile person.
Further Warren is the Anthony Cabo and the like.
It's very important.
Yeah.
Very, very, very important. And if you are a political party, you want to gather as many seats as possible to help your cause in Parliament. I don't think the MPP in particular, I don't think they are expecting to overhaul the NDC. I don't think so. I'm sure they've also worked their numbers. They have a fair idea of the parliamentary picture. But I suspect that they would also want to ensure that they have certain MPs in the House to help their cause on the floor. What you don't want is to send a group of parliamentarians in the House who are not strong enough to engage in debate, who can make a case, who can, quote unquote, fight the system, if you like, and be a strong bulwark against things that the other side may want to push through or government may want to push through. So I think now is a matter of getting the best things, the best weapons and tools you can have, and then putting them together to form a side, either majority or minority. So I'm not surprised at all when you look at the caliber of people who are there at the collation center, just to bring an extra eye to what is happening and ensure that things go well. I don't think it's a matter of numbers. I think it's a matter of quality and trying to keep certain seats, trying to ensure that certain seats are held on to, so that these members or these personalities can go into Parliament and then push the agenda of whichever side it is that wants that.
I agree entirely with you, because if we want to stay on the numbers argument, at this point it is too late for the MPP to make any difference. They can only play catch up, which they will never succeed at this point. And so it's going to come down to the issue of quality.
Of just quality.
Because what this presents is that the 9th Parliament is going to be one that is going to intimidate the minority very, very much. As we want to bully its way through, we want to shoulder everybody out of the way and get government business through and through. And so to come down to the issue of quality, of course, well, you would want to, one, have some experienced members of parliament in there, and then 2, you would want people with institutional knowledge in there.
Extremely important.
And even aside the institutional knowledge, you need knowledgeable people who can, as you said, quote and unquote, fight the system. Because I mean, going into a parliament like this with such a slim minority, you're going to face the heat.
You will.
You will face the heat.
And whether you like it or not, there will be times where the majority, the NDC, will look at all the things they have experienced in the previous parliament and may want to stick it in. May want to also do a number on the minority side. So I personally think that, you know, there's that. We've heard from the General Secretary of the NDC, who is saying that they will use the majority responsibly. There will be days when they will simply just want to ride roughshod over the minority. And for the minority, what they will need to also be part or a constructive part of this democratic process is to have quality MPs who will make quality arguments and who will also ensure that the government of the day is checked. So I think that's really what it's about, ensuring that certain people get into the house, you know, just to, as it were, keep government in check, give the majority a very, very tough time. It's not the first time we'll be having a parliament that heavily leans to one side or not, but in previous years, what seems to have counted the numbers will be superior arguments on the floor, superior points, and the ability to always find different ways to keep government in check and to ensure that the government just doesn't have its way because it has more members or more numbers on its side in the house.
True. And talk about the numbers, we can run viewers through that real quickly. Out of 170 constituency results that we have received and verified from the 276 total, we have 179 now.
So it looks like we have 179 constituencies
now, and if you check, it is looking very, very green, if you ask me. Very, very green, because the NDC has a majority of those seats, and I'll just give you the figures right now. If you hold on for a second, okay, there it comes up now. We're looking at, so for presidential, the NDC is leading with some 58.35%, and then Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia of the NDC, of the MPP rather, sorry. We have John Dramani Mahama leading with 58.35%. Now I'm trying to get to the parliamentary so we can look at what it looks like okay. Right, so 133 seats won so far by the NDC. 133 seats won so far by the NDC. Let's take you to one of the contentious areas. This will be the Damongo constituency in the Savannah region. Tajuddin Abdullahi joins us live with some updates from Damongo. Hello, Tajuddin.
Yeah, hello.
Good to have you. Good to have you. Thank you so much. And of course, kudos to the good work that you're doing there. What's the situation in Damongo like? We know that the EC convened a meeting earlier on. Has this meeting ended? And what is the outcome of the meeting?
Right, so I'm currently here at the regional office in Damongo, and then there is an inter-party, the regional inter-party advisory committee meeting ongoing inside the EC office here at the regional collation center in Damongo. The meeting hasn't ended yet, but currently what I can tell you is that they are going through the presidential results with the respective political parties that I've seen here, i.e. the NDC and the NPP. So the regional director for the EC is going through the summary sheets, the results on the summary sheets with the NDC and the NPP. Once that is done, they would have the regional inter-party advisory committee meeting on the results for the Damongo constituency on the way forward, because as it stands, there is no declared result for the Damongo constituency. So once the meeting is held, we will know the way forward and what to do.
But run us through the situation that occurred there, if you can backtrack a bit and give us the details and exactly what the bone of contention here is.
Right. So the bone of contention here is that the NDC people say that there have been some overvoting, cases of overvoting recorded at some of the polling stations, for which reason they will not allow those ballot boxes to be counted until everything is settled as far as those ballot boxes are concerned. And that has, created the confusion that we are seeing here at the municipal collation center, which it's something that the military had to come into, come into together with the police, and then unfortunately a life was lost as a result of that, and also the municipal EC officer who was attacked and beaten and was rushed to Damongo Catholic Hospital, who was later transferred to the Tamale Teaching Hospital, and currently is responding to treatment based on my interaction with the regional EC officer.
Very well. We know that this contest now, as it stands, is between the Lands Minister Samuel Abdullahi Jinapor and the former MP who is contesting on the ticket of the NDC, Adam Mutawakilu. Have you seen any of them? Have you been able to engage them, and what have they been saying regarding the matter?
Right, I have not seen any of them. I only see the chairman for the NDC and that of the NPP here, because they were invited to be part of the RIPAC meeting that is scheduled to take place here. But I also understand that the former MP is out of town. That it's alleged that he's out of town. I also don't know the whereabouts of the NDC candidate Adam Mutawakilu, whether he's in town or he has also left town. But currently, this is the situation happening here in Damongo.
All right, thank you very much, Tajuddin. We'll come back to you as and when that meeting ends for updates on the outcome of that meeting. We know that an emergency inter-party advisory committee meeting has been convened in the Savannah region due to the ongoing skirmishes that have characterized the elections in Damongo. The contest there between the Lands Minister Samuel Abdullahi Jinapor and the former Member of Parliament for the area, Adam Mutawakilu, also known as Galus, turned chaotic when issues regarding alleged overvoting came up in the constituency. It escalated. We know that there's been a burning of a district EC office. There was a shooting incident, one life lost as is reported, and then we understand that the municipal EC officer for the area has sustained some gunshot wounds and has been transferred to the Tamale Teaching Hospital, where he's currently receiving treatment. We'll be bringing you all these updates right here on the Election Bureau, watching on Channel 1 television. Earlier, I was bringing you some updates, and I did mention that out of the 276 constituencies, we have received and verified results for 178, and out on this, based on this 178 at the presidential level, John Dramani Mahama of the NDC is leading with 58.35%, actual figure being 4,423,760, having won in 132 constituencies so far. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia of the NPP has garnered some 3,017,112 votes, winning in 46 constituencies, and this translates into 39.80%. Let's take a quick look at the parliamentary level. But before we do that, let me take you to the Upper East region. Chris Kevin Esima is joining us with some updates from the region. Chris, thank you so much. Where exactly are you now, and what updates do you have for us?
Well, thank you very much. We are still at the collation center at the Nat Hall here in the Upper East region, and we're expecting to have all the constituencies bring in their pink sheets so that the EC at the regional level can have the tabulation done. Then we have the final results summary presented. But there seems to be a challenge with the Pusiga pink sheet. So we have a copy of the pink sheets just as all parties have. But what is being done here is at the regional level, there seems to be a problem with the pink sheets, and they have to redo some calculations to get a new sum. And the EC is requesting that political parties sign a new pink sheet with the new data that has been recorded. But the NDC is having an issue with that because with the new tabulation, it has led to their candidate, John Dramani Mahama.
I will still work to get Chris back on the line. He's coming to us from Okai Central, where they are stationed at the Collation Center to bring us final results for the Upper East region, a region where we understand the NDC has dealt a severe blow to the MPP. And so we're waiting for the final results from Okai Central, where the Collation Center, the regional collation center is at the Nat Hall in Okai. But later, I mean, we're looking at the figures as they come out. Clearly, as we have established, or the figures show, the NDC is painting the country green, and they are making some inroads into Parliament as well. But John Dramani Mahama, of course, president-elect, and we know that indeed he has 4 terms. 4 years to serve in his this will be his last term. After this, he's not tenable to contest. And so what this does is that one, the 4 years, what it will do now is a break away from the typical traditional 8 years that you see.
It's a very unique.
It's unique, exactly, in whatever way you look at it. And so he's doing 4 years now. If indeed he's able to prepare the grounds for a successor to take over after his 4 years, that also presents another unique challenge there. And I don't know how you see the 4 years that he will be serving as president.
It's what I will say though is this. Like I said, it's a very unique situation. The uniqueness lies in the fact, some of the facts that you've mentioned. First time that we've had a president in this Fourth Republic come back.
Yeah,
you know, he got a first term, got booted out, he's back in, he's got only 4 years to execute whatever agenda he has. But I also think the uniqueness of his situation is that he is the first former president to come back into power.
Yeah.
So what does he have? He has the gift of experience.
Yeah.
He's been here before. May not be the same circumstance, but he's been here before.
Yeah.
So I think he will fall on those experiences, you know, and I expect him to remember what got him out of power in the first place, and he has to think about different ways of solving the problems of Ghanaians. I've heard him speak on several occasions. I was actually at the largest media gathering he did at the Kempinski Hotel, where he outlined, I must say in a very brilliant manner, outlined the challenges of the country and the ideas he had in terms of resolving those challenges. I hope he still remembers those those points, the presentations, and he has to go back to them and figure out ways of executing. Of course, the context is a very complex one because 2026 or so, those who observe the economy will talk about the fact that it's a year when there are payments to be made. We are still under an IMF program. There are several things he has to do all at the same time while still trying to meet the expectations of Ghanaians. So he will have to rely on his experience. He has to rely on his parliamentarians. He has to rely on everything he knows, the relationships he's cultivated, the foreign bodies he will work with, the international community. So it's a very unique place. He has to try and make use of the uniqueness of his situation and whatever it is that experience has given to him. Experience has given him some knowledge and a fair understanding of the country and how to or how not to run it, looking at where, you know, if you want to find whatever perspective you want to look at it from. So I believe he has to look at this unique situation and write another unique story for himself.
Right.
On top of all of this, build the fact that he has to set up the NDC for 2028.
Exactly.
Whatever he does will determine the fate of the NDC in 2028. And he, of all people, will know from this election and from 2016 that a Ghanaian voter can be very, very, very ruthless.
Oh yeah.
Very, very, very ruthless. So it's a very unique.
Well, it happened to him,
That's
and
what I'm
now
saying.
he has benefited from it.
So he has to understand that if he doesn't get it right, he sets up his party to be absolutely killed, quote unquote, in that 2028 election. But the uniqueness of the situation presents an opportunity. Let's see what story he writes with the next 4 years.
All right. While at Twitter, we've received a few statements. This is a joint statement from the Institute for Democratic Governance, IDEG, and the Civic Forum Initiative. They're basically commending political leadership for demonstrating exemplary leadership. I'll skip and jump straight to the call to action, which is bulleted in 3 points, and I'll read to you what it says. The first one is to the Electoral Commission, and it says, we urge the EC to work diligently and expeditiously to finalize and validate the results, ensuring transparency and upholding public trust in the process. The second one goes to the political parties, and it says the acceptance by both parties demonstrates a commendable commitment to peace and democracy. We call on the leadership of the NDC and the MPP to call to order their supporters to refrain from acts of violence while the collation of results is being finalized. Then there's a third one that goes to stakeholders, which reads, we also call on all stakeholders to support a seamless transition and resist actions that could jeopardize the stability of this new dawn. It ends by saying, therefore, it is imperative for voters that have massed up at collation centers to be demobilized by the leaders of the major political parties to embrace this new situation and to calm tensions. Finally, when the EC performs its constitutional duty of announcing the president-elect, we would rise up as a nation to applaud the new standards set by the two leaders. Signed, Dr. Angela Dramina-Boache, Chairperson, Civic Forum Initiative, CFI, and Dr. Emmanuel Akwete, Executive Director of IDEG. The Ghana Police Service has also issued a statement. It says, update number 2. Police put in place additional measures to ensure post-election security. It's a 6-point statement that says, 1, the security agencies have moved into the post-election security phase, and additional measures have been put in place to maintain peace, security, law, and order. 2, there have been limited cases of looting, vandalism, and destruction of properties in some locations across the country. 389 suspects have so far been arrested in connection with various offenses during the electoral period. 40 of them are directly connected to acts of vandalism, looting, and the destruction of properties. All the suspects will be put before the court to face justice. Now, 4, we would like to caution the public to desist from such acts of violence, since the perpetrators will be arrested and taken through the due process of the law. Some of the measures put in place towards ensuring safety and security include, and this is point 5, A, increasing visibility through joint patrols with other security agencies, B, conducting intelligence-led operations within communities to identify and arrest perpetrators, and C, deploying static security personnel at targeted state facilities, D, engaging government officials and other stakeholders through active outreach efforts, E, establishing a special investigation team to review all relevant videos, identify perpetrators, and ensure they face due process of the law. If you go to point 6, it says we would also like to thank the generality of all Ghanaians for their support throughout the process and urge all stakeholders to remain calm as we work to protect the lives and property of everyone. Signed, Grace Ansa Akrofi, Assistant Commissioner of Police, Director of Public Affairs. Okay, so that's Grace Ansa Akrofi issuing that statement on behalf of the Ghana Police Service. And well, I am of the view, good statement, which is fine. We want these periodic updates, but we would rather a personal engagement where the media will have the opportunity to ask questions relating to some of the incidents we have witnessed. I don't know what your take on,
That's true.
on this is.
That's true. I'm quite surprised the police hasn't organized or put that forum together where we can all ask several questions on different matters and get updates or responses from the police. I do commend the police service for bringing out statements to give details of incidents. We've had incidents in Kaswa, Damongo, wherever. And I don't think it should end there. I believe that the police should organize that forum where journalists can ask questions, and then they provide us with updates. I think it's a far more prudent. I would say it's a better option or a better choice than these press conferences. Even though, of course, the updates are good. The updates are good and everything, but we just want more details on all of this and other matters that are also related to the election.
Very well. Let's take you back to the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center, where my colleague Jerry Fifi Anan is stationed for some more updates. Well, we're taking you to the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center. My colleague Jerry Fifi Anan is there, and he will be joining us with some updates. Fifi, kindly share with us what you can report so far.
Right, Nanatufo. So, former Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, Otukono, raised concerns about results on their pink sheet not tallying that of the returning officer for the Okai Central constituency. Now, the figure he mentioned was different from what was on the EC returning officer's sheet. So he's saying that at the Apenkwa polling station, Baba Sadiq was supposed to win per their pink sheet, but cross-checking it with that of the returning officer for the Okai Central constituency, Patrick Guama won instead. So that is what has erupted a bit of brawl and misunderstandings between both parties. Police and military personnel are around trying to bring calm to the coalition center as we speak. But clearly, former Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, Otukono, Peter Boama Otukono, is still insisting that the regional director of the Electoral Commission, who is here, should address the challenges and then concerns he has raised with regards to the results. So in your shot is a clearly unhappy Otukono with some members of the NDC. You can see also in your shot the returning officer for the Okai Central constituency. In your shot is also Baba Sadiq, who is looking on, monitoring whatever process is going on here. Some members of the NDC are threatening the returning officer for the Okai Central constituency. You can see in your shot, he's slapping his hand on the EC returning officer's table, threatening to harm him when they are done declaring the results. Police and military are still here trying to restore calm. The place is still in a mess. The place is still in a mess. Misunderstandings upon misunderstandings. Misunderstandings upon misunderstandings. So I don't know if the police are going to take care of the man who threatened to harm the EC returning officer for the Okai Central constituency, which you saw in your shot a while ago. Well, now some more members of the NDC are still threatening the returning officer for the Okai Central constituency. Now, he is calmly seated, waiting to declare results. But clearly, as you can see in your shot, members of the NDC are not happy with whatever declarations are yet to be made. Specifically, owing to the challenges Peter Boama Otukono, former Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, raised about results on the party's pink sheet, that is the NDC's pink sheet, not tallying with that of the returning officer for the Okai Central constituency. Now, threats upon threats, threats upon threats, threats upon threats at the EC returning officer for the Okai Central constituency. I've seen some members of the MPP also trying to calm the EC returning officer for the Okai constituency that no harm would befall him and he should calm his nerves. He's under protection. So I'm going to try and speak to Otukono, who started this whole thing by flagging a misunderstanding with some figures on their pink sheet and that of the Electoral Commission. All right, so he's in a conversation with Baba Sadiq. I'm going to try and speak to him very shortly. So that clearly he can raise the concerns. Okay, he says he'll come to me in a few minutes. He's clearly trying to put the situation under control. He's calling for the Greater Accra Regional Director of the Electoral Commission to come address the situation. From the look of things, declarations are not going to be made any moment soon. The misunderstandings are still ongoing. Particularly members of the NDC and MPP for the Okai Central constituency. The concerns raised by Peter Otukono is what started this whole misunderstanding. Peter Otukono is requesting that the regional director of the Electoral Commission addresses the concerns they raised before he allows declaration to proceed. So Peter, I think Peter is ready to speak to the media now. I'm going to draw closer to him so we can hear whatever he's saying.
But I want it to be sealed. We want it to be sealed. We want it to, oh, relax. Madam, my priority is sealing documents. Hey. Quick. Gideon. Madam, my priority is the sealing of this one. Let's seal it.
What do you want sealed?
You leave it there. Don't hide it. But I want it in a box or in something that we can seal. Then we can all open when we are ready. Wait, which one? Open the bag before. Open the bag, let's see. Open the bag, let's see.
So yes, the misunderstandings are still ongoing. The returning officer is on a hot seat right now. Demands upon demands are coming his way. In your shot right now, it's pink sheets being sealed. So Otukono has called for more electoral officials to come around for the challenge to be addressed. Now, a while ago you heard him speak to the regional director of the EC, wanting more people to come and scrutinize whatever results are yet to be declared. So I'm going to speak to the first vice chairman of the Okai Central constituency for the NPP to tell us what is happening and what he makes of it.
Yeah, so I think basically, as we said earlier on, the whole issue has to do with the collation, the regional collation. Yesterday, what happened in the morning was that after we were done, we were almost done because we have 141 polling stations. So when we're done with 139, a group of people moved into the collation center and they started destroying pink sheets and every other material that was there, including the EC's projectors and everything. So this morning we were called to the regional EC collation center, which we have begun with the collation. It got to a point and NDC has challenged about 32 polling stations. They have challenged 32 polling stations. According to them, the figures they have doesn't tally with what EC have.
But do you have your pink sheet to prove that indeed what they have is different from what you have and that of the EC?
So what happened is this. When we made our officers to come to the collation center with the pink sheets, they attacked the person, the officer who was coming with these pink sheets, beat him up, and they destroyed all the pink sheets. They destroyed all the pink sheets that we have. So as we speak, the pink sheets that we hold have been destroyed by the tags at the main entrance to the collation center. And again, this is the same thing that they did. They had to beat even our constituency secretary because he had a backup. Which
all right, so that's the first vice chairman of the NPP for the Okai Central constituency, making some allegations against the NDC, saying that their officer who was in charge of pink sheets belonging to the NPP for Okai Central constituency got beaten and then had his pink sheets ripped apart. Baba, what is the situation?
Well, it's obvious. It's obvious the point I've always made. I've always made the point. I've always made the point that we won these elections fairly. It's sad what is happening here. Honorable Patrick Obama lost this election, and you could see from their body language, from the lack of pink sheets, because they can't actually even present their pink sheets. And I'm surprised, Chief. I'm surprised you are having that to argue with us. What is your interest in this case? Yes, but we shouldn't get to the point where it seems like you are defending or trying to make a case for the MPP. You shouldn't do that, please. He is making your work difficult for us. We have done our part. We have procured all our pink sheets. We brought it here. We've made a strong case that if we follow our pink sheets and the collation we have, we would have won this election with 52.92% of the total valid votes casted.
So what do you want? What do you want right now, Baba?
We just want the EC to affirm the results and the numbers and declare us victors. That is all. Be it as it may. He's been the one coming to media and putting out conflicting figures. Yesterday in the morning on his own on social media, he put out a different figure. In the afternoon, he put out a different figure. By evening as well, he and his supporters were touting a City TV figures that are put out. I reached out and made a protest. City TV, when City TV and City FM, when Richard Sky called me and we spoke, and I questioned the authenticity of the numbers and the source of the numbers, he couldn't provide.
Well, those are only provisional results. Those are not official declaration from the EC. Those are provisional results. Those are only provisional results. I'm sure Sky made that clear. Those are only provisional results. So clearly, Baba Sadiq is unhappy with happenings ongoing here. Baba Sadiq is unhappy with happenings going on here as the regional director of the NDC. In your shot, you can see people from both MPP and NDC. The contest right now is between members of the Okai Central constituency, both MPP and NDC, who want declarations to be made. A while ago, declarations were about to be made when former Deputy General Secretary of the NDC raised concerns about figures on the NDC parliamentary candidate's pink sheet, that is for the Okai Central constituency, not tallying with that of the Electoral Commission's returning officer for the Okai Central constituency. And so due to that, declarations cannot be made. They are demanding that the issue is addressed. In fact, they've actually called on the regional director for the Electoral Commission to have this challenge addressed. We are going to go over to where a couple more of the misunderstandings are ongoing to find out what exactly is the concerns of these persons. Misunderstandings are still ongoing. The returning officer for the Okai Central constituency is still being threatened by some members of the NDC. Now they are accusing him of taking money and rigging results in favor of the NPP. I can't tell whether or not these allegations being leveled against him are true. But what I can tell you is that a while ago, some members of the NDC were threatening to harm him after results are declared. You saw that in your shots on TV. There's still no calm. Calm has still not been restored. There are quite a number of security personnel here trying to bring the situation under control. Quite a number of security personnel trying to bring the situation under control. Some more people are interacting with the returning officer for the Okai Central constituency. We are going to speak shortly.
in your short pictures from the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center, where there's confusion as to who really has won the Okai Central seat. Both the NDC and MPP have claimed the victory, of course, and now there's a bone of contention regarding the figures on the pink sheets, where Jerry Annan has been reporting to us that the figures on the pink sheets and that of the pink sheets belonging to the NDC are different. Greater Accra Regional Chairman for the NDC, Ashmore, now is speaking with my colleague. Let's take that feed.
With the EC's copy, and I think we are good to go. It's like a deposit slip copy. The bank has one, you also have one. So when the bank is disputing, you just produce, I put this money in the accounts. We know and certain sure that we've won the 30 seat. We know that we've won that. Baba Sadiq, Okai Central is leading with a margin of 1,800 some over.
But the MPP are saying that their electoral officer who was in charge of their pink sheet was attacked at the Okai Central Collation Center. Hence, their pink sheets were ripped apart and then destroyed. What's your response to that?
Nobody was attacked. There was no violence at Okai Central. It's just an allegation. Nobody was attacked. I can tell you as a fact that I think they did not equip and train their polling agents very well in this whole nationwide elections. So that has been the issue that they are lacking the pink sheet. If let's assume that really the election director was attacked, but the district director of election or the constituency director of election was not attacked. So for him, he might definitely have his copy. The NDC might have his copy, our copy. Other minor political party will have their copy. So let's even assume, which was not the case. So we are not going to buy that book and call story.
All right, so that was Ashimo, who says, per results on their pink sheets, they believe that Abubakar Sadiq of the NDC has won the parliamentary elections for the Okai Central constituency. He says he knows that Baba Sadiq has won by about 1,000 vote margin. In your shots right now, that particular ballot box, they are being sealed. I'm going to find out where it is being taken to. I'm going to interact shortly with the Greater Accra Regional Director for the Electoral Commission to find out what is happening and then why some pink sheets are being put in a ballot box yet to be carried outside. Madam, what's the challenge now? I've seen some pink sheets being put in a ballot box.
Pardon?
What's the challenge now? I've seen some pink sheets being put in a ballot.
No, we want to safeguard it. They may destroy it, you know them, so we want to.
These are pink sheets for who?
These are pink sheets for Okai Central.
From the NDC or for the returning officer?
This is from the Electoral Commission. It's not for them. This is from Electoral Commission.
Okay. So the regional director of the Electoral Commission, the Greater Accra Regional Director of the Electoral Commission, telling me that these pink sheets have been put in a ballot box that is sealed in order to safeguard them. I think they sense misunderstandings might flare up, and so to secure their pink sheets for declarations to be made, they have placed these pink sheets in a ballot box and sealed them. In your shots right there is the ballot box that has been sealed. Some people trying to take photos of the number on the seal. Yes, this is to safeguard the pink sheets, just so when declarations are ready to be made, they can be made without having to worry about missing pink sheets or ripped apart pink sheets. There's an altercation between one electoral officer and some members of the NDC. They do not want the pink sheet of the Electoral Commission to be taken off the table where they are all surrounded. They want it to remain on the table. They want to monitor it keenly, just so no tampering is done on these pink sheets. You can see it right there in your shot. And so now, for that is the situation here at the Regional Collation Center here in the Greater Accra region.
All right, Jerry, thank you. And we'll be following and, of course, giving our viewers the updates as and when they come in. Story so far is that the results of the Okai Central 4 parliamentary elections is being contested. Peter Yabwama of the NPP and Abubakar Sadiq of the NDC have both claimed a victory, and the results are being contended. And so we are at the Regional Collation Center. Let's bring you some more live pictures from the Regional Collation Center.
Madam, with all respect, let him wait. No, but he should leave here. He should leave here. Madam, with all respect, let's take it. The man should leave my scene. But he should leave here. I don't want to see him. He should leave here. You want me to leave here? Look at him. Tell him to wake up. Look But the figures that we have, the region too is different from the region that we
So in your short, NDC officials, NDC supporters at the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center, which happens to be the former office of the Electoral Commission, clearly unhappy with proceedings there. We see a lot of known faces, and that should tell you how important the situation is. We see Peter Otokono trying to calm an official down. That's the NDC's regional organizer, clearly unhappy with the situation there. The NDC insists that they have won the Okai Central seat, and so you can see the regional organizer there, clearly unhappy, trying to engage the EC officials to officially make that declaration, as they have been demanding over the period. But he's being calmed down by Peter Otokono, who has been saying all along that they know they have won, and so there's no need to engage in any sort of violence. They just need to wait for the EC to make that final unofficial declaration. I can see Peter Otokono there, clearly in the thick of events, trying to get the other officials to remain calm, even as they engage the EC to make that declaration. As it stands now, the NDC has in their possession their own pink sheets. The Electoral Commission has their pink sheets. The NPP, however, claims that their officer, who was supposed to have presented the pink sheets at the collation center, was attacked, and the pink sheets have been destroyed in the process of that attack, and so they do not have in their possession the pink sheets. However, the party argues that declaration, it is the mandate of the Electoral Commission to make a declaration as to who has won the election, and so whether or not they have their pink sheets would not matter so much in this case. The NDC, however, is insisting that the MPP presents their own pink sheets so that the figures on that of the NPP, that of the NDC, and that of the EC can be compared so that some certainty will be brought to the results and finality brought to the matter. And so really that is the bone of contention as we see it play out at the Greater Accra Regional Office. Mind you, Ablekuma North is also outstanding, and the EC had said that it will deal with the Ablekuma North situation after it is done handling the Okai Central situation. The parliamentary candidate for the Okai Central constituency contesting on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress NDC, Baba Sadiq. That's for the NPP. Candidate for the NPP is the incumbent member of parliament for Okai Central, Patrick Yalbuama, both having claimed victory to the election. So we see Greater Accra Regional Chairman for the NDC, Emmanuel Ashimo, there. We have seen the likes of Fred Owari, the likes of Peter McMenu, the likes of Justin Frimpong Kodia, and a host of others on the NPP side, all present at the Regional Collation Center, trying to make sure that indeed the victory they have claimed is upheld by the Electoral Commission. The NDC also presenting some strong officials. Even the former regional chairman, Adekoka, is there, and all in a bid to ensure that also the victory that they have declared is upheld by the Electoral Commission. We will be there bringing you live pictures, of course, and we're just hoping that it does not escalate into what we saw from pictures yesterday, where there was some destruction to property within the Okai Central constituency. But this is your election bureau, where we're bringing you all the data, all the analysis, all the trends, all the facts, all the figures regarding the 2024 general elections and beyond, as well as all election-related activities, news coverage on these and more. We've been coming to you from the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center, where there's a misunderstanding regarding who has indeed or actually won the Okai Central constituency at the parliamentary level. For the presidential level, it is clear, no contention there. The declaration has been made by the Greater Accra Regional Director for Elections for the Electoral Commission, and she puts the figure at 681,535 for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia of the NPP, and 1,260,832 for John Dramani Mahama of the National Democratic Congress. And so, I mean, Nathan, for the Okai constituency, there are 141 polling stations. What we have picked so far, if you listen to that interview with the first vice chairman for the constituency, for the NPP, claims that their pink sheets were destroyed because their official was attacked and the pink sheets were ripped. The NDC insists that bring your pink sheets, let us compare the figures and tally that with that of the EC. Until then, we have won. I don't know how we're looking to progress on this matter, because this back and forth has been going on since yesterday regarding the Okai Central.
You need all these different sources to come to a conclusion. So the NDC's pink sheets, the MPP's pink sheets, the EC's pink sheets, we triangulate, everything checks out, and we proceed. So it's a bit of a stalemate. Now, if the MPP, per what they are saying, that their pink sheets got destroyed, I wonder how we'll proceed with this matter. I don't know what the workings are, and I don't know what provision the EC has made to deal with some of these incidents. So, for example, in addition to having physical copies of the pink sheet, were there digital copies? Were pictures taken? That could have served as at least an interim measure, at least to say that, oh, this was the pink sheet that was used at the polling station. These are all pink sheets. We check and then we proceed, because not finding a solution to this already feeds into the slow process of the EC in terms of declaring the results. You need everything checked out at the regional level for those numbers to be transmitted to the EC's collation center, and then it will work the numbers and then give us an official declaration. So there has to be a way forward from this point. And once we are here, I have one, you have one, I have one, you have one. Once there's no resolution to this, we cannot make any progress. I hope that the EC will find a solution around this. I hope that when this idea of the pink sheet and records were being thought of, there was a work around this, that, okay, what happens when somebody's pink sheets gets missing? What happens when one pink sheet gets missing, or all of it from one party get missing? What do we do? So I feel that, again, it fits into my own thoughts concerning the elections, that when all of this settles, I know we've been doing this for 30 years. 2012 was a seminal year for elections. We went to court. There were some reforms around pink sheets and how we should conduct the elections. But I feel 2024 has presented very unique situations where we need to come back to the table and have serious conversations as to what do we do going forward. If it can happen in 2024, it can happen again going forward. So we need to find ways of working around these challenges. For now, we don't know what the way forward is. I hope the EC has a way of resolving this matter, because when you watch the videos, Nana, nobody is giving anything.
Yeah.
The NPP are digging their heels where they are. The NDC is insisting that it has won.
Yeah.
It's only the EC.
And in your shots there, you can see lawyer Frank Davis of the NPP in a conversation with Peter Tokono of the NDC. There's Fred Owari also of the NPP there. It's quite an interesting scene.
All of a sudden, it's turned out to be a very important seat. Look at the personalities there.
Exactly. And you think that this is actually the EC strong room from back in the day, where you have all the big shots on both sides.
This is just
stationed there to ensure that really the agenda of their parties is really propagated and achieved. But we are waiting to see what the EC will say on this matter, what the final declaration will be, what the way forward actually is before even the results are declared. But the argument of the NPP so far is that it is the EC that declares the results, not political parties. And so if the EC has their pink sheets, then the EC should go ahead and make the declaration. But the NDC is holding back the EC because the NDC also insists that, well, truly it is your mandate, but the figures we have recorded on our pink sheets do not tally with what you have on yours, and therefore there should be a third pink sheet, which will be that of the MPP, for us to triangulate.
That will determine whether it aligns with the EC's numbers
or ours,
or the NDC's numbers.
You get it? And so that is where the issue is. But I'm wondering if any of the smaller parties presented a candidate, and if they did they have an agent there who may have copies of their own pink sheets?
Okay. That's an interesting perspective.
And if indeed they stayed through for the collation so that they can have the same figures on their... you get it.
That's also a very key, very, very key thing. I don't know how the EC will approach this. If I were in the EC situation, I guess the most logical thing to do now may be to trace your steps back to the polling stations and see, because obviously, I mean, look, if all these pink sheets are coming from the polling stations, right? So I don't know whether there are additional copies of the pink sheets to say that if the MPP says they don't have, if the MPP says it doesn't have pink sheets for this constituency, there's another copy, or there are other copies that we can fall on, so we resolve this matter. Because at this point, it's a matter of 3 accounts, and 2 of the accounts must tally for a decision to be made. And really, that's where we are.
Yes, but indeed, I mean, all parties should have multiple pink sheets, actually, because there are carbon copies in there. So I'm wondering...
That's the thing. That's what I'm saying, that when this settles, there must be another conversation as to... on this matter of record keeping in an election. The EC has designed a certain transmission structure. So it is polling station to the constituency collation
center.
Very good. And then we go to regional. And then regional will transmit
to national,
to EC, and then we have the understanding is that from polling from when you get to the constituency collation, what do? We add simple arithmetic. We are adding those numbers, we take them to the region. So now we'll add constituency to constituency to constituency in regions, we send a final number to the EC, and we are done. So in terms of the transmission, I think the EC has done well. I would personally would have eliminated a few layers, but that's a story for another day. The challenge now is, how do we ensure that we can all get access to multiple copies of pink sheets when they get missing? Because this is what we are dealing with. Of a set of pink sheets that allegedly are missing. The MPP pink sheets. And because of that, a process that should have been done maybe yesterday, maybe Saturday night or early Sunday morning, we are still here as of 12, almost 2 p.m.
Almost 2 p.m.
1:36 p.m. We are still here. So, Nana, you are right. There should be a way of finding carbon copies of these said pink sheets. We check them. They will tally with either the NDC's pink sheets or the EC's pink sheets, and then we can proceed from. Because the tension is really, really high. Really, really, really high. And once it starts to get above this point, then emotions are involved, and it can de-escalate into something quite unpleasant, something that we may not like. So the hope is that the EC can find a solution around this very quickly, and then we move on from here.
I don't know if at this point it can fall on election observers.
In terms
of the results,
whether or not they may have
do matter or not. Like I said, the other parties must have their own pink sheets. That is if they presented a candidate. And then, if they stay through the collation and all, and did not leave, then they should have their own pink sheet, because they will all be given pink sheets. So once you are contesting, definitely you would have yours. Then the pink sheet itself should have carbon copies, so that if you are filling in, there's a duplicate throughout.
Yes.
You understand? So each party would have more than one copy. So I'm a bit taken aback, but like we've been saying, I'm sure the EC will have its own strategy. But what we are hoping for is that communication runs through, instead of getting physical and all these threats and all. Where we hope that the party leadership who are present there will be able to bring the supporters and other officials under their control, and of course ensure that there is order. Create room for the EC, because at this point the EC really needs to think.
Yes.
And they will need that presence of mind to be able to think, to make a sane decision, which will be accepted by both parties in this particular matter. And so it's important that the threats are stopped, and of course all this noise and this getting physical is stopped. If you have the likes of Peter McMahon sitting there, Peter McMahon, his level of experience when it comes to elections in this country.
He has seen so many.
Exactly. Okai Central gradually becoming an important constituency in the 2024 general election.
Like I said as I said at the start of the program, I think it has to do more with the persons involved, or for the MPP, the person involved. I think Patrick Yabuama is a very, very strong tool, a very useful weapon for the NPP in Parliament. And my suspicion is that they do not want to lose such a person from the floor. You want to have such quality.
He's what, three-term MP?
Yes,
this will be his fourth.
He knows a lot. He's understood the workings of the House, and he will be important to whatever they do in the next Parliament. So my reading of the situation is a party seeing that we need to show up for one of our own, a member of Parliament, and we need to do what we can do to ensure that he gets back into the House for the 9th Parliament.
Yeah, quite important. And then as we have been saying, I can see Victor now. So he left here and went there. Oh, great. So this is the Regional Collation Center, as you see in your shot there, where two constituencies in the Greater Accra region are being contended, results from these two constituencies being contended. The EC had scheduled to deal with Okai Central, and then after that it begins the conversation regarding Ablekuma North. Currently, it's not been able to settle the matter regarding Okai Central, where both Baba Sadiq of the NDC and Patrick, I keep saying Peter, where am I getting Peter from? I think it's because of Otokono's presence there.
Yes.
Patrick Yabuama of the MPP are both claiming victory. What the EC is left, to make a declaration as to who has indeed won that seat there. Earlier, the EC made a declaration regarding the presidential, where the EC tells us that JDM, that's John Dramani Mahama, has won the constituency with some 1,260,832 votes, with Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia of the NPP polling some 681,535 votes. What is left is the declaration for the parliamentary level. Out of 141 polling stations in the constituency, from the conversations that have been had at the Regional Collation Center so far, the NDC is challenging 32 out of the 141 polling stations, for which reason it is demanding that the MPP shows up with its own pink sheets so that the figures can be crossed out and as triangulated. So then you would have pink sheets belonging to the NDC, pink sheets belonging to the NPP, pink sheets belonging to the EC, and then you do your crossing out. And then all you need at this point is for 2 pink sheets to tally.
Yes.
Then a declaration can be made, because if you have 3 and 2 do tally, then that's it. A declaration can be made.
There's a text message I got. It says, I've been a presiding officer for over 20 years.
Okay.
The pink sheet comes in about 5 or 6 carbon copies apart from the original. The other parties should have their copies apart from the NDC and NPP. And you've mentioned that
yes,
the EC can fall on those copies. The EC should simply fall on the other parties or the ones the presiding officer pasted at the center if it is still there.
Right. And even on the day where the results projected, because in some centers we saw screens where the results were projected on these screens, is there a recording of that? You get it? So that, it can be cross-checked. So these are available options as we can put it here. To fall on the other parties who contested the election, if they do have if they stayed throughout the process and recorded the figures as were collated at the center, and if they still do have their pink sheets. The second option is to fall on the pink sheet that was pasted at the polling the collation center at the constituency level, if it is still there, right? And then also, I'm not too sure about the various observer groups if their results,
if they also have
their results can make any difference here. If what I mean is that if their results can be relied on, since they are independent of the parties involved in the election.
If they are there as independent observers and they are there to take tallies, once I will struggle to imagine a reason why they would not take an accurate tally of numbers there. Maybe the only reason could be is that maybe they were not paying attention and there are errors in their records. But you are right. I think that's another viable source of this critical information. I really hope that the EC's main person at the Okai Central or at the collation center will quickly find a smart way of navigating this challenge.
And the onus actually now lies with the constituency EC official, because he has the burden.
Yes.
He has the burden of ensuring that this really
goes through. That official has to make sure everything goes well.
Because if the results you are presenting to your regional directorate is what is being challenged, then of course the burden lies on you to help sort it out, so that at the end of the day peace will prevail. But the EC should find a way of engaging all parties involved, so that indeed we know what the way forward is.
Communication is very important. Communication is very, very important. It will calm nerves and it will ensure that some sanity prevails, and then everybody can think clearly on what the next step is. Because as things stand, as I've stated, the two parties are holding their positions. Nobody is willing to give up anything. And so the EC will have to ensure that things are done and done well. Things are done and done well. Everybody is calmed, and then the EC will have to find a solution. I think that's the only thing. Finding a way of collaborating and finding those results, checking or doing your triangulation. If the results check out 3 ways, that's it. You have that, and then you can declare, because you can tell that it's been a very long process. The parties themselves are tired. They are very frustrated. All they want is just a simple way forward. They just want to ensure that nothing untoward has happened. Once they are satisfied with the results, once they know that these results have gone through various levels of checks, they've been verified and everybody is happy, I think they'll gladly move on from this episode.
Yeah, and I think the two parties should be able to engage their supporters and urge calm, because we're picking signals that some party supporters are massing up there. It's important that the leadership of the party speaks to the supporters to remain calm as they, the leadership, deal with the matter on the inside, because basically that is what they are doing. One thing that's also important is for the security to be able to separate the supporters, so keep them at distinct areas within the premises, because once you allow them and there's a clash, it will escalate. Basically, if they hear noise from inside, without entering, they will begin to form their own opinions and whatever, and it will escalate into something else. And so, I mean, it's important that they iron this out real quick. But Peter Otokono has been speaking, and he has been saying that the figures on their pin sheet do not tally with that of the returning officer's pin sheet for the Okai Central constituency. And well, he is making some strong accusations, and like I said, the accusation is actually that he's pointing fingers at the electoral officer, the EC's returning officer for Okai Central. And like I said, he is the one, or she is, I'm sure it's, I think it was a gentleman in the videos we saw there. He's the one who actually carries the responsibility of ensuring that this thing is dealt with and dealt with aptly to forestall any further, because it's his image, his integrity that is at stake. The accusation here is that he has manipulated the figures to favor one party. You get it? And like I said, it is your figures that you are presenting to your regional directorate. If at the end of the day, the figures that you are presenting to your regional directorate are being contended or contested, then really there's a challenge. And so you should be able to look for all these options that we have suggested to be able to deal with the matter and deal with it at that level so it does not escalate. You keep your integrity intact. That's true. You keep your reputation intact, and you go home to sleep without having to look behind you for, you get what I'm saying? So, I mean, the returning officer for the Okai constituency should be making moves at this point to rectify the situation, I believe.
It's extremely important. The EC holds the key to this mystery. Once it can unlock it, I think all parties will be very happy with how all of this plays out. It's high stakes. People are very suspicious. You see, and once they are suspicious, the suspicions are the things that fuel people's insistence on digging in and holding my position, because there's no trust.
Yeah.
There's a fear that something funny can happen in terms of the numbers. So it's all in the hands of the returning officer. That returning officer will have to make sure all the numbers tally, and then we move on.
I mean, there's also one option available, right? Which will have to be recollating the results from all 141 polling stations.
But using which pink sheets then?
At this point, you'll be using results from your officers from the polling stations.
Okay.
You get it?
Yes.
Quite tedious, but if push comes to shove, then you have to rely on, because now your returning officer for the constituency is not being trusted. Is being accused that he has manipulated the figures.
Yes.
And so what you do now is to call the results from the polling stations individually. And this will now have to be the work of the regional director.
Yes, yes.
You call for the results from the polling stations, 141 of them individually. Do your tabulation in the presence of both parties, and then you will see what results will come out of it. I mean, quite a difficult task. I mean, it's like reinventing the entire, starting the entire process all over again.
But it is an option nonetheless.
Yeah.
It is an option nonetheless.
Yeah.
If that is what will unlock this, then that should be considered. For now, just as you said, I think the other pink sheets hold the key to this. There should be other pink sheets. If there were more than 2 political parties contesting that seat, other party agents should have those pink sheets. And once those pink sheets are made available, I believe that we'll find our way forward.
Well, Interesting times. I mean, Okai Central constituency currently being contested at the Regional Collation Center for the Electoral Commission, because both the MPP and the NDC have claimed victory to the seat. Seat currently held by the MPP, who's been represented by Patrick Yaubuama, and of course his main contender on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress NDC, Baba Sadiq, both claiming victory to the seat, both claiming to have won the seat. Allegations flying from the camp of the NDC, who have been challenging 32 results from 32 polling stations out of the 141 polling stations in the constituency, pointing accusing figures at the returning officer for the constituency, whom they allege has manipulated the figures to favor the other side. EC yet to make an official declaration, although the EC has put out the figures for the presidential race, which puts John Dramani Mahama way ahead of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. We've seen party stalwarts, big figures, big names on both sides of the party present at the Regional Collation Center there. You can talk of the likes of Peter McMenu, the likes of Fred Oware, the party's General Secretary, Justin Kodia Frimpong there. All of them at the Regional Collation Center as we speak, to ensure that really the victory that they have claimed is upheld by the Electoral Commission. On the side of the National Democratic Congress NDC, we've seen the likes of Peter Otokono, we've seen former Greater Accra Regional Chairman Adekoka there, current Regional Chairman Emmanuel Ashimo, all there to support the party's parliamentary candidate Baba Sadiq, to ensure that really they do take the victory home. This is the Election Bureau. Stay with us. This is comprehensive coverage of the 2024 general elections. We're bringing you all the details and updates as they unfold. And of course, we'll be taking you through the data as well. On your screen there, we are displaying some presidential results, and this will be results for 183 constituencies that we have received out of the 276, and clearly you can see what the figures are saying there on your screens. My name is Nanatufo Boateng. I'm here with Nathan Kwao, and we're looking at all the issues relating to the 2024 general elections. Already presidential is settled, if you ask me. We're just waiting for the official declaration by the Electoral Commission, so we can see the numbers that she puts out to help us in our post-election analysis. We can look at the data and cross out and see the voter patterns, look for the apathy where it was, and then of course we can see the changes in voting behavior over the years. And so we're waiting for that official declaration by the Electoral Commissioner, who happens to be the returning officer for presidential elections. This will be Madam Jean Mensah. But clearly, we know that it's gone green. The NDC claimed victory early on, and of course, flag bearer for the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, conceding defeat graciously and honorably to John Dramani Mahama. We are yet to hear him speak. That will be John Dramani Mahama. But of course, the party has been speaking over the period. We've heard its General Secretary.
Yes, Fifikwete spoke last.
And of course, basically, they were bringing pressure to bear on the EC to officially declare. Yes. But like I'm saying, let's not pressurize the EC, because the EC's tabulation, the EC's collation is more elaborate. Yes. In my opinion,
goes into the records anyway,
that will be the final record.
Because after this, for anybody who would want to run some analysis in the future, you will primarily fall on the
EC's data
from the Electoral Commission.
So, and so they need to do this right, get it right, so that when it's put out, we don't want that previous situation where some results are put out and then later they are withdrawn, that okay, this was not. No, let's give the. She says she has a 72-hour mandate or timeline to work with. So I mean, it's just what 5 p.m. will be 48 hours.
Yes. 5 p.m. today will be 48 hours.
Yes, 5 p.m. today will be 48 hours. So let's wait on the EC. Let's give her the room to
I think it's after the declaration that we'll be hearing from John Dramani Mahama. I think it's after that declaration that we will hear from John Dramani Mahama, because that speech will be a speech of a president-elect.
Yeah.
And so that speech will have to match in terms of decorum, civility, maturity, match that of Dr. Baumia's, you understand, and then it will speak largely to the country and all of that.
Right, and of course it should clearly depart from the tone and the language we've heard from the party so far, and by party I'm referring to the National Democratic Congress. At the level of Sami Jemfi, you can understand that he was clearly addressing Dennis Miracle Sabwaji, responding to Dennis
secretary to say no, like comms guy to comms guy. Yeah, I get
you get it, and so you can understand some of the language. But for the general secretary of the party, Fifi Avikwete, when he spoke, well, a bit toned down from Sami Jemfi's own, but for a party that has claimed victory in an election as big as the national election, the general election, you would expect that, okay, you are coming into power, you be the ruling party. And so, I mean,
I look, I agree with you largely, but I will cut him a little slack and say this. Was I surprised you had some of those subtle jabs in there? Not at all.
Yeah.
And not at all for two reasons. One, because of the person delivering the speech. That's Fifi Kwete. It's almost in his nature, right, to have a go at the opposition, a few subtle jabs here and there. It is his nature. So I wasn't too surprised. Two, and I think that press conference, you can, if you ask me, I think there were certain sections designed for certain audiences. So there was a part of the speech designed for the citizenry, or the voting population, or the country at large. There was that. And then there were portions that, if you ask me, were meant for the party base to excite them, to make them happy, and to remind them that we do have an opponent. And so in this quote-unquote war of an election or a political war, you will throw shots at them, you will go at them. I completely agree with you on the speech needing to have been a bit more elevated. But like I said, I think it was a speech that was constructed in several parts. One part of it had the elevation where he spoke to Ghanaians and highlighted the fact that the majority would be used responsibly, blah, 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 all of those things. And then there were parts that would excite the party base. He would go at the opponent, use a few descriptors here and there, and then get the party people charged. Because when I look at it, I asked myself a question as I watched the press conference, that if the shoe were on the other foot, if it were the NPP organizing that press conference, would they have stayed away from shading the NDC?
Exactly.
That's a complete no. They would not have done it. They would have done same. So once I look at it,
find ways to mock you.
Probably. So once I look at it from that perspective, I give Fifi Kwesi a little grace. I would expect John Mahama's speech to be way above that. Way above that. Because it's almost like an acceptance speech. And in an acceptance speech, you have to come across as magnanimous, as civil, as mature as possible. I remember Daniel Kufado's acceptance speech from 8 years ago. Very, very good speech. I think John Mahama will have to follow suit. And then, because it almost like marks the start of your presidency, even though he will be sworn in 2025 in January. The first speech he grants after the EC declares him president is a speech that sets the tone for the rest of his interaction with us as Ghanaians between now and whenever it is his term comes to an end.
Right. I mean, in that speech, Fifi Kwete said that they won't use parliament for
he said they would use the majority, the advantage or the margin responsibly. I'm happy. And last night I said it on radio that for me,
saying it and doing same is different.
But at least it is on record.
And so we can
you can always play it back to him and play it back to the party and say, this is what you promised. You have not done so. So for me, I'm happy he said it, because it gives you a record to fall back on, something to always beat them with if they start going
because receiving such an
rails.
Overwhelming endorsements might get you into your head.
Of course,
that's one. And if you are seeing all these new members who are coming into parliament, clearly we've seen from the body language of the party that JDM has an agenda to propagate. Of course. And so if you're coming in as a new member of parliament on the ticket of the party, which is led by JDM, you would also have to toe the same line. Yes. And so we'll see how they really are going to use that advantage responsibly, as they say they will. And of course, we'll be here to hold them accountable to it. But on your screens there, we've been showing you the results out of 183 constituencies we have received from the 276. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, 3,154,772, representing 39.96%. And then you have John Mahama polling some 4,594,161, representing 58.19%. My name is Nana Tufuo Boateng. I have been doing this with Nathan Kwao. This is your Election Bureau here on Channel 1 TV. We're bringing you all the details, all the analysis, all the facts and figures. Stay with us. We have more coming up your way.
Paying for your Showmax is easy. Just choose your preferred payment method from these easy and convenient options: MTN Momo, Visa or MasterCard, Showmax vouchers at DSTV or GoTV sales agents, or use a promo code. Enter your payment details and hit submit. Showmax. Pay easy, stream easy.
The situation all white Christmas party is back! It's Christmas Eve for the usual. I step into this celebration like none other. The situation all white Christmas party is taking over the city with music, magic, and memories waiting to be made. Think cozy vibes, electric beats, and the perfect blend of festive cheer and wild energy all in one space. Date 24th December 2024. Venue Beyond the Bridge, East Legon. Time 8 p.m. Dress code, it's an all-white affair. Come and dance like nobody's watching. Sip, mingle, make merry, and unwrap the ultimate Christmas Eve experience. Dress to impress, bring your holiday spirit, and let's make the situation all-white Christmas party unforgettable. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party. It's going to be lit beyond the bridge. The situation all-white Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Ice, Verve du Vernet, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
The Point of View.
This is your favorite current affairs show on television. Here on The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests. We ask them the relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
With the complexities of the issues happening around us on a daily basis,
If you come and run and announce to us that you vote for me, vote for me because there are difficulties today. But by the way, when you vote for me, give me some time to think through the answers. You should be worried, Bernard.
We need some time to think through my next questions.
The advantage of having a John Mahama at this point in crisis is that he has been there before. He knows how to cut through the bureaucracy to make things move. If he didn't know before, now he knows.
it's the hard-hitting conversations on The Point of View.
That cannot be true.
What cannot be true?
The statement you made that 1D1F has been one of the most successful policies of the MPP government.
You cannot talk about the fact that it means that the program has not been successful.
The probing questions of The Point of View.
For almost all the surveys, whether it's NCC, Afrobarometer, or even Global Info Analytics, health has featured in the top 5.
The fact that you had 8 good years and you had 9 hospitals to complete. You spent 8 good years and you couldn't even complete a single one of them.
So he's telling me that the Upper West Regional Hospital, which I cited, Bekwai, and the other hospitals that they came when we had virtually finished and just commissioned, they were able to build them from scratch.
As well as religious and social discourse.
the kind of education I have at Ashesi is one that makes the statement very true. Usually people say a jack of all trades is a master of none, but then the part they forget is that, but oftentimes it's better than a master of one.
Wow. The Point of View airs every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV. In the realm of national discourse, where every question demands an answer, one show stands out: Face to Face. Face to Face cuts through the noise and goes straight to the heart of the matter as your host confronts personalities in politics, governance, society, and business on the topical issues facing the country.
If you said to me that you made $1 million pounds out of scraps in the United Kingdom at age 19, that will raise eyebrows, and I ought to ask you how you made it.
Maru, first of all, if anybody wants to find out how I acquired my wealth before even 21, it's on the internet. You know, I have built hotels. I've done all of that. It's all there. It's bringing me income. It's yielding. I'm creating employment.
You introduced free SHS in 2017, and for 7 years, you are still having the same problem.
No,
it means you have
that's false.
That's very accurate.
No, that's false. That's
Schools
false.
still have challenges with boarding house, dining hall,
Maru,
classrooms.
I like context.
Yes.
I like debate, but I like factual debate.
Yes.
It's false. And I'll tell you what. Dr. Baumia has humbly acknowledged what our challenges or our shortfalls have been as a government. He has outlined what the successes have also been. And he is giving cogent, clear vision points for each of the sectors.
It's the worst, government we've ever had to combat corruption.
Join Umaru Sanda Amadou every Tuesday at 9 p.m. on Face to Face as he explores the issues that shape our nation. Only on Channel 1 TV. Wake up to your ultimate weekend morning experience with Breakfast Daily Weekend.
Start your Saturday with us as we dive into the news headlines in our news review.
Stay informed with all the engaging discussions and insightful analysis.
Then join us as we discover what's happening around Ghana.
Get all the scoop on all exciting events and happenings in the city and beyond.
Ready to spruce up your home? We've got you covered with home improvement tips.
From gardening to DIY projects, we'll show you how to keep your space shining.
And don't miss our arts and culture segment,
featuring dance, poetry, and soulful acoustic performances.
Your perfect weekend morning starts here. Tune in to Breakfast Daily Weekend on Saturdays from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
And watch the declaration of the presidential election results by the returning officer. There is no need for supporters of political parties to besiege the National Collation Center. This is illegal and is unwarranted. The National Collation Center should be visited by only people with accreditation. All others can watch live the declaration of the results at 4:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Please, we are not taking questions as usual. We'll get back to you at 4:30. So prepare for the announcement of the final results and the declaration of 4:30 in the Collation Center. Thank you.
Just in case you missed our comprehensive news bulletin, CNR, at 8 p.m., enjoy the repeat at 11 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
This is Election Bureau. You're live on Channel 1 TV as well as City 97.3 FM if you're listening to us via radio. We're continuing our special coverage of the 2024 general and parliamentary elections. It is clear that Ghana has turned green and the president-elect is former President John Mahama after the flag bearer of the MPP, Dr. Bawumia, conceded on Saturday. Now, this one will look at the elections being declared proper by the Electoral Commission and some pockets of violence we're seeing across the country, as well as takeovers of key institutions by some persons alleged to be supporters of the NDC. And later, we will take you to the regional election headquarters where the two contentious elections to do with Okai Central, where Tesano, the studios or offices of Channel 1 TV is located, on what will come out of that meeting between all the key stakeholders around that constituency on who won the parliamentary election. We have Baba Sadiq as well as Patrick Boama, who are both claiming to have won that election. When I come back, I'll introduce the gentlemen with which I'll have discussions with who will help us drive across the country as we look at matters arising following the 2024 general elections. You want to stay with us? We'll be right back.
Just in case you missed our comprehensive news bulletin, CNR, at 8 p.m., enjoy the repeat at 11 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
The situation all white Christmas party is back! It's Christmas Eve for the usual. I step into this celebration like none other. The situation all white Christmas party is taking over the city with music, magic, and memories waiting to be made. Think cozy vibes, electric beats, and the perfect blend of festive cheer and wild energy all in one space. Date 24th December 2024. Venue Beyond the Bridge, East Legon. Time 8 p.m. Dress code, it's an all-white affair. Come and dance like nobody's watching. Sip, mingle, make merry, and unwrap the ultimate Christmas Eve experience. Dress to impress, bring the holiday spirit, and let's make the situation all-white Christmas party unforgettable. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party. It's going to be lit beyond the bridge. The situation all-white Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Carlsberg Beer, Kiss Drinks, Series, Bell Eyes, Verve du Vernet, Bushmills Irish Whiskey, and Blue Jeans Energy Drink.
Complete this rhyme. Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
How are you working how?
Who's that? Welcome to The Point of View.
Welcome to Face to Face on Channel 1 Television.
And hello, welcome to What the Papers Are Saying.
This be football made in Ghana. It be the only pidgin show where it day on your screen. Channel 1 TV.
Thank you so much.
Some people are late. You know, they have to catch up. City TV is now Channel 1 TV. You understand?
This is Channel 1 TV, telling your story, empowering change.
They are the trailblazers, the pioneers, the unsung heroines who break barriers and set new standards.
Hello there, welcome to The Woman in You with me, Zoe Abubeiduado. Now, this is a show that celebrates the extraordinary resilience, strength, and leadership of women everywhere.
From the pioneers in enterprise, politics, and health, their stories are our stories.
I was very satisfied with doing something very little. But when my mother introduced the eggs and I started, it kept me so busy that I had to be there in the morning, afternoon, and evening.
I had been playing around with the different facets of it, and I realized, listen, I'm really onto something. I decided to formalize it, and I formalized it probably after, just navigating the space and doing different things and trying my hand at different things probably played around with it for like a good 5 years before I formalized it.
Be inspired, be empowered, be the woman you were born to be.
Join me, Zoe Abubeiduado, every week on Channel 1 TV as we celebrate these women who inspire, empower, and lead by example. It's time to celebrate the woman in you.
The Woman in You with Zoe airs Sundays at 6 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Welcome back to our special coverage following the 2024 elections. We'll take you around the country. We'll fill you in on everything you know. We know that at 4 p.m., the Electoral Commission will finally declare the President of the Republic of Ghana as elected by the people of Ghana. We also know that as we speak at the regional headquarters of the Commission, there's some 2 or 3 constituencies that are being contested. All the stakeholders around those constituencies are currently there. We also know that across the country there are pockets of violence. We also know that across the country there are certain people alleged to be supporters of the NDC taking over key institutions. And we also know that across the country, the losers and the winners are also willing to talk to Channel 1 TV as well as City 97.3 FM. And then back in the studio, we'll take you through the analysis, what these numbers mean, what could have been avoided, among others. So to help me to do this in the studio, I have Godfred Akotobuafo. He's on City 97.3, the breakfast show, every day. And every now and then he joins us via TV to help us crunch the numbers and look at the issues around the numbers. Godfred, welcome again.
Thank you very much, VK.
All right, and then I also have Umaru Sanda Amadou. You see him on the major bulletin, CNR at 8 p.m. every now and then. He's also your host for Eyewitness News on radio 97.3 FM, and also joins us around these discussions every now and then. Barrister Amadu, why are you looking at me suspiciously? Am I saying anything otherwise?
No, you haven't given the people the full details. You should have added that I'm also your last born. Add that one.
Oh, I had 3 more children after you.
No,
you didn't know.
I managed to send all of them.
You killed all of them.
Yes. I'm the last man standing.
So I have a Barrister Amadu as well. Gentlemen, welcome. We haven't met officially, 3 together, after the night of the election, the morning after the elections, where we had quite a long, discussion on all the. I think our team was the first to break the results, right? And so we've seen Ghana turned green officially. I'll just take your key thoughts around the green we are seeing from the blue, and then we'll take it from there. So 2 minutes each on your thoughts on that.
Well, I think for a lot of voters, they voted to reflect the state of their lives. If you look at the overwhelming nature of the NDC's victory, it will tell you that it wasn't a matter of we went out there to convince our voters to vote. It was a matter of going out there to convince everybody that we were the right option for the country at this time. For most people also, perhaps they felt the NDC was not the right option, but felt that, well, the NPP just had to go. There were those elements. And then there were also those elements who were not bothered at all and stayed home. Either way, there was a vote. Whether you stayed home, whether you went out, there was a vote. So overall, the country is green because a lot of Ghanaians, and if you look at the build-up to the election, Afrobarometer in October released a survey where they said 82% of Ghanaians felt the country was on the wrong track. 82%.
Yeah.
That's an extremely high figure.
Yeah.
Now, you superimpose that on the electoral outcomes we have, and it tells you that a lot of Ghanaians indeed were not happy and have decided to use their thumbs to show that unhappiness with the system. So for those who have won and are celebrating, well, it's within their rights now, but work starts on Monday. They won't have a lot of time.
Yeah.
For the blue side, the NPP side, they are going to be in very reflective mood. And it's important that they do reflect. There's a lot to work on, a lot to build on, and I'm sure as time goes on, we'll get into the analysis of what went wrong for the NPP. Was it a matter of the candidate? Was it a matter of the person he replaced? Either way, a lot of Ghanaians seemed to think that everything about the blue was unattractive this particular election. If you look at the numbers, they are not doing well. Compare that to the last election. But generally also, people didn't turn out to vote. But that does not mean anything for now. We'll get to that point also. What is on the face of the pink sheet, as we say, is that a lot of people were very dissatisfied with the NPP. A lot of people did not take to the campaign that they run. It's a campaign that, I said to the breakfast show, was being made up as they went along.
Yeah.
It started with bold solutions. Or it started with it is possible, became bold solutions, ended up becoming about free senior high school.
So there wasn't a proper strategy.
It did not know its own place.
Okay.
And that was because everywhere they went, they figured, is this working or not?
Yeah.
So there was no definitive message to send out there. Why? Because indeed, not much had been done, to be honest with you.
I was just going to say, I mean, there was no message perhaps because really, what is there to, put across? Marathon.
Even the government launched Green Ghana Day 2 years ago, so the greening is not surprising.
It's an anniversary.
Yeah, so Dr. Mujinabo and his ministry started the Green Ghana, and it appears it was a bad omen for them. Truth is, if anyone was observing things in this country, they would believe that the government would lose. I had a belief that the NPP government was going to lose, but I didn't expect the defeat, the gap to be this huge. There was this narrative the NPP started pushing last minute that, they'll win parliamentary. And when they win parliamentary, the election will go into a runoff. And then they'll win presidential. Because when you win parliamentary, like happened in 2008, where Mills's party won the parliamentary side, going to the runoff, it was easy to say that, well, you have given us parliament, give us the presidency. It was a narrative the NPP pushed, and I thought that they were holding on to something. Turns out, Parliamentary was going to be, I think this would be the leanest minority ever.
Yeah.
And if there was any word to describe minority, it is what's happening in Parliament. That
This is a real minority.
This is a real minority, because to be less than 2/3, even though a lot of results are yet to be firmed up, but from what is being put out there, it looks like it's going to be 2/3 majority for the NDC side. This is huge. This is almost like a one-party state level of defeat. So I did not think that the NDC's win was going to be this big, because, and again, I'm speaking based on precedent. In the past, all the times NDC has won, it's been a very slim majority. So in 2008, when Atamils won against Akufo-Addo, it was 40,000, 50,000. And in 2012, Mahama won with some 300,000 extra votes. And then in 2016, he lost. 2020. So usually we expect the NDC's victory to be that small, but they could win. But what I have seen now, where NPP is losing by over 1.5, it is a big one, and I think it's a moment for us in our democracy. And again, when I saw Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia appear before the screens yesterday to concede, as early as that morning, I was surprised and impressed, because we are in Africa and we know what happens here. In 2008, there was no such concession at all. Akufo-Addo fought till the end, and But
I mean, based on the numbers we have seen, there's nothing to fight for.
Still, you could have sat it out and just stayed and waited for the EC to come in.
I think
it's in America that they quickly call and then...
Because they are truthful. I mean, you see...
what's obvious is obvious.
And I think maybe, I don't know whether that's the main reason why he conceded, because we had started seeing the pockets of violence because people were becoming too anxious.
It wasn't that much. Honestly, it was not that much. The violence became intense after his concession. And this is what Dr. Bawumia's concession has done. Dr. Bawumia's concession has said to the NPP vote, actually, Yawi. Now, if even he, the leader, has said, I have conceded, you who is fighting at some coalition center, and what are you looking for? Now, NDC then became emboldened. Now, if the driver himself has left the car, now we will passengers sitting at back seat, what can you do? And so that's why we saw what's happening in the coalition center, where NDC said, oh, a chance for Ghana. So let's go and take it up. So there are MPP people who would tell you that Dr. Bawumia's concession left them naked, left them hopeless, left them helpless, left them strengthless. And that's why NDC then said to its supporters that go to the coalition center, follow the boxes, make sure things are done the right way. So his concession was good, but I think it has affected one or two MPP people, especially MPs. So that if he was still stuck to his guns, then we would have a lot of standoff. But then again, that would also lead to chaos. So I think
his concession had more to do with the presidential.
Yeah, but when you...
I mean, if you know that you have the pink sheets, but you also, as a constituency person, know your figures and all that, you stand your guns.
Don't forget that Dr. Bawumia's concession was not just for the presidential. When he said that Mahama had won decisively, he also said that they lost parliament.
Which was the truth on the ground.
So when you say they've lost parliament, now it's a matter of NDC coming to tell you by what margin. Because I think the MPP shut down its whole coalition and just gave up. It is only after a point that they realized that, listen, if we do not take care, NDC would have 2/3 majority. So now they are struggling and fighting so that they have some of the seats, so that at least they have 92.
Okay.
So that is this whole fight we are seeing at Okai Central, at Damongo, and all those places, is because NPP believes that no, we should not. At a point, they gave up hope, gave up everything, shut down. But now you have seen what's happening at Greater Accra Collation Center. You have seen Peter
all
McMillan
the big
there.
shots have gone
You
there.
have seen Fred Owari there. Fred Owari is like I don't even know the title in the Bawumia campaign. But all these people have gone to the coalition center to fight for one seat here, Okai Central. It tells you how crucial that seat is. It has become like 2020, where before the MPP could realize NDC was winning parliament and decided, we have to sit up and fight. And that's how come we saw all the bloodshed that we saw in 2020. So for me, the defeat is too big and too surprising. I expected the
NDC look at the guns, the big guys who fell, the ones you thought they would do better in a bit. But let me pick Godfrey's thoughts on the concession thing with what you are bringing out, another angle to it. Is it that the Bawumia team didn't see the other side of moving in too quickly to concede, especially with the parliamentary side. Is it that they looked at just one side of, let's just move on, we've lost, or let's keep peace and then move on. But the other issues to look at, you still have people at the Collation Center dealing with the numbers. You still have some of your key MPs still dealing with that. They didn't look at that. And do you think he considered too early?
No, I think he conceded because it was pretty obvious that, look, he had lost. The numbers we have in front of us are pretty indicative of that. What was going to be the purpose of the hold up? Okay, because let's assume that he had held on and the numbers emerged and it was indicative of this kind of loss. Another question will then come up. If you knew you had lost by this margin, why were you holding on? Okay, so I can understand it is the responsibility of the individuals at the polling stations, the MPs and their agents, to police their ballots and make sure that the collation is done properly. That wasn't Bawumia's business. Bawumia's business was to make sure that the entire country was safe, the decisiveness of the victory was expressed. He congratulated whoever needed to be congratulated. That was the incoming president, John Dramani Mahama, and move on. So for me, I think the concession came at the time when it was obvious and he didn't need to prolong his, and also we must consider his own feelings in this matter. What would he be sitting there watching his screens for an entire day, knowing that he's not performing well and dragging himself up to go and concede?
But you agree
much
that
later.
this is not usual. This kind of concession that early is not a normal thing.
Yes, because we've also not had this kind of bashing in an election before.
That is true.
This is
okay, guys, hold on, don't lose your thoughts. I want us to go quickly to the Ashanti Regional's Collation Center, and they are going through all the results. Hafiz, if you can hear me, please take over.
They attacked them, and there was some military intervention. Before they are aware, they have destroyed all the pink sheet, let me call it pink sheet of the constituency. So as we are talking now, we cannot trace the pink sheet of both the presidential and the parliamentary elections in that constituency. We've indicated around to the headquarters, Accra. So Accra is aware that today we are going to announce this result, less the figures from TEPA.
So what will happen? What will happen to this constituency then?
As at now, we have not declared the winner of a parliamentary candidate there, and then we also don't have the figures for presidential. So it means that when we get the figures for presidential, we send to Accra, whether they will use that to update their record or that one is the commission that will decide. But the TEPA issue too, we also discussed with Accra. Accra will give us directives how we can arrive at that situation. So how we can conclude that situation. So we are still working around the clock to make sure that that constituency will get the MP.
But for now, are you considering or ruling out a rerun of election in that constituency?
For now, it's beyond me. I cannot determine whether that will be rerun or not. I don't think we have reached that stage. So that means a lot. So let's see how we can do. But whether that run should be run or not, that constituency will be run or not, I don't think that is beyond me here.
But I spoke about the percentage, the voter percentage in the Ashanti region. Is that impressive for you?
It is not at all. 64% is not impressive. We're expecting 80 plus because last year it was around 80 something. So this year 64. It was very disturbing. So the figure is not good at all. It's not encouraging. I think we need to investigate why. If it was a voter party, they will know how to do. So if you ask me, I can conclusively that the figure is very, very disturbing.
In some constituencies also we're recording over 1,000 rejected votes. How is the commission taking this?
I've not gone into details, but the whole region, I think we had 29,000. I don't know whether I've not gone to which constituency had what and which they gave us what. But on the whole, the figure is also high. 29,000 is too much a figure that we need. I think voter education should be done throughout instead of wait for 4 years before we go out to educate them. I think NCC, our partners in the game, I think they should also take that one up. That we don't wait until the election year before we go and educate the voters. I think they should know and we should keep on educating them. I think that's why we are doing it. So I think we have to take it up that the voter should be educated all year round instead of we always wait until the election year that we go out to educate them. I think that's might be one of the reasons.
Finally, let me take you back to the Ahafan North. So what is the agreement with the political parties, the various political parties?
Well, we indicated to them, and they even we have signed undertaking. I mean, suggesting that everybody here is aware that today's figure less Afano North. So nobody will go and say why would not conclude or why we conclude. That is, we did it without the figure of Ahafano, and we've signed undertaking that we have agreed that we should go ahead and announce this less Ahafano figure. So that one is binding. So everybody here is aware that we are sending the figures less that of Ahafano.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's the director of the Electoral Commission in the Ashanti region, Mr. Osainsia. Let me speak to the rep of the National Democratic Congress. You have been here at the Collation Center throughout. Your observations so far?
So far, I mean, the process went on very well. It was very fair. Where every figure that was captured was agreed by all parties involved. And I think that the figures we got a true reflection of what happened at the police stations. Yeah.
So there's an issue at Tepa. How is your party taking this?
No, currently there has not been any investigations on it. And as at now, I was busy at the collation center. I don't know exactly what the facts are. So until the facts are out, I'm unable to comment on that.
But you have signed an undertaking to say that you have agreed that the commission should go ahead and declare the results excluding the Afano North. So if you don't know about the issue, how then do you go ahead?
The point is that they are collating results. So we all know that 46 constituencies were collated. Less, apart from Afano North. So I signed to the fact that we have collated 46 constituencies, and the figures that were captured is a true reflection of what was brought here.
There's been some issue about turnout. The Electoral Commission mentioned it. How do you feel about this figure, the number of people who have turned out to vote in the Ashanti region?
I mean, if you have a government that disappointed Ghanaians, a government that had messed up the country, it is only understanding that Ghanaians will be very disillusioned about the political class, and even they will not have confidence in even the democratic process, because for the past 8 years, anything called democracy was bastardized, and so this is the result you get.
So there's also some contention, some results which are in contention at the Afano Southwest. Has your party been able to get a firm grip of the issues, and have you resolved this?
Concerning what? Is it the presidential?
The parliamentary.
I am unable to talk about the parliamentary. I came here to collate, to supervise the collation of the presidential elections. I'm unable to comment on the parliamentary results.
Your full name and your position?
My name is Edward Abambiri Bawa, the MP for Bongo, and then one of the agents for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama at the Collation Center in Ashanti region.
Thank you very much. So that is it. Edward Bauer, he's with the coalition team here for the NDC. Let me get through and speak to the Ashanti Regional Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Lawyer Adoma Pia, who is coming with us. Okay, so he's coming on air, Edward Bauer. So let me talk to you.
Okay, yes.
Wait for him. He's coming.
Your impression about the coalition in the Ashanti region, your general impression?
It was fair. Everything was fair. We don't have any problem with it, except that no.
Okay. All right. So let's. Okay. So that's the Ashanti Regional Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Adom Apia, who is making his submission about his general impression about the coalition today. Okay, so you can continue.
Everything was fair. We don't have a problem, except Tepa Wahafano North, where some people went to destroy the materials that will be used for collation. We have ours for the parliamentary and the presidential, so we will sort it out later on with the EC, because we collected our pink sheets, and at that place we've already won the parliamentary seat by more than 120 votes. We have all our pink sheets intact. We have the presidential pink sheet intact. But because EC does not have its own, didn't want to disrupt anything, we were concentrated for what was going on for the rest of the people. Let's go and check from the pink sheets for the parliamentary one who won at Ahafano North. That's all. They should have their pink sheets. NDC should have their pink sheets. It was given to all the.
You have yours. You have
ours.
Okay.
We have our pink sheets for all the polling station centers. We have ours, they have theirs. They should bring it, and we compare the two. Their pink sheets, our pink sheets. The serial numbers will be okay. Everything will be okay. They know that they've lost that seat, but they don't want to. That's why they don't want to bring their pink sheets. We have ours. Afrajan said that the name of the game is evidence. We have our evidence to show that we've won that seat. So, by and large, everything is gone for the presidential one. But as for Ahafo, we've already won the seat.
Are you concerned about the voter turnout?
Very much concerned. It's very, very bad for us. We go to the drawing board and put our things together for the next election.
And you've lost some seats to the NDC too. Is it a concern to you?
Well, as a political party, it will be of much concern to us. That's why I said that we are going back to the drawing board to put our things together.
Okay. So that's lawyer Adomapia. He's the Ashanti regional. He's the Ashanti regional secretary of the New Patriotic Party, who's been making this submission. Okay.
It's very important.
Okay. What do you want to respond to?
No, the lawyer just said that they've won TEPA. It's not true. The EC actually asked, we're all here. When the EC asked if indeed they have their pink sheet for Ahafo North, they said they don't. So the issue is that we currently, as we speak, we don't have any collated results from TEPA.
But you have your pink sheets on the NDC side?
We don't, because all the pink sheets were gone and we couldn't trace any of the pink sheets. And the EC was right to say that once we don't have the pink sheets, let's all hold on TEPA and then go ahead and work on the 46 constituencies. So we're hoping that after this event, we'll all come back and look at the issues and see what we'll do with TEPA. So it's not true that they have their pink sheet and their pink sheet is indicating that they've won TEPA. We also did our collation. Our collation is indicating to us that we won TEPA.
So going forward, what will be your suggestion to the EC if all the parties are not, or both parties are not agreeing?
We have laws in this country and we'll go according to the rules. What does the rule say? If you don't have the pink sheet, you can't do collation. So one option is that the EC may go to court to get a court order so that the boxes can be opened and counted and then recollated. Another way is to say that, okay, let's go to rerun the elections there. So there are options, but it's too early to judge, because yesterday I was here with the director at Ahafo North, that is TEPA, the EC director. She had to come to Kumasi. So I was here with the deputy director of EC. We discussed, and she indicated to us that she doesn't have a single pink sheet, and for that matter, she can't do collation. And the advice was that she should get in touch with her polling officers and see whether they can get a copy. As at now, it's what time now? It's past 2.
Yeah, it's past 2.
We don't have anything from TEPA. So nobody can say that he has won TEPA, because from the figures we have, Parliamentary, we've won TEPA.
Okay, very well. So that's a member of the National Democratic Congress and also the former Asakari Mampon Municipal Chief Executive, Alhaji Nuruddin Amidan. So that is it from the Ashanti region. So let me just run you through the collated presidential results for the Ashanti region. So the MPP's candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, polled 1,366,800 votes, and Daniel Augustine Lati of the GCPP, 1,608 votes, and then for the Ghana Union Movement's candidate, he also polled 2,317 votes, and then Kofi Akpalu of the LGP, 524 votes, and then Mohamed Frimpong of the NDP, 278 votes, and then CPP's candidate Nana Frimpoma, 2,651 votes, and John Dramani Mahama of the NDC, 697,000 2,076 votes. And Hassan Ayarga of the APC, 2,077 votes. Kofi Cranton, an independent candidate, 252 votes. George Chumberima, an independent candidate, also 330 votes. Nana Kwame Bediako of the New Force, also 23,432 votes. Alan Kojo Tremantin of the Movement for Change, 8,763 votes. And then we had a total valid vote cast to be, or the total valid ballot to be 2,106,108. And then the total rejected ballots, 29,865. And then the total votes cast was 2,135,973. So these are the collated figures provided by the Electoral Commission in the Ashanti region, but to indicate that the Ahafo-Ano North constituency has been excluded. So it means that 46 of the constituencies have been collated, and these are the results, presidential results from the 46 constituencies in the Ashanti region. We have 47 constituencies, but because they have excluded the Ahafo-Ano North constituency due to the outstanding issue there, that constituency is not part. So the EC and the political parties would work on for the way forward.
So that's Ashanti Regional Bureau Chief Hafiz Tijani giving us some details for the presidential elections in the Ashanti region. Collation still going on for parliamentary, among others. We'll go into the Ashanti region proper, look at the issues there, the seats won by both parties, among others. But for now, we're taking initial comments around whether Richard Della Sky has also joined us for today's edition. Richard, welcome.
Thank you so much. Honored to be here.
All right. So we already have Umara Sanda as well as Goffred, and then Richard joins us. Richard, we're taking initial comments around the election a number of hours after the election proper. Today is Monday. And then we also are looking at the issue to do with whether Dr. Bawumia considered too early. That is popping up because of what we are seeing with some of the parliamentary results. For example, if you look at the constituency we are in now, there's a contention about who won. Both candidates have declared themselves winners. There are other places where they are still dealing with the parliamentary elections. Umara Sanda, for example, believes that the vice president going ahead to say that we've lost, let's move on with our lives, put some of these MPs, left them ajar, because the others, where the NDC said their supporters should go to the coalition centers and fight on to the end, left them hanging. You share in the same, thing, or you believe the timing was just perfect?
I do not believe that Dr. Bawumia did anything untoward. As far as I know, I do know that there are people from within the MPP who take the view that he ought not have conceded early. But he did what I believe is in the very best interest of the Republic of Ghana. That's what a noble leader does. Because, as we do know, they invested heavily in a system which has been tested on at least 2 different occasions, which helped them to have a fair idea of what was happening around the country in the last 2 elections. This election, that same system returned, an outcome that showed that there was no way they were going to win the elections, because, in effect, they had seen that turnout did not help them, right? Turnout, as we are hearing from the Ashanti region, particularly low, because
64%.
Of obvious reasons. And you saw that in other parts of the country. Now, if your people are not out there to vote for you, there's no way you win the elections. So if you have the figures in front of you, and the figures show that, look, you have lost the election, and you have the opposition making allegations that, there are terms to do A, B, and C, undermine the result, they are working with the Electoral Commission to play with the results, a responsible leader steps out to say, look, on the face of the records I have, there's no way we are winning this. As a statesman, I am calling my colleague on the other side to congratulate him. I have come, I've addressed the nation, And I hope that we can move on from here. He's done what many could not possibly have, thought about. He did an act that is in service of democracy, that is in service of the people of Ghana, and that paints him in a truly great portrait, capable of evidencing him as a man who at some point Ghanaians should look at if he comes back to them asking that, look, he wants to be their president. Now, what cue should, the candidates of the various constituencies, take from that?
Yeah.
Look, he spoke as the man leading the charge for the MPP. But the constituency results and the national results are in two layers. You have the constituency parliamentary results and the constituency presidential results.
Right.
Both were the most important one for him was the presidential results. Of course, he would have seen the returns from the various constituencies, which would have indicated, and in 5 years you heard him, he said that, look, even in parliament, we have not done well, per our results. But of course, there are people from within the NPP who have everything to lose. Because, look, you are a member of parliament or a minister, or you are an executive in one of these government institutions. Now, the only thing you have going for you for the next 4 years, as some people will see it, is returning to parliament or getting into parliament if you lose your executive position. You understand? So, at that level, people are trying to safeguard their positions. But also, there is some validity to the argument that maybe because there was a concession, people now assume that because he conceded, then it means that they also lost the primary. No. It is possible for a presidential candidate to lose in a particular constituency, but his parliamentary candidate would have been returned to parliament, or the people who vote for the parliamentary candidate. So that's why I condemn in no uncertain terms the call on party loyalists to go to specific areas and seek to protect the ballot, because we have heard reports from parts of the country where people are allegedly attacking collation centers, burning pink sheets. That is not what we want in a democracy. If you have won, you have won. On the face of it, there is evidence that the NDC has won the elections. But this is the time to show leadership. This is not the time to say that, there's somebody else as president. Of course, the president has his responsibilities to ensure that, yes, while he's still president, there is order in this country. The police service also has that duty. If they cannot do the job, they call in the military where appropriate to enforce law and order, or restore order where there is complete disorder. But to assume that merely because the presidential candidate, conceded defeat, it is now free for all, people should fight. I mean, I reject that view. Look, this is a democracy. Some people will lose, some people will win. Now, if you win, you have to rejoice with some level of magnanimity. Because at the end of the day, after victory comes what? A responsibility to lead responsibly. The president-elect has to show leadership. The NDC leadership has to show leadership. They marshal the people into the streets in the first place. So you need to tell your people directly that, yes, we have won this election, at least from Dr. Bawumia's concession and the figures that we have, because they can see it. What has to be done is what the Constitution requires. The Electoral Commission is the only institution that can tell us with certainty who has won this election. You understand? So while we wait for the Electoral Commission to do its more thorough job of collating the figures and giving us a true picture in line with what the responsibilities are in the Constitution, we cannot and we should not allow people to be in the streets misbehaving. We have heard that offices of government institutions have been attacked by people saying that they are coming to to inflict what they saw in 2016. That is unacceptable. In 2016, we condemn that conduct, because that is not how democracy functions. Yes, you may have won the elections, but those institutions of state do have responsibilities to discharge. In doing that, you should not, in saying that you have won the election, you should not go to those spaces and beating up people, tearing down photographs, trying to attack people who are working. No. And there are people too on Facebook saying that, oh, we have heard that they are doing some recruitment here, they're doing some... But we are, what, a month away from what? A change in the government. Yeah. Now, if you come to power and you can see that some things have been done in an untoward manner, what you do is you correct it through the lawful means. But don't sit on social media, incite people to go and attack government institutions because they say that, oh, they are doing some recruitment they ought not be doing.
Okay. In a bit, we'll bring you some sights and sounds from some of these key government institutions where we're told there have been some attacks or takeover, if you like. But then there were also calls for the president-elect to condemn the actions of alleged supporters of the NDC. He hasn't done that yet, but there's a statement from the NDC signed by its General Secretary, Fifi Kwete, condemning and dealing with some of the issues. So I'll quickly read that, then I'll take comments from my gentleman here. It says that the National Democratic Congress, the NDC, has noted with dismay the vandalism of state properties by some persons in certain parts of the country since yesterday, the 8th of December, 2024. Some of these acts of vandalism and looting of state properties are reported to have been carried out by disgruntled supporters of the MPP who are of the belief that their party parliamentary candidates hoarded state-procured food items, fertilizer and other materials which were meant to be distributed before the December 7 elections as part of the MPP's voter inducement strategy. Now, also, some of these unfortunate incidents are reported to have been carried out by over-jubilant supporters of the NDC who have been carried away by the excitement of the party's resounding victory in the just-ended presidential and parliamentary elections. The NDC hereby condemns in no uncertain terms that these acts of lawlessness, whether carried out by the NDC supporters or supporters of other parties. While we appreciate the legitimate frustration of the Ghanaian people against the Akufo-Addo Bawumia NPP regime, we wish to call on Ghanaians, especially the rank and file of the NDC, to exercise restraint and to go about their jubilations with a sense of responsibility. The NDC remains committed to upholding probity and accountability in government, and this we shall begin to do after assuming the reins of office on 7 January 2025 in accordance with the rule of law. The vandalism of state property, mob justice, and any form of lawlessness, retribution have the potential to undermine the peace and stability of our dear nation, hence unacceptable. Such lawless acts constitute grievous offences under the laws of Ghana and will not be countenanced by the Ghana Police Service. The NDC calls for calm among all its supporters across the 16 regions of Ghana. Comrades, our hard-fought and long-awaited victory has finally arrived. Let's celebrate this victory responsibly and trust the incoming NDC Mahama government to do the needful in accordance with the rule of law. The day of accountability is finally here. Our patience is very critical at this stage. So this is signed by the General Secretary of the NDC, Fifi Kwete. Good enough to calm tempers or addressing the issues. Godfred, you look suspicious of the whole thing.
No, it's the statement is in order, but the happenings we've seen is symptomatic of a larger problem with our democracy. And the reason why we have always spoken about the need to separate party from the state. Look, we expect these things to happen now. When Sky was making a submission, he said, we saw these things in 2020, we condemned it. We saw it in 2016, we've condemned it. I've heard reports of some of these people who have shown up at these places saying, you did it to us the last time, so we're doing it to you. And it always happens with the same institutions. So
no, they've not targeted public toilets yet. So,
but I'm sure by the end of
you'll be surprised.
See that.
That usually is number one.
Because I've heard reports of an attempted hijack.
We've seen NADMO, we've seen
and I'm coming. You see, NADMO is one, and I've spoken about this several times, and it's a good opportunity to reiterate this.
And the offices of the food ministry.
Yes. NADMO basically became it's one of the biggest avenues of job for the boys when political parties change power in this country. If you know your politics well, most of the time the constituency or regional secretary becomes
The director.
The director of NADMO, almost automatic.
In the region.
In the region. Then we move people around. So
to manage the disaster of poverty among the party members.
Yeah.
So we've created an institution that has no professionals. It's simply an institution of politicians. You understand? So as soon as power changes hands, people go like, okay, it's our turn. You leave NADMO, we are coming. Because whoever gets there first gets a job. So if I enter the MD's office, the regional director's office, we know that the constituency executive, we are securing that seat for him. Sorry. We've done the same thing with so many of these roles that we don't pay attention to. So the political parties now, as soon as there's a transfer of power, assume the responsibility of securing those spots because it is ours. This is the key reason why why didn't we have the supporters go to the Ministry of Finance? Why won't they go to sit at the Ghana Police Service station service and say we have come? The government has changed hands. Why aren't they going to other key institutions? But they are going to these ones because they know exactly what happens in these institutions every time there's a transfer of power. We need to get to that point where we insulate these institutions from party politics, thereby making sure that we put in professionals who work in there. They have security of tenure. Everybody understands that these people are professionals. I was listening to another report. One of the places, they went to the MMT this morning.
Yeah, that's, they went
at
Kennedy,
Kennedy to pick up a pickup truck. I'm like, what are you doing there?
Don't do that.
What are you doing there? So the politicians themselves need to fix the system. Otherwise, we are going to keep on doing this retribution every 4 years or every time power changes hands where, okay, you did it to us, we've come, you cause all kinds of disruptions. It's an opportunity to misbehave. Also because there's a feeling that even if they are arrested, guess what? Our people will make a call. Why? Because all I have to do is identify that I belong to this party. They will tell you, Charlie, these are our people, let them go. So nobody actually gets punished. This time, I'm happy the police have issued a statement. They said they've got 89 people. I've seen the statement. Prosecute every single one of them. Make sure everybody goes to jail to serve the time that they deserve to serve, irrespective of. It will clear the system. People understand that there are repercussions for these kind of actions. But it's happened so many times, nobody gets punished. The report I heard from the MMT this morning, where one driver was narrating the incident, he said his issue was when the police got there and dealt with the issue, they didn't arrest anybody. So they left, and the people came back.
Wow.
You know, you see...
Why did you not arrest them? People have what Sky will call...
immunity?
No. They were trespassing, basically. They were trespassers. You've come in, you've met the people, trying to take away a vehicle that doesn't belong to them. That is attempted stealing.
Yeah.
You see them, you stop them, and you say, oh, go. And then the people go, allegedly, and then they return. That is not how it's supposed to work. You see, now I can understand perhaps the police response because they're also used to dealing with this situation every 4 years or every 8 years.
How it ends.
So they know that if they are not going to even waste their time on the paperwork of writing a statement,
they'll get out.
But that is them counter back. That's a big problem.
What I find strange in the NDC statement is where the NDC says some of the people who were seen doing the looting are actually members of the New Patriotic Party who are aware. If you look at the second paragraph, I think they say that it was foodstuff meant for relief to the, especially the one in the north, but the party executives or government officials who were supposed to do the distribution did not do the distribution, so they have gone there to help themselves. Now that means that we have already politicized and colorized the crime, and the moment we do that, we color a crime in this country, either make it blue or green, then we know that justice may not be seen. It's sad that we have to go through this every time there's a change of government. And like I jokingly said, they are yet to go to the public toilets, but they would do so. And these are, so for someone, that's the only thing they've been targeting. And you mentioned why they didn't go to the Ministry of Finance. That's not where you need to go. So you go to places where
Ministry of Finance, what is it going
to what they say, what they say is that, look, if you go to those places, they tell you bring qualification. They don't have qualification.
So you go to where you don't have...
You know, public toilet, what qualification do you need to manage it? That's what they tell you. You know, so that's for them, no qualification. So,
but again, I have seen Basim Tali write on Facebook asking the party supporters to come to the Coalition Center in Greater Accra. He has written simply on Facebook saying, stop the jubilation, all of you, come to the Coalition Center, I am coming there myself. It means that our Greater Accra Regional Collation Center has become the former strong room of the Electoral Commission headquarters. And we have already seen a lot of chaos happening there. I don't know how the EC is going to deal with it, and I've seen the regional director dealing with the matter. I wish her strength, I wish her power to be able to wrestle those people that have seen them, because these are people who have been in strong rooms for like since forever. So if she doesn't use a lot of tact, she may have a lot of difficulty. I'm happy to see the Electoral Commission issue a statement saying that by 4:30 p.m. today, they will let us know who has won the election at the presidential level. However, on the issue of concessions, Sky, before you came in, so I was saying that it's because of Dr. Bawumia's concession, and I'm not saying he shouldn't have conceded. I mean, the thing there, if you see that it is bad, it is bad. And I'm saying that, first of all, I'm excited that it has happened as early as it did. It's not something that we usually do in these parts. In fact, it's almost as if our candidates in elections don't have telephones, because you would never hear one of them say, I have called this person and conceded. It is something that David Cameron will do when he loses at number 10, or something that Kamala Harris will do when she loses at Jubilee at the White House. But for Dr. Bawumia to do what he did yesterday, for me, it's exciting. Except that I'm speaking to party members, especially some of the people who are interested in what's happening at the parliamentary level, and they say they've been left naked, they've been left helpless in these areas, because the moment their leader threw in the towel, automatically people assume that they should also throw in the towel, and that's why we are seeing all the struggle that we are seeing, the back and forth. The issue of Okai Central, I think we should deal with it as quickly as we can. It is an unfortunate spectacle we are seeing, and now that party members have been invited to converge on the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center, we worry about the consequence. The police, Dr. Dampari has shown to us over the period that he has only one master, that's the Constitution and the people of Ghana. I think he should keep obeying that particular master, the people of Ghana, and act no matter whose ox is God, and deal with the issues as it is. The violence we are seeing is not something that we should see. When he retires, he will not be a happy man superintending over things like this. And I think he should move in quickly and deal with the matters before things become as chaotic as they already have.
But how do we, Sky, I wanted to make a
point. You see, what's happening even goes beyond the state institutions, right? We've seen persons said to be party loyalists attacking people's businesses, stealing refrigerators, television sets, carrying gas cookers, you know, all kinds of things. I mean, why should this find expression in a democracy, right? If you have won an election, that is all there is to it.
Yeah.
You wait for your turn to take over the administration of the state for the benefit of all of our citizens of the Republic and those who are here doing lawful business. That does not include attacking a private business. I mean, where does that happen? Someone doing his business, for all you know, that person voted for your party.
Yeah.
Yet you attack the place, ransack the place, taking refrigerators and all these appliances, carrying it on your head and taking it home. I mean, is that a kind of Ghana we want? Completely unacceptable, and it's unfortunate. Yes, in some cases we've seen the police intervene in good time to deal with the problem. But as Godfrey...
Sammy, hold on with... sorry.
Richard.
Richard, hold on with your thoughts. I have to take you to the EC's regional headquarters in Accra. You know, the issue with the Okai Central and all that. I'm told it's escalated. Fred Duho, if you can hear me, what's the latest?
Yes, I can hear you.
What's the latest?
There's a bit of confusion that is currently taking place. I am currently at the Regional Collation Center at the old office of the Electoral Commission, where there seems to be a lot of chaos happening, where we understand the returning officer from the Okai Central constituency, whom we understand or is being accused of manipulating the election results, is being harassed or probably being attacked. Largely, he's been able to, they've cornered him into a particular place where he's been protected for the time being. But from what we see, the confusion and the tension seems to be rising, basically because the returning officer, they think has not done a good job, and that they want to attack him for delaying the process at this moment. Now, this gentleman nearly got his head cut because he climbed the table to to calm tempers down. Let's get what is happening first before I give you a summary of what is happening.
Listen. What we need to do now, let us open here. The officer needs to do the declaration, but the declaration form has been bent. So region will need to give him a new one to fill out. Hey, Gideon, not we. So hold on. Give us about 5 minutes to sort out all of that paperwork. The MPP reps here agree with us that when you have more than 2/3 of polling stations, there are 141 polling stations. There are 31 of them with questions. So you have 110 fully declared. That is more than 75%. So they will proceed and declare. But he will collect the 110 and declare on the basis of that. Let's give 10 minutes for that process. 10 minutes. Let's give 10 minutes. Open up. Let's do it. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
It's okay. I want us to get some views on the ground. What has been happening since day one? I think you are one of the men. Who has been on the ground since morning, and you've been trying to control the crowd and everything. Just paint for us what is happening at this particular collation center.
Okay. What is currently happening, as you all witness, the collation was on course when,
first of all, your full name and who you are.
I'm Anthony Nukpenu, the Greater Accra Regional Organizer of the NDC. Collation proceeded and got to a point where EC police station results were different from what they gave us on Saturday at the police station. The handwriting of that is even different from what they gave us. Figures on 31 police stations are different from 31 police stations they gave us. We asked them to stop for the MPP to produce theirs. They did not come here with a single pin sheet. They came here with their phones and recorded pictures of pin sheets. We said we are not going to accept that. By the law, by the CI, if you collect more than 65% of the polls, you can declare. That is the point we are. I tried to manage the situation for the exercise to be undertaken. The madam now says she needs orders from above. We are not ready to take any idiot advice from.
No, you can't use that word. You can't use that word on live TV.
Take any unguarded order before she declare. Now she's saying she cannot declare by the officer of Okai Central. And then we have brought him here. He also now telling us he need a collation sheet to put the results on to declare. We have given them 10 minutes. If they try any move, all of them have told them their life is in danger here.
No. That is a threat. I think we need to end. I think we need to end this interview because this is not a platform to make threats to anyone. This is supposed to be a transparent, free and fair election, and so you can have your say, but that should be without threats. You were in our studio since morning, and you've been one of our panelists. What brought you to this particular center at this moment? First, introduce yourself to us.
Yeah, my name is Victor Kojoga Daudu. You know, the issue is that we've been hearing issues about the Okai Central issue. Now, the Okai Central issue is that there are some pink sheets that are inconsistent. Normally, when you go to the center, after it is done, they give you the photocopy. So your polling agents will have the photocopy. But what we have seen about 31 of the pink sheet is that they don't have the photocopies. They don't have it. but they have an original, the one that, is 13 booklets in all. So they have the other one that they have filled with pen. Now, the signatures, it is the same person that has done the filling, but these are polling assistants. So they have done and swapped the figures. So once we came, the regional director has seen it. They knew, and when they saw it, they knew that it was fraud. So now we are saying that based on the law, if you have 2/3, you can declare. So now declare, and she says she wants to consult her superiors. Because they don't have the picture, all they are showing us is the one that they have with the pen, and they are showing the screen, and they are saying that everything was bent.
How do we proceed from all this confusion?
No, you see, the confusion is happening is that they are saying that she's taking too long to consult her superiors. And if she's taking too long to consult the superiors, that means something may go on. And because they don't want any influence in this matter, that's what they want. So they the regional director said she cannot declare. The returning officer should come and do that. That's why the people had to go for the returning officer to come and sit down and declare. Now, the issue is also the collation for the summary. They are saying that it was bent. They are saying it was bent, so they don't have it. So now we need to get a new collation document. Then that is when we can go ahead with the 110, the 2/3 for him to declare.
What does the CI say about collation of results?
No, collation must be done at the polling station. Collation must be done at the polling station. So if collation has to be done and you don't agree to the collation from the polling station, then you have to make a request. Then that request, when we go to collation center, the ballot papers can be recounted. But this one, it has been counted. All the pink sheets have been given to the various people. The MPP is saying that it's bent. That's the issue. So now we have our pink sheets. Our pink sheets, we have it, and it's out of all that we have, 31 has been seen to be inconsistent, that it was done after the result. So they don't have the photocopy, the carbon copy, they don't have it. All they are showing is that they have what was doctored after the election on their phones. That's the only thing they are showing.
Why can't we just agree that the EC is the referee in this game? The EC has copies, original copies of the pink sheets. Why won't you proceed on the score of what the EC has?
Exactly. That is what we are telling the returning officer, that if you have all those, so that's what is in the ballot box. So that's what is in the ballot box, and we have all used our seals on it. So we are saying that now that you have that one, use the 110. The 110 pink sheets you have and do it. Yes, to collate it. If you want to recollate again for the 2/3, then use the pink sheets that are in the ballot box.
So at this point, the regional EC director says she won't declare. She's asking, or what feedback did she come back with?
No, that's what she said. So now she's still saying she's consulting the people and will come back. But now she's saying that when she's giving the go-ahead, she will declare the results.
Thank you very much for speaking to us, Kojogan Adaudu. He's a legal practitioner, but he's with the legal team of the NDC. Now, when I got here, what I've noticed is that the electoral officer, who is the regional director, was basically going through the pink sheets with the parties present, the NDC and NPP representatives. And they were going through until it got to a point where they raised contention with about 31 of the pink sheets. And so the EC director, from her mouth, noted that she can't really make judgment on the 31, and so she want to go consult with other, senior officers. As to whom she's going to consult, I have no idea. But as we speak, she's not present within the regional collation center, so she's out of this place. Now, what they are waiting for is that she comes back with a feedback as to how to proceed with this declaration of the Okai Central results. This has been lingering on for more than 48 hours now. We see So far, we've spoken to some people from the NDC. Let's get the side of the NPP as to what really the issues are and why they seem not bothered about the confusion that is happening in the hall. Please, what's your full name?
My name is Owusu Charles.
And what's your position in this coalition center?
I'm the new Patriotic Party Constituency Secretary for Okai Central.
You are with the NPP, right?
Yes, I'm with the new.
Good. Were you there since yesterday from the collation center till this point?
Yes, I was there.
What is the story from your side?
Our side is immediately we finish the pool finish, we tally everything, and then we walk to the collation center at Ghana Telecom. Whilst we were going, somebody is handling our pink sheets. And immediately NDC saw that we are coming, they bounced on them, beat the boy, and took the pink sheets away. Knowing what they've done, that's why they came here. They say we should bring our but we've already, after that, we electronically cut short of all the pink sheets. When we now tender that to others, they say no, they need a hard copy. And the hard copy they know is with them.
Where are we going to end with all this confusion?
Yes. To me, the EC had the original copies. And when they brought the original copies, and I look at my picture, it's the same. But they have altered some. So they were saying...
take pictures of some of the pink sheets yourself?
Yes, yes.
Can I see them?
Oh, yeah. The pictures of the ones that we took.
So at this point, I want to confirm with the representatives of the New Patriotic Party. They say they do not have hard copies of the pink sheets. They have soft copies on their phone because they managed to take pictures of the pink sheets at the polling centers before they got to the coalition centers. And that is what they are asking the EC to use on their part as evidence enough to proceed with the declaration. But the NDC is also not having any of that. They are demanding to see the hard copies from the New Patriotic Party to agree on the way forward. Now, I am asking from the NPP to help us with the data they have. Now, you are about to show us something, okay? I want us to take it one after the other. Our camera, I'll be showing it to the camera so that we are on the same page, okay? Now, what I see here is that somebody forwarded these pink sheets. These are forwarded pink sheets. To who? From who to who?
From my youth organizer to me, because I'm here.
Okay. So your youth organizer is, he was at the collation center, took pictures and sent these ones to you. So these are forwarded pink sheets. Let's establish that one first. Scanned copies. Okay. Now, I am clicking on one of them, which I see that these were forwarded to, oh, come on. A number of messages are coming through. Okay. So I see that you have, I mean, this will be invasion of privacy, so we don't need to really show some of the messages that are coming on his phone. So I would crave your indulgence not to show what is on his phone, but I will read verbatim what is on this phone and what I see. So this is a forwarded pink shirt to the gentleman, and I see that it was forwarded at 12:54 p.m. Am I correct? 12:54 p.m. And the date is 9th December. Today is 9th, right? Yes. Good. So people are asking that why should the pink sheets be forwarded to you today? Not probably the very first time this whole collation happened at the polling centers. And the fact that if they can see pictures of pink sheets, okay, and then they check the details like I am checking now to establish that the photos were taken on December 7th after election, then in that case, they may have a bit of trust in what you have. But these are forwarded message, which they don't want to rely on. What would be your response to that?
My response is, they have not, we don't know because we have all the 140. But when we're here, they query the 31. So the query ones that have asked them to forward it for me.
Why not invite the officer who forwarded these images to you so that they can check that the pictures were taken on December 7th? And I think that may settle the whole confusion. It's because they kind of see that the date is today's date and it's a forwarded message, that obviously will raise some concerns.
They have not talked anything about this forwarded message.
Because it's on the phone in the first place.
Yes, because it's on the phone, right?
And I'm saying that to use details from the phone, you can keep the data, the digital footprint, the date, the time, and everything, okay, as far as we are in the digital world. If you invite that your officer who forwarded this to you to bring the original phone with the original pictures taken, that may settle it.
Call him to bring it now.
Why not suggest this to your counterparts in the NDC so you can make progress?
They have already made up their mind because they know they have taken our paying sheet and they know they've altered theirs. That is why they are behaving like that. Because they don't seem to understand anything now.
They are now calling for the EC to proceed on the basis of 2/3 of the pink sheets available. Do you agree to that?
No. Why? If anything, we can open the box. The boxes are there. They can open it and see. Because what we are...
It's only a competent court of jurisdiction that can give permission at this juncture for those boxes to be opened.
So, but you know, we are in a collation center. So if there's something in Dow, why can't we...
The law says...
And they were having... The EC is having the original copy. And the original correspond with us.
And so it's not corresponding with the paper they have?
It's the paper
the NDC has?
Yes, because they've altered it.
So this allegation, counter-allegation, NDC, NPP, has been more than 48 hours. How are we going to proceed on all this? If the EC should come out with asking you for a suggestion to proceed on your final basis, what would that be?
So be that they have the primary document, so they should use theirs to declare, because they doesn't need, when they are doing the presidential, they never ask us to bring pin sheet before they were able to declare it. They use their primary document to declare. So, and the coalition, all of us were at the coalition center, and the figures and everything was there. And NDC was there. Why didn't they even raise those things that they are coming to raise it now? Because they were there and the coalition was done.
Per your collation, in all honesty, what is putting you in the lead if that is the case?
Come again.
Per your collation, you did your internal collation. What is putting you in the lead if there is anything like that?
Oh, we were. Are you asking of the figures?
Yes.
Yes, the figures we are 20,000 plus. 20,000 plus.
From how many polling centers?
From all. The 140. The 140 polling centers, yes. We put all together.
I want to thank you very much. I see a senior party member who is from the... Now, they are not trying to allow anyone to enter. They are fighting vehemently to prevent anyone from entering the collation center when you are coming here, whether with accreditation or not. Now, there you heard it. Someone just banged on the door, trying to force him or herself into the collation center. And because they've refused that no one would enter the collation center, that is what is bringing the confrontations one after the other. Now, the police are present. Let me put that on record that we have policemen present before all these confusions are taking place. The NDC are within. Some NPP members are also within. There are others also outside. And those outside are trying to come in, and they are not being allowed to come in. As to the basis upon which they are refusing them entry, that we seem not to get close to appreciate. But we see the former chairman of the NPP present, Mr. Peter McMenu present. I want us to get his take on all that is happening. First, starting from what is happening within. He just came in as an elderly man and a statesman as he is. He's seated quietly, watching things unfold gradually. Chairman, are you satisfied with what you are seeing play right before your eyes?
How can I be satisfied with this? Somebody who has been at various collation centers since 1992, and you want me to compare this to the others I have witnessed and taken part? This is chaotic. Simple. This is chaotic.
And I see you so quiet. I'm
observing.
How do you want them to proceed on this? I know for sure you are privy to the details as to your party members. They briefed you on what it is. How do you want us to proceed?
Listen, in the CI 127, every political party or candidate is supposed to have 2 agents at the collation center. How many people do you see here, and how many political parties are in the contest?
At this juncture, I can say that the confusion is between NDC and NPP. So you should have 4 party agents, possibly for both parties. And then if EC decides to give privileges to probably security and other people, they should also be allowed in. And here you are yourself. Good. So I've observed that now the numbers we see in are more than that. Obviously, it may be some mishap on the part of the security. I mean, that is not to blame them though. That does not put away the fact that we need to leave this collation center. It's been more than 48 hours.
It can be more than 1 week if the writing is not done. If the writing is not done, it can be more than that.
I understand there is going to be a bit of announcement at the moment. I want us to get there to hear what is happening. And so we are getting close where the returning officer from that particular center is here to announce. The returning officer from the Okai Central constituency is about to make a pronouncement. And we are waiting to hear what he has to say. So what is happening currently is that we see a gentleman using pen to write on the collation form, and they are asking for agents to come and sign. I want to try as much as possible to read the heading of the pink sheet he's trying to put figures on. So what I see is parliamentary election results summary sheet. That is what is being written on. And we see the first person, the name is Patrick Yaubuama, NPP, 14,949. Then I see the second person being Abdullahi Abu Baba, NDC, 15,383. So if what I am seeing presently, the form being filled by the EC, is anything to go by, then it seems that the EC is about to make a declaration with what the form they are filling right now, and that is like a declaration that is about to happen in favor of the National Democratic Congress, per what we've seen. And the understanding I'm getting is that the collation of the over 101 or more polling center papers is what they want to rely on at this juncture to make a declaration. The man you see in the blue shirt sitting beside the other man writing, that man in the blue shirt is the returning officer or the presiding officer at the Okai Central constituency, on whom the allegations have been made. The NDC has alleged that he's dotted the figures in favor of the New Patriotic Party, while the New Patriotic Party also makes counter allegations that the NDC is trying to bring about some machinations. And so that has been the heated argument in this hall since yesterday, and there seems to be no end in sight. But there is going to be a declaration soon, which we are bringing to our viewers and our listeners back at home, wherever you are on Channel 1 TV. This is your election bureau. The hashtag remains the Ghana Post 2024. And generally, we see that the confusion at the Greater Accra Regional Office, Collation Center of the Electoral Commission, which is the old office of the EC, that is where this whole issue is happening. And we are bringing you live feed from the EC headquarters very soon, if what is happening on the table, that is bringing calm, is anything to go by, then it seems that they would make a declaration very, very soon on the basis of the papers, they have them. Now, the CI, I think we should engage Sam George on what they are doing right here. Sam George, what is happening right there?
The returning officer is filling out the form to do the declaration.
Based on what?
On the pink sheets collated.
All 141?
110 out of 141.
Why is it proceeding on 110 and not 141?
The law is clear that if you have 2/3 of polling stations fully and properly declared and there are challenges anywhere else, those challenges can go to court, but you can proceed to declare on the basis of 2/3. Sefiri also, for example, that happened with outstanding polling stations in the last election. They proceeded with it. 110 out of 141 is more than 2/3. So you don't have a problem. We are abiding by the law in its fullness.
If what you've said is anything to go by, it means that we may be leaving this hall very soon. Is that the case?
Yeah, we expect him to finish declaring, and after that we'll insist that the same thing is done for Ablekuma North, and then we finish on Ablekuma North.
We see two men sweating just as I am. Which of them is going to make the declaration?
The returning officer. The returning officer will do the declaration. It's the gentleman in the blue.
But there has been a lot of allegations against him. What are some of the allegations and why that?
I don't know of any allegations. He's doing his job. He has 78% of polling stations properly declared. He's proceeding in connection with the law. Anybody who has a challenge on the 31 can go to court.
Now, I want to also say that I see some of the pink sheets that has been kind of bent, portions of it bent, and the gentlemen are looking on it as to whether those are genuine pink sheets. I don't know if the parties involved have any concerns with those pink sheets.
Commissioner is the returning officer. Is the returning officer?
The presiding officer. The presiding officer here.
The returning officer, and he's doing his declaration. If there's a problem with the pink sheet, he would have stated so. The pink sheet is still there. He's able to declare all of his results. The agents are about to sign and authenticate it. This was something we agreed with Frank Davis and Fred Owari. Frank Davis and Fred Owari were here and agreed with us on that we could use 110 because that makes 78% of polling stations. So we are acting well in law. The pink sheets are there. The form is there. So we are good. We are good.
Thank you very much. And you heard the Ningo Pram MP who also retained his seat in his constituency, and he's currently at the Regional Collation Center in the Greater Accra region of the EC, and they are basically proceeding with some 110 pink sheet results to make a declaration for the Okai Central constituency, which has been a bone of contention for over 48 hours. Nearly almost 72 hours, let me put it, because the moment we enter into day 3, it is obvious that we've kept so long in this hall. Now, they are believing that this would settle it. The NPP agent, we are hoping, will also join the NDC. Then they can proceed to sign. As to whether they will raise further concerns, that is something we'll be bringing to our viewers and our listeners. But at the moment, what is happening is that they are trying to push everyone away to prevent the overcrowding and to allow room for the presiding officer and his right-hand man to proceed to fill the forms on the basis of over 60% collated results to make a declaration. And so we are still present on the ground, and this remains your election bureau. The hashtag remains Ghana Post 2024. The men are signing. I would want my cameraman to zoom, get closer and zoom, and for us to see some of the things that are happening on that paper. But at least what I've seen written on that paper points to a gap of about 1,000 between the NDC and the NPP. The NPP has a figure of about over 14,000, while the NDC has a figure around 15,000, and so generally the collation is still happening. That is fine. So at this juncture, we are only waiting patiently to see what happens next. But I can say that all eyes are glued to the paper that is being filled and signed, and all parties, representatives, are quite aggressive. They are waiting patiently. They don't want to leave any stone unturned. They want to give room to the presiding officer to make a declaration of this. So at this juncture, we understand the parties involved are signing the form, and we are also waiting. So the EC officer is demanding that everyone goes back so they can have a free space to do their work as demanded or mandated. And so generally the place is now calm. Calm has been restored. The room, despite the noise you hear in the background, are just people having their own conversation in the background. The security has been a bit tight. The police are in the room. We see policemen present, and they let's speak to Adekoka, who is the former chairman for the NDC, on what is happening now. Mr. Former Chairman, you have been here for all this while, okay, and we understand a lot of things have happened for which at this juncture forms are being filled. What was the situation? What is the situation, and what will happen next?
Yeah, the situation was that they have doctored about 31 pink sheets. The UC people in charge of Okai Central, after the event, came the following day with new pink sheets, which was dictated by the NDC officers in the Okai South. Because after the election, they were given a pink sheet, the original pink sheet. Then when they came for the coalition, new pink sheets were introduced. And they realized there was a problem. So we had to come to the office for the GC officials, the regional return officer, to have a look at it. Upon investigating, she realized that this thing had been doctored, 31. So that 31 had to be put aside. And by law, if you have got 66% of the valid pink sheet confirmed, you can then go ahead and declare the result. So currently we are using 2/3 of the pink sheet which have been validly confirmed to declare the result. The other one which have got a problem, they can go to court, and the court will then determine what should be done. But currently within the law, once there's 2/3 of the declaration made, you can go ahead and declare the result. And that's exactly what is happening here.
I mean, it's time for us to have some side conversations nationally.
Yeah, exactly.
The number of votes, or in terms of parliamentary election on the part of the NDC, overwhelming endorsements of the NDC MPs, what does it really tell you, and what have you done differently this time around?
No, this election was between Ghana and NPP for almost 4 years now, since 2020, the last election. Ghanaians have gone through excruciating economic difficulties. Look at the pensioners. There was this haircut which was uncalled for, because it wasn't their fault. It was because Oforiatta was borrowing too much. He was borrowing too much, and that was the problem. That has caused disaffection among Ghanaians. So a lot of Ghanaians have become disaffected.
So the EC officer is about to make a declaration from what they have so far gotten on the pink sheet, and we will get closer to get what the outcome of this declaration will be. So at this juncture, we are waiting for the presiding officer to make a declaration. So the presiding officer is coming to make a declaration for which we are waiting.
No, you don't need a candidate. Let him declare.
Let him be flanked with the officers. Chairman,
proceed.
The officers
are not here. They are not here. The officers are here. Come and stand here. Hey, media, you are all supposed to go back. If you are there, you will hear.
Go back. Please, media guy, go back.
From 110 polling stations out of 140 at the end of the election at Okai Central constituency, Patrick Yabuama had 14,949. Abu Baba Abdullah Sadiq had 15,383. Total valid votes is 30,332. Rejected ballot is 130. Total vote cast 30,462. So from this election, this represents 110. This represents 78% of the election held at Okai Central. So from this result, Baba Sadiq has been elected Member of Parliament for Okai Central. Thank you. 2024.
Hello, boss. What's your full name? Your full name, sir? So at this juncture, the NDC want to address the press.
So, first of all,
So they are insisting that he holds Baba Sadiq's hand to make the final declaration, and so Baba Sadiq is here to show himself to the EC guy for him to be finally declared by the presiding officer.
Wait. Invested in me as a returning officer for Okai Central. I declare Baba Sadiq as the MP elect for Okai Central. Thank you.
So far, let's get a word from Baba Sadiq.
I mean, from the beginning, we were the less fancied candidates. We were told that, in fact, the most credible pollster in Ghana today is Musa Dankwa. Musa Dankwa had put out a research earlier in the year where he had said that Okai Central was the safest MPP seat in Greater Accra, and Patrick Yabuama was going to go nowhere. And I remember telling a lot of people, but Musa Dankwa doesn't know me well. Perhaps if he has taken time to understand the mindset of Baba Sadiq and how I win, maybe he won't stick his neck out in the ways he did for Patrick Yabuama. But I mean, research is research. We took that in good faith. And in actual fact, Musa will probably tell you that I had to try to engage in a lot, try to understand what are the insights, where were we failing, what are the issues. We worked on it, and we realized that research is research, but the most important and relevant to the polls is that which happens on elections day. That has stuck with us. And one thing that stuck with me is, look, on that week when Mr. Dankwa was doing his interviews, the regional chairman called me, Ashimo. He told me his story in 2012 when Ben Efsin had sticked his neck out and said that he was going to retire if he wins the Delta seat then, And then he told me what he did afterwards, how he garnered the strength internally and managed to win that particular seat. And that story has stuck with me as well. I think, and I've always maintained, but for what Patrick Yabuama was trying to do now, which is very shameful, I've always maintained that I don't think he's a bad person. I've always maintained I don't think he's not done his best for the constituency. But I think that this is the point where the constituency itself is looking for a more younger, dynamic, innovative, bold and visionary man to come and continue and elevate the development conversation in the constituency. Our message of transformation, our message to create sustainable livelihoods for the constituency, and particularly young people, jobs for young people in the constituency, really touched the hearts of the constituency. And we never slept. Morning, afternoon, evening, we were campaigning. When he was sharing money and sharing goodies, we were campaigning. In the last few days, we had heard the report where he had told others, confided in others, that he was going to engage in fraudulent activities in the elections. We took it in good faith. and then we put in work. I mean, from the able-bodied men and women of our constituency, the elections directorates, some of the executives, and the entire rank and file of the party. How we are able to unite our ranks after after primaries. How we're able to get all other aspirants into the mix. How we're able to get executives that had issues with us. We managed to get everybody on board, and during the last minute, we were able to put it together, campaign heavily, and then we won.
So you just heard from Baba Sadiq, the MP-elect for the Okai Central. Chairman, you were so emphatic that the Greater Accra, you were going to sweep a number of seats the last time you were in our studio. What gave you that confidence?
Based on opinion polls that we did as a party, and based on the work that we did in Greater Accra, we were able to convince people, the voter population, for them to vote for the NDC. So we're very sure our agenda for Greater Accra was 25 seats and more. As I speak to you now, because of the dynamics and the strategy that we use, that's why today you can see that we've chalked 30 seats out of the 34. As I speak to you now, we just finished Okai Central. We are also going to do the one of Ablekuma North. Then we are also doing the one of Tema Central. So plus or minus, we are looking at 32 seats in Greater Accra.
Chairman, looking at this room, aside the press and one or two one or two police officers, security personnel present, the rest are all NDC supporters. Would you be fair in conscience to say that the declaration that was done just a few minutes ago, there is no duress attached to it? Because I see in the eyes of the officer so red, and he seemed so jittery. Would you say that all is well?
I look at you now, I could see that you are jittery, you are tired. For the past 5 days, you are so much involved in this election. Look at my face. I'm stressed, I'm duress. Same as the EC officer. He has been there since 5th of December. So I'm not looking at the expression or the duress on the EC official's face. And you also made aware, you said I should look at the room, they are all these people. We are poised for power. That's 1. 2, we prepared our men for this victory. That is why you can see the people here. Most of the 34 constituencies that I visited after the elections, you didn't find the MPP agent around. You didn't find the sitting members of parliament around. You didn't find the sympathizers around. That gives a clear signal that they have conceded defeat. Fabula has conceded defeat. So I think this should be a line that they are towing. When we came, I saw the constituency chairman of Okai Central here. I saw the secretary. I saw their pulley agent. They said their pin sheet is missing. They are looking for their pin sheet. Their pin sheet is on their WhatsApp platform. So I am not looking at the face of the EC official. He's tired. That is why you could see we are all tired. You are tired. The police are tired. You can see how the police are come here, and it's all a part of the game. So don't look at that. He has done the right.
Thank you very much for speaking to us, the chairman for the Greater Accra region for the National Democratic Congress. We see Peter Otokuno addressing the press.
So we are going to stay the course here with the officers, and we are going to go through one after the other, and we'll make sure that Ablekumanov is also declared in favor of the National Democratic Congress.
What are the issues with Ablekumanov?
Employing that, the first one you did the over 60% rule. How are you going to do it? Are you going to do police station by police coalition?
We didn't do the over 66% rule. It's a rule of elections. 2/3. When there are contention in some of the polling stations, and you have 2/3, you can stand on it and use it to declare. And so that is what we have applied. It's a law of the commission. All our elections, that's what we do. In fact, 4 years ago, it happened in Sefiyo also, and Takwa, and so on and so forth. And so it's not a new law, it's an electoral commission law. We are yet to see the case of Ablekumanov, but you can be rest assured. And all our party members in Ablekumanov and Ghana at large can be rest assured that we are going to use eagle eyes, if you want eagle lens, to copiously look at every single pin sheet. And where we find any fraud, we will eliminate the fraud and make sure that the will of the people prevail.
Thank you.
So that is Peter Buhama Otokuno, former Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, who just spoke to us on how the election went so far with the Okai Central constituency. He said they've applied the laws of the rules of engagement by the Electoral Commission, and so this should be considered fair for them to proceed. Now they are going to Ablekuma North, which is also under contention, and they have high hopes that they are going to win it, and so they are going to now deal with the electoral officers to proceed with the same rules of engagement to ensure that the Ablekuma North constituency is also declared. Now we see a bit of confusion also right behind, and we want to catch up with that. We want to find out what really is happening at those areas, and we see that people are so exhausted and they are waiting patiently for okay, we see the regional commander of the Accra region of the police, DCOP Ahin, present, and he's engaging with electoral officers at the collation center. They are trying very well to ensure there is law and order at this center. Chairman, I was having an engagement with you when we went for that declaration. Are you aware they were going to declare the results in the first place?
I'm not.
Your agent signed it.
But we are sitting here. How do we know
we
our
are-
agent has signed it? We are sitting
Me and you are
sitting
here.
all-
So far, what I have witnessed, maybe I can recount that, then I may proceed with questions on that. I have seen that the EC officer stated that because 31 pink sheets are in contention, that will be put aside, and then they will proceed on the basis of 110 pink sheets. And on that basis, he has so far recorded over 14,000 for the NPP candidate and did over 15,000 for the NDC candidate. Based on that, he's asked that they sign, and which was done, and they are now he's proceeded to declare the election in favor of the NDC candidate.
Because it will depend on the number of outstanding polling stations, the quantum of voters on the roll. If that exceeds the difference, then it cannot be a proper declaration.
They are saying that so the constituency has 141 polling centers. They've collated results from 110, and they say that forms a 2/3 of the entire vote. Now, what would be the issue from your side?
I think you've got it wrong. We are not in a meeting where you need a 2/3 majority to form a quorum. No, these are number game. Okay, because parliamentary elections in Ghana is first past the post. So even if I beat you by 3, I have won. Okay, so the number of outstanding polling stations, the quantum of votes there, if it's being able to offset the difference, then you can declare the results.
So, to understand you clearly, there is that possibility that the 31 pink sheets and in contention right now has the propensity to cause an upset or offset what has been declared now.
Yes, exactly so.
If it happens now that that is the case and so becomes true in the near future, do you mind want to contest the declaration?
Of course. But this is no declaration. You declare and leave a quantum. I don't know the specific number of voters on these 31 stations. But if you look at the numbers and you compare with the margin of victory, then you can be assured that it can overturn.
So what did the law say when it indicates that you can proceed on based on a certain percentage?
There's no law.
I mean, the CI you are working with.
It's only when, after you have tallied the results, and there are 31 polling stations, you collate or tally the voters on that 31 and compare it with the margin. And if the margin exceeds that number, then you know that even if you give the entire 13 to your opponent, he can still not match or overtake you. Yes. That's how it is done everywhere. So you throw in the towel.
But gentlemen, the essence is that you need also to find...
First, introduce yourself to us.
My name is Fred Awari, a chairman of the campaign. Now, the essence is that the 31 polling stations whose results are in contention, you must actually look at the number of voters in those polling stations and sum them up. If that amount is significant, and when added to any of the contestants, it can tilt the results, then you can declare. But on the other hand, if, let's say, by counting, looking at the 110 polling stations which have been looked at, if one is leading with, let's say, 10,000 votes, and the sum total of the outstanding 31 is, let's say, 8,000, then you can say that, listen, the loser, if he even got all the 8,000, he still will not be able to beat the other gentleman who has 10,000. That's how it works. So it's not just...
I want to believe at this juncture that since all of you have this position to take...
It's all our position.
Yes.
The position of the law.
Good. So the EC, what I have witnessed is that it's declared the NDC person. So are you going to go to court on...
Right. The EC is on the siege. He's being compelled to do it. You know, you heard that if they don't do, they lock the door. NDCs lock the door. They're keeping the keys in their pocket and saying that even the police will not be allowed to go out. The EC officers will not be allowed to go out. All those of us...
You see, you have a point to make. Introduce yourself first.
My name is Frank Davis. You see, let's just even look at logic and common sense. Now, the declaration that they made, he's supposed to have won.
I promise I will return to you. Frank Davis, I promise I just want to catch that because I will miss it. I will miss it. I promise I'll come back to you. I came back to you, Chairman. You understand. I came back, so I promise I'll come back. There is something happening at this side that we need to get it. So we understand that Blakman is the one being worked on currently. Sorry.
I'm going to mention them one. Everybody, you have your IT person here. When we were doing, everybody recorded it. So we are going to go over that first. We are going to go over that one first. When we finish with that one, then we can continue with the pinches that we don't have. So that is how I'm going to do the work. We are beginning with the ones we did yesterday. We are going to go over to see whether all the information we had yesterday were correct. If we have any problem with what I'm going to mention, then that one you need to produce your pin sheet for that polling station. But I want to put it on record that nobody raised any question on those polling stations yesterday. I'm talking about the ones that we did. But if you have any problem with the figures, we are starting from the beginning. So, okay, so we can start.
Please, your full name and who you are.
My name is Obevis and the returning officer of Abelkumanov.
We just want to know what is happening. So this is the Ablekuma North constituency, the second leg of this whole lap of race being run by the two major political parties, and that they are going to start all over again from day one in terms of counting of pink sheets that were collated. They say they are going to now cross-check. He is going to basically go through with the political parties to be sure that they are on the same page, and when that happens, if any of them have any concerns to raise, they may want to raise concern, and that will be addressed. Now let's go back with the conversation with Frank Davis, and he's with the New Patriotic Party, and he's been making some points earlier before we switched to the returning officer.
Yes, once again, I'm saying let's forget about the legal implications and just accede to logic and common sense. Now, after the declaration, the NDC candidate is supposed to have won with between 900 and 1,000 votes. Okay. Now, if the disputed ballots, okay, if the tabulation of the votes there, it comes to focus that the MPP candidate got over 3,000 votes more than the NDC candidate. How do you reconcile? You see, so if there are ballots which are in disputation, there should be a clear agreement between the contending parties what should be done to those ballots. But you can't ignore those ballots. The law is that even if the ballots that are counted in those disputed ballots, if the total will not help the opposing candidate, then you can declare. But if they are in contention, how do you ignore them and declare the results? I mean, what is the fairness in it?
Do you mind taking this issue further?
Oh, definitely. 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 This is an illegal declaration. It is an illegal declaration. I mean, ask yourself, what happens to those votes? These are people who have cast their ballots. It's not that if they are invalid ballots. These are ballots which have been counted. And you want to sidestep them and declare? It never happens.
Now, some of the concerns, I asked the EC person, or I was at the table when I saw that it was demanded of the NPP representative to produce their pink sheets so the collation can be done in all fairness. They say they have it on phone. What happened to their pink sheets?
Listen to me. I'm not here to talk to pink sheets or whatever. The official record is with the EC. It is the EC's record at this stage which matters. If the EC has the records, which is in there, why can't we tabulate?
When you go to court and the court says, where is your pink sheet? How do you answer to that?
When we go to court, we'll bring the pink sheets. When we proceed to court, we'll bring the pink sheets. But for now, they have the pink sheets. They have the official record, so they should declare what is on their record. Anybody who has a problem will then go to court.
I want to thank you very much for speaking to us. That is Frank Davis, a man with a legal brain with the New Patriotic Party, and he has also alluded to the fact that they will proceed and take this issue to court and fight it till its final conclusion. They believe that the declaration that was just done by the EC officer is illegal and that will be contested in a proper court of jurisdiction. They are hoping that they now create room for the EC officials from the Ablekuma North to proceed on that basis to work on the ballot papers or the pink sheets that were collated from the Ablekuma North constituency. So this remains your election bureau on Channel 1 TV and on City 97.3, where we are bringing you live feed from the Electoral Commission Regional Collation Center here in the Greater Accra region. There has been serious chaos earlier where both parties, the major political parties, the NDC and NPP, never agreed or never sought to agree on any of the issues until they finally brought in the regional director for the EC to look at the facts before her and make a determination. She proceeded to also, she shook her head, not believing the 31 pink sheets under contention, and so the NDC proposed that she or the EC proceeds to make a declaration on the basis of 2/3 of the ballot, the pink sheets that were collated from across the polling centers. And EC, she went to consult, later came back and gave the returning officer for the Okai Central to proceed with the declaration. The summary sheet of the pink sheets for the Okai Central was filled, which the NDC had in excess of 15,000 and the NPP got in excess of 14,000, a margin of about 1,000, and the returning officer proceeded to declare Baba Sadiq as the MP elect on the basis of 110 pink sheets available to the EC. And so, as we speak, the NPP on the other hand says they are going to proceed to court because they find this to be an illegality perpetrated by the NDC. They allege that the declaration was done under duress and because the collation center has been locked. Now I can say that we have the police present in the collation center. The regional commander, DCOP Kwesi, is in the collation center with his men, also monitoring activities and seeing what is going on. They can now finally say they are done with the Okai North, and then they are now proceeding with Okai Central, and now they are going to do Ablekuma North constituency. Eduji Tamaklo is the legal director for the National Democratic Congress, and he's been with his men on the ground. He should give us the legal perspective of what is happening here. Why is declaration not being done at the various constituency collation centers? Why are you here?
So what happened is that we want...
Let's now focus on the Ablekuma North, because we've gotten a bit of perspective on the Okai Central.
Absolutely. So what happened is that we actually wanted this declaration to happen at the constituency collation center. Unfortunately, we have identified some discrepancies. So the regional director intimated that we all come to the regional office, which is the regional collation center, for the purpose of doing it. So you see Okai Central, they were here. We have Ablekuma North currently going on. And so we are hoping that we can do the reconciliation of all the polling stations and be clear in our minds as to what exactly happened on the day of poll. So that's effectively what we are doing here.
What are the discrepancies you notice in those collations?
So some of the polling stations, the numbers, initially there has been an attempt to call for a recount among other things. And that's basically what we are trying to stop. There's a legitimate number of times you can do a recount. We do not want to go through that experience. So as you can see, the MPP are on this side, the NDC are on this side. The presiding officer, as you can see, is directly seated in front. Peter Otukuno, my good self, Adawudu, other lawyers, Sam George and co, we are here. The MPP side is also here, and we are trying to ensure that we'll do the reconciliation. Your pink sheet against our pink sheet. The Electoral Commission has a desktop. We'll do everything right here, and then we'll all go home with clear mind. Thank you.
Earlier, the Domi Kwabenya PC was here, for the NPP was here. We understand he was trying to raise concerns about the results. Did you come to meet that? What about that particular constituency?
No, you see, that's my constituency. That's my constituency. So the declaration was done at the constituency by the returning officer, returning, what do you call it, as the winner. And so that is what it is. The only record for Michael Quay is to go to court.
Okay, at this juncture, we want to take the mic closer so that we can hear what the returning officer is doing. Exactly. They are not allowing the media there, so put the mic strategically there for me.
Very well. Thank you.
1601 SPS. MPP 280, NDC 274. C1601 SBS. But you have your pinches. Special Sequential voting. C16. C1601. SDS.
They don't have it. They don't have it. They don't have it. So just. So let's go.
Okay. Are you okay? Can we go to the next one? I mentioned, I said 280 for NPP, 274 for NDC. Okay. Let's go on with the numbers. Let's go on. If not, we will not finish today. Rejected are not going to affect anybody's. Are you getting it? Yes, please. C16-0101A. NPP 101.
Please, you are coming in a minute. Proceed.
NDC 171.
That's correct.
C16-0101B. NPP 76. NDC 198.
Correct. Is there?
No, C16-01. Now we are on 01.
01A. A.
B. We are on B.
We are on B.
NPP 76. NDC 198.
Is it confirmed? Okay, let's
confirm. C16-0102A. NPP 114. NDC 159.
It's confirmed.
It's confirmed. C16-0102B. NPP 104. NDC 192.
Sure, confirmed.
C16-0103.
Please let them confirm as well.
They've confirmed. They've confirmed. C16-0103. NPP 211. NDC 197.
Okay. Confirmed.
Okay. We move on to C16-0105.
We don't have 04.
No, we don't have 04.
You don't have 04.
We don't have 04.
You don't have the number. You don't have it.
I don't.
So set 04. What did we get? You have it here. You have 04.
So do you want us to do it like that as we are going?
Yes, as we go.
Okay,
Yes,
so
you have
04.
Do we have 04?
Yes, we have 04.
Yes.
So let's look for our I'm doing it perfectly. You know what?
So
Write this one down. Please, the code again.
C16-0104. We don't have it. So we jump.
We'll jump it. We'll come back to it. We'll find it. So we're looking for that.
Yes.
C16-0104.
So you also look for that. We have it.
No problem.
So we are going on.
Then we'll come back.
Then we'll come back.
So let's go to the next one.
C16-0105. NPP 153. NDC 189.
Sure. Confirm.
NPP 153, NDC 189.
Yeah, correct.
Confirm.
That is C160105.
C160106. NPP 179, NDC 231. C160106. NPP 179, NDC 231. Is it confirmed? Okay. C16 0107. Can we go?
Yes,
C16 0107. NPP 41. NDC 98. Confirmed. Okay. C16 0108. NPP 180, NDC 175.
Correct.
C16 0109A.
C16.
C16 0109A.
Okay, proceed.
What's the number? 122 for NPP, 95 for NDC. C16 0109B. Can I go on? 125 102. C16 0110. We have not done that. Check. C16 0110. So no, let them check and confirm that it was not done. C16 0110.
But they don't have the figures.
I'm coming. I don't have it here. You said you have it. So let my brother to check.
Let's proceed to the next one. So we have flagged.
No. He claims yesterday we did that one. So please check. Yeah, check here. Check here.
But you don't have it here.
I don't have it here. So when they check, I'll confirm from my collation.
We don't have it.
We didn't do that. Collation officer.
So now we have to go now.
Yes, so we flagged it.
So we flagged that.
We've not done that. Okay.
That's the second one we have flagged.
Can we go on? C16.
Forget pitch. Let's have two of them looking at the pitch.
C16 0111. So triple 11 at the end. A.
Please, you are coming.
C16 0111. A. NPP 146. NDC 101. C16 0111B. B. I don't have it. 11B.
Okay, so flag it. C16
You did it yourself or you did it with me?
You have it.
I don't have it. So I don't have it. You are confirming from me. I don't have it. So check your PC. Say, please, if you have it, put it somewhere. When we get to the one that I say I don't have, we bring it.
The code is
160111B. B. We have A and B. Okay. C16 0112.
No, he's helping.
C16 0112.
Does he know where to put it?
Can we go on? NPP 204. NDC 220. Okay. C16 0113. Have you seen it? Can we go? NPP 21. NDC 13. Confirmed. C16 0114. C16 0114. NPP 26. NDC 39. Confirmed.
I want to hear your voice when it is confirmed. Say it loud.
C16 0115 was not done. Was not done. Check. C16 0115.
Can you get
You are not getting me. You have the figures from your pin sheet. You have the figures from your pin sheet. What we did yesterday.
Please hold on, pause, please.
Pause. So get understanding. You have the figures from your corner, but I don't have it.
You must relocate yourself. First of all, trouble. Trouble. There are some numbers in our so when you get some so just arrange it in order. Okay, let's
Can we go on? C16 0116. C16 0116. I don't have it.
They have it, yes, but you have it. They have it.
Are you getting me? You have it, but it wasn't done yesterday. Then later I call for the princess. So if you say you have it, you have it. Then as if I mentioned it yesterday. C16 0116. So you write those ones down. So when we finish, we'll call for. So when we finish, then we'll call for them. C16 0117. NPP 118. NDC 99. Confirmed. C16 0118. NPP 115. NDC 226. Confirmed. C16 0119A. C16 0119A. NPP 126. NDC 154. Confirmed. C16 0119B, NPP 108, NDC 181. C16 0120, C16 0120, NPP 180, NDC 195. C16 0121, NPP 29, NDC 80. Confirmed. No. C16 0201 2. So we finish with the 01. C16 0201.
So the 01 ends at 121, right?
Yes, it ends at 121.
So the 01.
Can we go on? NPP 233, NDC 201. Confirmed. C16 0202A, NPP 162, NDC 90. Confirmed. C16 0202B, NPP 131, NDC 116. C16 0203. Not done.
Please, the number again.
C16 0203. Do you have it?
You have it.
Do you have it? I don't have it. C16 0204A.
0204A. We are coming.
Compare from your side.
I hope you are also comparing.
Where they are saying they don't have it, so which we don't have it, so compare. C16 0204A, NPP 179, NDC 128. C16 0204B, NPP 169, NDC 148. C16 0205.
C16 0205.
5. NPP.
We are coming. Please wait. We are coming. Yeah, boss, proceed.
NPP 279, NDC 160. C16 0206. NPP 107, NDC 103. C16 0207A.
0207.
7A. NPP 182, NDC 153. C16 0207B. C16 0207B. I don't have it.
So mention the number.
C16 0207B. 07B. C16 0208. NPP 42, NDC 73. C16 0209. I don't have it. C16 0209. So write it down. C160209. C160210. C160210. I don't have it. The ones I say I don't have it. You note. Just note them down.
They say they don't have it. Just
The one that I mentioned the figures, you confirm. C160211. I don't have it.
0211.
C160212A. C160212A. NPP 142, NDC 124.
Confirm.
C160212B. NPP 149, NDC 119. Confirm. C160213. NPP 230, NDC 203. Confirm. C160214. I don't have it. Note, just write it down. C160215A. I don't have it.
Please hold on. 0215. AC doesn't have it, so flag it.
The ones I say I don't have it, don't say I have it. You write it down. The one that I give you the figures, you confirm. C160215B. I don't have it.
Flag it.
Yes, 15B.
Flag it. 15B.
15B. One have 15A, 15B. 14, 15A, 15B.
So 14, 15A,
15B, you look for. C1603. So we are done with the 2.
We're now on 03.
We are now on 03. So C160301A. NPP 151. NDC 130. Confirmed. C160301B. NPP 114. NDC 174. C160302. NPP 44. NDC 54. Should I go over?
We are okay.
C160303. NPP 61. NDC 82. C160304. NPP 38. NDC 57. Confirm. C160305A.
You have it.
Yes, I have it. NPP 110, NDC 104. NPP 110, NDC 104. C160305B. NPP 116, NDC 101. C160306. NPP 139, NDC 144. C160307. NPP 144, NDC 196. C160308. I don't have it. C160308.
0308. 0308.
Yes, please.
0308.
C160309.
You are coming, please, you are coming. 0309.
9. NPP 102, NDC 153. Confirm. C160310. 0310.
We are coming.
I don't have it. Flag it. C160310.
0310. You don't have it.
Yes, I don't have it. C160311. I don't have it. Yeah, it's matching. It's matching. C160311. Mr. Watson, will you go out again? When come? I need water. I need water when we are coming. Thank you. C160311. I don't have it. C160312A. NPP 126. NDC 151. C160312B. NPP 86. C160312B. 12B. NPP 86. NDC 173.
Perfect.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. Thank you. C160313. C160313. I don't have it. C160313. I don't have it. C160314. NPP 250. NDC 176. Confirm. C160315. I don't have it. C160316A. NPP 163. NDC 173.
Hold on. C160315. You don't have it.
Yes. 15. I don't have it.
15.
So mention the one you're doing right now.
160316A. 16A. I have it. 16A is 163173.
Confirm.
C160316B. NPP 135. NDC 209. C160316C. Yes, we have A, B, C. So C. NPP 174. NDC 179. C160317A. 17A. NPP 115. NDC 109. C160317B. C160317B. I don't have it.
You don't have it.
I don't have 17B. C160318. I don't have it.
Hold on. You mentioned a figure earlier on. Which figure is that? 317.
So now we are in 3.
317B.
So you don't have C160318.
I don't have 17, 18.
You don't have 17B.
17B. And I don't have 18. We are done with the 3. So we are going to 04. 1604.
The A, B is not there.
The 18 is not there. So we are moving to another electoral area.
Sure.
That's the question mark.
So
So 401A, you don't have, did you mention that?
No, we are now going there. That is a new electoral area. So C16 0401A, I don't have it. C16 0401A, I don't have it. C16 0401B, NPP 126, NDC 266. Confirmed. C16 0402, I don't have it. 16 0402. C16 0403A, I don't have it.
403A.
C16 0403B, NPP 164, NDC 120.
Confirmed.
C16 0404, I don't have it.
Wait. Let's go to the 0403B.
NPP 164, NDC 120.
Okay. Proceed.
C16 0404, I don't have it.
0404.
So we flag it.
C16 0405. 0405. NPP 262, NDC 185.
Confirm.
05. NPP 262, NDC 185.
We don't have it. But the EC has it.
I have it.
Do you have it?
We have it.
You have the
So flag it.
Flag that one.
Flag it as well.
Flag it. C16 0405.
Standard one. Alright, let's proceed.
C16 0406. NPP 145, NDC 79. C16
Please, we are coming. Let's proceed. Confirm.
C16 0407. NPP 167, NDC 112. C16 0408A, NPP 167, NDC 140. C16 0408B, NPP 149, NDC 114. C16 0409, I don't have it. C16 0410A, 176 NPP 125 NDC. Confirmed. C16 0410B, NPP 165 NDC 114. Confirmed. C16 0411, I don't have it. I don't have it. Please, have you taken notes?
You have it. C16
0411. Okay. C16 0412, NPP 138, NDC 122.
Confirm.
C16 0413, NPP 152, NDC 190. C160414. I don't have it. C160415. I don't have it. C16.
The first one is what? It's 1415. 1604
14, 15, 16, 17.
So 0414, 0415,
15, 04, 16, 04, 17. I don't have it. I don't have it. Yeah, so when we finish, they are taking notes to retrieve them. So that when we finish, we compare.
14, 15, 16, 17.
Okay, sir, go ahead.
C16 0418.
We're going to check our pictures. We don't have it on this. We'll check the pictures as well.
C16 0418. NPP 33. NDC 42.
Confirm.
C16 0419. I don't have it.
19, flag it. Flag
419.
1419.
C16 0419.
Cash.
C16. So we are done with the 4. We are going to another electoral area, 5. So C16 0501. I don't have it.
0501.
Can we go?
501, right?
Yeah. C16 0502. NPP 200. NDC 268.
Confirm.
Confirmed.
I'm working here.
Please.
Yes. Confirm.
C16 0503. I don't have it.
0503. 0503.
I don't have it.
Let's proceed.
Okay. C16 0504. NPP 42. NDC 57. Confirmed. C16 0505. NPP 46. NDC 84. C16 0506A. I don't have it. 0506A. I don't have it. A.
0506A.
C16 0506B. I don't have it. C16 0507.
0506B.
6A 6B. I don't have. If you understand the codes, then I can mention, but maybe you don't understand the codes. So 07, I don't have it.
507.
507. 08, I don't have it.
508. It doesn't have. 508. It doesn't have.
Can we go? C16 0509. NPP 178. NDC 162. C16 0510A. I don't have it.
0517.
0510A. 10A. I don't have it.
Go ahead.
C16 0510B. NPP 114. NDC 179. C16 0601A. We finished with 05. So now on 06.
So we finished 05.
Yeah, we are done with 05.
So 601.
Yeah, so we are on 1606 01A.
0601A.
NPP 71. NDC 157.
We have it. Confirmed.
Confirmed. C16.
015B.
Yes. Can I proceed? C16-0601B, NPP 86, NDC 128. C16-0602A, 2A, NPP 95, NDC 160. C16-0602B, NPP 65, NDC 192.
This election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel 1 Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is...
From the regional headquarters of the Electoral Commission, a bit of a technical jam over there, but we'll go immediately, we establish contact. But some interesting things we're seeing from the headquarters. The Okai Central seat, the declaration has been made. Our new member of parliament here, because we are based at Okai Central, is Baba Sadiq. You know, they went by the rule of, you know, doing the 75% thing.
If the outcome is in dispute and you have 75% according to the EC regulations, you can go and declare, hide and declare. So they did that. Although I must say, the situation around in the room was not conducive for democratic practice. I know there are those who are watching who would say, you don't know what you're talking about. This is how we do our politics, but that's not how it's supposed to do our politics. There's an ideal, and then there's what we just saw. What we just saw is not an ideal. There was too much pressure on the returning officer. He looked very uncomfortable. At a point, the man, it looked like he just wanted to say what needed to be said and get out.
He was actually being told what to say.
You know, and it's not a good image for our democracy. They are done with the process. We had the NPP people who were in the room. We saw Mr. Peter McMahon, we saw Mr. Fred Owari, we saw one of the legal members, Mr. Frank Davis, who was saying that they disagree with it, but that's what's happened. Now you have to go to court. Once the EC declares that's the only option available to you, you go to court. We've seen this several times. A lot of parliamentary seats have ended up in court over the course of our election, so this is nothing new. It's just that it wasn't the proper way to go about this. Just even the proximity of individuals to the returning officer at a point almost looked like he was being heckled. And this is not somebody under normal circumstances you're supposed to be able to get close to or even touch, because it can affect his disposition. It can affect what he's saying. You know, so we need to, as always, get better at this. I also get the pushback of those who say, well, that is how we become vigilant. But I don't think vigilance means disorder. You know, vigilance can be done in a lot of ways. So again, it will come back to that conversation about electoral reforms and how we can remove all these things from our process and make it cleaner, you know, so that we don't get these scenes where live on national TV, there is a person who is clearly, you know, under duress, surrounded by all kinds of people. And even with the second one, that's Aplikuma North. I think the returning officer looked a bit stronger, a lot more confident. But even with that, there are people all around him. Give him some space to do his job. If you disagree, there are processes around this. It's not the scuffling, it's not the heckling that will change anything.
That's right.
So as we go on, again, lessons for us to learn.
Right. Richard, I mean, going by the law and then going by the electoral rules as well, in terms of how the officer was being, you know, treated. At a point, he was even told to call Baba Sadiq, declare him. At a point, was still do this, do that. And these were all being done by the NDC, you know, guys.
I find the conduct of the entire process completely objectionable. That certainly wasn't democracy at play. an officer of state assigned the responsibility of running elections is insulated from all of these influences, force, and threats. Clearly, the gentleman who declared the elections was not acting as a matter of his own will. And the people who were around him, giving him instructions as to what he should do, had no business doing that. His job is to act as an independent arbiter, a referee, looking at the facts as he knows them, the records as he's received from the various polling stations, examine them and come to an independent judgment based on the records as to who has won the elections, and make a declaration to that effect. Now, that declaration is not to be tailored by any person with an interest in the election. So that if you are making a decision as an officer of the Electoral Commission, and that decision is clearly tailored by somebody else, that cannot possibly be, flagged as your decision. Now, my colleague Godfrey spoke brilliantly about what we saw on national television. Then you ask yourself, structures were put in place to insulate officers of the Electoral Commission from negative influences of this kind. We were told that if you do not have accreditation, you do not have access to the regional collation center. Now, that accreditation should indicate that you are supposed to be there. Now, the question we should ask ourselves is whether the people who had access to the Electoral Commission's collation center at the regional level had the clearance to be there, whether they were properly authorized by the EC to have the level of access they had, and then also if they had the accreditation to be there, that kind of conduct we saw on television, can that be said as proper conduct within the framework of the law? Now, I take you to PNDC Law 287. Section 40 says expressly, and this relates to all the conducts that we have seen on both sides, which in my respectful view undermine our electoral integrity. It says a person who willfully obstructs or interferes with an election officer in the execution of his duty commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 1 million Ghana cedis or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years or both. Now, look at all the things we've seen. Party people storm Electoral Commission offices, beat up officers of the Commission, seize materials from opposing parties, burn them in some cases, break ballot boxes, and then a declaration is made that have won the election. Now, the people who have been beaten and their records collected from them, they now say, if you have the records, so we are the people with the records. Now, you ask yourself, why should this happen? Now, the people who are to police these places, how did they allow these people to go into these places and do the kinds of things that they did? Look, we are building a democracy. It doesn't matter whether NPP did it or NDC did it.
Wrong is wrong.
It is wrong. Because if we continue like that, it will no longer be an election because the people have expressed their will. All we want to do is to lawfully put the numbers together. Now, when you hear, go to court, it is the expectation, we have declared the thing already. If you go to court, we'll see whether even you get justice in the courts. And it follows a certain narrative. You know, when the NDC lost the election petition in court, they made it clear to us, the Ghanaian people, that look, going forward, we are not going to do any court business because that's right. And it would seem to me that we have seen a pattern, right? That pattern is storm the Electoral Commission if you can, beat up people if you can, bend the records if you can, threaten people if you can, and let's see what happens out of that. I don't think we can build a democracy like that. But that also flows from a certain conduct of the MPP themselves. When they were in power, with all the support of the executive authority, we saw what happened in parts of the Bono areas or the middle belt of the country and in other parts of the country where it was clear to at least to some people who were operating or monitoring the process.
Sky, hold your guns. We were told there's some misunderstanding at the regional headquarters. Let's go there and see what is happening of the EC.
I need the voice of the returning officer.
That's it. We can only mention for confirmation.
Very well. Very well.
We mention for confirmation. That's all.
He started from the top.
C16 0703A. I don't have it. C16 0703B. I don't have it. C16 0704. I don't have it.
It's like you're going back.
We're taking that series together.
Yes.
Are you okay now?
Are you okay? C16 0705. I don't have it. C16 0706A. I don't have it. C16 0706A.
Please take your time, okay? Please take your time for us. Yeah, also time.
Sir, I asked you, you confirm before I go on. So if I'm not giving me the go ahead. Okay. Okay.
So we ended at 06B.
C16 0768. I don't have it. C16 0706B. I don't have it. C16 0707. I don't have it.
Please hold on. Please, you don't have C16 0706A.
Yes.
And you don't have C16 0706B.
Yes.
So the next one is which?
07.
07.
C16
0707.
Okay.
I don't have it. C16 0708A. NPP 178. NDC 124. C16 0708B. 0708B. NPP 151. NDC 136.
We want to watch the ECC. We don't have a problem, but stop where you are passing is where the problem is. You could have passed the other side. That's fine. Okay.
Can I go on? Can I go on?
Yes, please. Let's
C16 0709A. I don't have it. 9A. C16 0709B. I don't have it. C16 0710. I don't have it. One zero. C16 0711A. 11A. NPP 143. NDC 99. C16 0711B. NPP 133. NDC 128. C16 0712. NPP 135. NDC 168. C16 0801A.
So 08.
So we are done with the 7th electoral area. We are now on the 8th electoral area. So C160801A.
So, sorry. Is there a reason why you have not numbered this one, just for consistency's sake, so that we will know how many polling stations we are doing?
Yes.
If you can complete it for us, it will be exceedingly useful.
Okay. Then let me do that.
127.
But there was one. Let me check.
The one that you jumped.
There was.
So it's at the back. It's after this. That was the 8. So after 127, you went to the back to do one.
There's. I started numbering, and then there's one I cancelled. So you let me continue numbering.
So that you can. You just continue.
Let me continue numbering, then we can do that. So 127.
128.
You
Yes.
get it.
You get
it.
You just want to number
the number so that we know the total number of police stations we have done so far.
You can see what we're doing. Just so that we're on the same page.
135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148.
So
149, 150, 151, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69.
It means we are still numbering those we don't have.
Yes, we are
no, yeah, we are numbering. To see that we have got a 28.
So
169.
So this is what we are now.
Yes,
so 170. So when you mention 172, 3, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, no, 88.
188.
Yeah.
Okay.
89,
189,
190. Is that where we are going to start? The next one or the other one?
No, the other one. The other one. So we are on Electoral 8.
Yeah,
so that's where
check your number.
190.
Yeah.
190.
Yeah, 19. So 91, 191, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 200. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 210, 210, 211, 212, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, 231,
231,
232,
232,
34, 234, 235, 236,
237, 238, 239, 240. Yes. It will be the same thing.
It will be the same thing.
We need a 281 number. So we'll get 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 51, 52, 53, 54, 54.
I don't know. They want to prevent crowd. No, don't worry.
254,
255,
255, 256, 257, 258, 259, 260, 261, 262, 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, 268, 269, 270, 271, 272, 273, 274, 275. 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 282, 284.
How did you have 282?
So we'll go back. Yeah, we'll go back.
Because we got 282.
Yeah, we'll go back.
One special
Yeah, so
no,
it's 281. Yeah, so we'll go back. We'll go back. We'll go back.
Some numbering has jumped.
Yes. You see, I repeated this one here.
Okay, so
11B.
So you cancel.
So I've cancelled one. Then
So
there's
that accounts for one.
yes, there's another one.
Let him
Come and see.
Let the MEP guys see.
And when he cancelled, instead of starting the 17.
No, I finished writing all before I saw.
That's fine.
So
yeah, and there was
I cancelled
there was an anomaly.
We had 283. Two more.
So one here.
Two cancellations.
Yes.
So one
is here. I will show you the
no,
other one.
There's something you have to explain. When you finish the 16 and you wrote 17, you cancel. You should have repeated 17 here.
That's why it's adding up.
So let me see another cancellation. Then we have to check the numbering. Let's check the numbering. Let's check the numbering.
That was once I was emphasizing on that.
Let's check the numbering. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So should we count, and when we finish we subtract?
Yes, continue.
17.
One more.
Yeah. You see one more missing.
Forget about the cancellation. Continue.
So 17.
That place is 17.
No, we have to see a problem. So let's see 17. Yes, we have subtracted 2. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 23, 24, 25. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 8, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85. 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69. 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 200. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
So that is 111.
So those are some sights and sounds from the regional headquarters of the Electoral Commission. We'll go back to them when they're ready to properly declare that. But also remember that in a bit we'll go to the EC also on the presidential declaration as well from Madam Jean Mensah. And then we'll be going across the country where we've seen some destruction of property, invasion of key institutions, among others. And then some of the outstanding areas where we've seen some bit of violence, example, Techiman South, we'll be going there as well. But we're back into the studio looking at what we saw at the regional headquarters where some members of the NDC as well as the MPP at the regional headquarters for the first declaration to do with the Okai Central seat. I believe Sky was on the floor talking about the nature of what we saw with regards to the EC official, and I wanted you to also dig out that law that says
yeah, that's the, I mean,
70%.
I've heard a claim that there is a legal provision that says that where you have 75% of the collated results, you can declare the outcome of the elections. With the greatest respect, I've not seen a provision like that. I'm yet to see it. Okay. And in all humility, if there's someone who knows the provision, the person can make it available to us, so that at least we can all interrogate it. Because I'll find it particularly curious. Because ultimately, what gets done when there is an issue as to whether it is possible to declare a result, we need to first of all establish the results that are outstanding. Are they such that if they are collated, they have the potential to impact
on
that
the
which you
rest?
currently have? So for instance, in 2008, when there was a big issue as to whether Nanado had won or Males had won, after collation, it was clear that Males was in the lead after the runoff. But what do you call it? Dr. Farijan, well aware that there was an outstanding place where they did not have the elections, in this case, Tyne, right? Tyne did not do the elections because there was some issue in the constituency. People had gone there to burn, electoral materials, and there was some issue. So on the day that we're all having the elections, Tyne could not do the elections. So the EC postponed the election. So when it came down to collating the results from across the country, Afarijan, after putting the results together, said, look, what I do have now if I announce it, it would have issues because the number of votes in time, if put together, have the potential to impact the final winner of the elections. In other words, if we assume that Nanado won the entirety of the votes there and we add it to Nanado's votes, it could affect the elections. The same way, males, it could affect the elections. So let's do time. So he ordered that the elections in time be run. That was done and it was added to the final votes.
Yeah.
So if the claim that there's a provision like that, which says 75% of the results, if you have it, you can go ahead. If that was the case, then perhaps as of that time, he could have declared Mills the winner.
Yeah.
Without
really going for that run
so
in time.
In all humility, I've not read the provision, I've not seen it, and I don't know where it's coming from.
Okay.
If it is there, somebody should point me to it. What I'm trying to say is that I have difficulty with the suggestion that because we can't find some pink sheet, so let's just declare somebody because the person is in the lead. That would be a terrible precedent, and it's questionable for me.
So what does the electoral rule say if, in this case, where some of the pink sheets, we saw some videos of them bent, and there's none to add or to show, what happens?
You see, that raises a number of issues. But first of all, there's a legal principle that you cannot benefit from your own criminal conduct. Now, we have heard that some people deliberately attacked electoral officers and destroyed electoral material. Now, if the people who bent these things are traceable to the eventual beneficiaries of the outcome of the elections, then there's a problem. That's one layer of the problem. Then the other layer is that why was it so possible that out of all the people who took part in the elections, only the NPP and the NDC now have to produce their share of the pink sheets or their copies to help us determine.
Where are the other political agents, political parties?
Exactly.
Agents?
Because first of all, we had all kinds of questionable, political parties in the race. And you see, that is what that is what even, provokes me the more about this whole, let's allow everybody to contest. We do know that there are people whose only business in this country is to wait for elections to come, and then they quickly dust their documents and say that, they are registered political parties in the country, not having satisfied the requirements of the law, and for some reason the Electoral Commission allows them to contest. Now, if these political parties properly had agents on the ground, perhaps we could have gone to them to ask them that, Charlie, where is your, what do you call the share of the whatever it is, and then we'll look at it. And then also, it raises an issue as to whether it is possible to rely on technology to take care of issues like this. Now, what am I talking about? If you finish the process at every polling station, you take a photograph as the Electoral Commission staff, which would then send, after receiving, taking photograph of the collation sheets or whatever it is, you send it to a central institution, maybe the headquarters of the Electoral Commission in Accra. And that is stored in a secure server, right? Okay, so you take it from Ahafano, straight it comes to Accra. We do know that it goes into a system where it can be kept. So that when there are issues like this, that your officer has been beaten, collation sheets destroyed, and you cannot have the physical copy, we can go to that digital copy and then look at it and be sure that, this is what came in from the ground. But the way it is, MPP people, where's your sheet? They've been bent. Okay, NDC, we have our sheet. So this is what it says. EC officer, where is yours? Some people ran away. They can't find it. So, okay, what do? We have 75% of the results, so let's declare. I think this is not an election.
Those are some of the reforms that we should address. Let me take you to the EC and see the latest there. The chairperson, Madam Jean Mensah, has taken a seat together with her commissioners by her side. It's a full house. All of them are there, isn't it? So in a bit, we'll get what she will say with regards to the declaration proper. Whilst we wait for her to start, Sky, you can make your... So these are some of the reforms we are hoping to see. But let me bring in Sanda and Mr. Larry as well. Larry, your thoughts on what we saw at the regional headquarters with regards to the Okai Central, the EC official, how it was being, dealt with by the party officials and all that?
I think it was unfortunate. Okay, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate we are here.
Thank you very much. Shall we have our seats? We would like to start this program with an opening prayer by Reverend Ikuya Ofori-Boateng.
Let us bow our heads and pray. Heavenly Father, you have said in your word that many are the plans of men, but it is the counsel of the Lord that will stand. We thank you, Lord, that you have spoken in our nation today. It is our prayer that as you have commanded us, that it is you that establishes leaders, that you will pour out your mercy and your grace on all of us as a nation, on our leaders. We thank you, Father, for this time where we declare what you have spoken. We ask, Lord, that your presence be with us. May the words of our mouths and the meditation of all our hearts be pleasing and acceptable to you. O Lord, you are our strength and you are our Redeemer. Amen.
I would like to acknowledge the presence of a few dignitaries. I'll start with the special representative of the Secretary General, UNOAS, Mr. Leonardo Santos Simao. We have with us the Deputy Head of Mission, ECOWAS delegation, led by His Excellency Babukar Blaise Jani. We also have with us in the National Collation Center, the UN Representative Coordinator, Ghana, His Excellency Mr. Charles Abani. We have delegation from ECONEC. We also have with us the USA Ambassador. Accompanying the USA Ambassador is the British High Commissioner to Ghana. Now I'm coming home. Before I come home, we have delegation from the Commonwealth. Head of delegation, thank you very much. We have a team from the Association of African Elections Authorities here with us. We also acknowledge the presence of ECONEC delegation if they are here, as well as the AU reps here. Thank you very much. Now I'll come home. With us, we have directors and deputy directors from the Electoral Commission of Ghana. Can we see you? Can we see you and wave? Please be on your feet. Be on your feet for Ghanaians to applaud you for the wonderful work that you've done. Thank you. Now I go to the commission members. Here with us is Commission Member Professor Peter Apiahene. Also here at the high table, we have Commission Member Hajia Salima Sani Mahama. The one who said the prayer is a commission member, and she is Reverend Ikuya Ofori-Boateng. Thank you. I'm told the EU ambassador to Ghana is also here. And the director of USAID is also here. I would like to introduce another commission member, Ms. Ajua Isiama Abrefa. And now I go to the executive commissioners. At the high table, we have Deputy Chair in charge of Corporate Service, Dr. Bosman Eric Asare. Deputy Chair in charge of Operations, Mr. Samuel Tete, is also here with us. And the chairperson, the returning officer, Mrs. Jane Adukwe-Mensah, is here. In addition, I would like to acknowledge some few people here. Reps of the National Peace Council, representative of domestic observer groups. I can see Mr. Ayin here, the national coordinator of CODEO, reps of other international observers, members of both local and international press and media houses. Shall we see your hands? The local and international press houses with us. And last but not the least, I would like to acknowledge the supporting staff, members of the security services, as well as the members of the ambulance services that were able to come on short call. Thank you very much for coming. And now, the reason why we are here. I have the singular honor to cede the podium or the mic to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the returning officer for the presidential elections, Madame Jane Mensah.
Should I go to the podium? Let's go to the podium.
A good evening to all of you, our distinguished guests. To God be all the glory, great things he has done, and greater things he will do. We thank the good Lord for making it possible for us to witness this day. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been 48 hours since the close of polls on Saturday, the 7th of December, 2024. The voters of Ghana have spoken. They have expressed their choice at the polls, and that choice will today be upheld by the Electoral Commission of Ghana. As a commission, we have fulfilled our vowed aspiration to imbibe transparency, accountability, inclusiveness, and responsiveness at the heart of all our operations. And I can confidently say that with the help of God, we have fulfilled these aspirations and the expectations of the citizenry. We have conducted elections that are credible, fair, transparent, and peaceful. Elections that have ensured that the will of the people as expressed at the polls, the elections that have guaranteed that every vote counts. As a country, we take pride in the fact that our electoral processes, initiated since 1992, uphold and guarantee the voter's choice. We take pride in the fact that the voter's choice, as expressed at the polls, is sacrosanct. Ladies and gentlemen, the last 4 years have been spent in injecting and infusing 4 key elements into every aspect of our work. And those elements are transparency, accountability, responsiveness, and inclusiveness. As such, we started the year poised and ready to conduct credible elections. We were conscious that elections were an event and not a process. This resolve led us to undertake several transformational decisions, including the re-exhibiting of the Provisional Voters Register for the first time in our history, when concerns were raised about its credibility, as well as opening up the IPAC meetings to the citizenry by allowing the live coverage of all IPAC meetings. Indeed, the decisions to re-exhibit the Provisional Voters Register to allow a further review by political parties and the citizenry, as well as the demystification of the IPAC meeting, has helped diffuse the tensions that were brewing around the Provisional Voters Register. Ultimately, those 2 decisions restored the confidence of the citizens in the Voters Register and cemented Ghana's peace. Again, in the spirit of responsiveness, when complaints were made about the 50 pesos charged voters for the verification of their registration details online, the Commission waived the fee and allowed voters to verify their details at no cost. In line with our determination to ensure the credibility of the 2024 election, when the Commission received information of the leak of a single defaced ballot paper, the Commission acted swiftly and destroyed ballots for both Western and Eastern regions. This bold determination and this bold decision was based on our determination to uphold the integrity of the election at all costs. In less than 1 week, the Commission printed new ballot papers for both regions and went on to successfully hold the special voting 2 days ahead of the main election. As a Commission, our singular message to our teams at all levels has been clear. It is that our mandate is not to make anyone a president or a member of Parliament, but rather to conduct and undertake credible and transparent elections and electoral processes which uphold the voter's choice and lead to acceptable and peaceful electoral outcomes. Today, our resolve has paid off. We have conducted elections that are fair, elections that are free, elections that are credible, elections that are elections that are peaceful, and elections whose outcomes are acceptable by all. So transparent are our processes that any interested political party, media house, or citizen could collate with near precision the results of the election, attesting to the resilient and robust processes built over the years. And we witnessed this with the concession of the Vice President, even before the declaration of the results by the Electoral Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, the testimonies on Election Day also attest to the efficient, robust, and resilient processes we put in place. Many citizens testified to the seamless processes they witnessed at the polling stations. The average time spent at the polling station was around 5 minutes compared to several hours and several minutes prior to the 2020 election. Citizens also attested to the efficiency of the biometric voter devices, the biometric verification devices employed to ensure that every man has one vote. The system worked efficiently and ensured that the voter who registered was indeed the person who voted. We are confident that the 2024 election will further cement trust in our electoral processes and reduce the suspicions that typically characterize elections on the continent. At this juncture, I would like to thank all of you who journeyed with us to ensure the success of the 2024 election. To our staff, both permanent and temporary, we say Ayiko, you have worked hard, put in long hours, plowed the field, and done the spade work at the risk of your own lives to bring us a successful outcome. Our hearts go out to our staff who were manhandled during this time. We wish you well, and we ask the good Lord to bless all of you. To our media partners who have journeyed with us and enabled us to bring the commission to the doorstep of every Ghanaian, we say thank you. To the Ghana Police Service and to our partner, the National Peace Council, we say Ayiko. We thank all of you, the good citizens of Ghana, who have believed in us and allowed us to serve you. To our dear families and friends who have journeyed with us every step of the way, we thank you for your support, your prayers, your encouragement, and your advice. We are conscious that we could not have achieved this success without the help of the Almighty God, our anchor, without whom we could have done nothing. We remain eternally grateful, and I say thank you, Jesus. To all our observers from the ECOWAS, from the African Union, from the ECONEC, from the Commonwealth Secretariat, from the West Africa Elders Forum, supported by the Good Luck Jonathan Foundation, from the National Peace Council, from CODEO, from the Association of African Election Authorities, from the European Center for Election Systems, from International IDEA, Frimpong Manso Institute, IDEG, and to electoral commissioners from election management bodies in Africa, namely Uganda, Gambia, Kenya, Liberia. We say thank you for your support. We wish you all Godspeed back home. As the returning officer for the presidential election and in fulfillment of my mandate as enshrined in law, I will now declare the outcome of the 2024 election. It is important to note that per Regulation 63.3 of the 1992 Constitution of Ghana, the winner of the presidential election must obtain at least 50% plus 1 at the polls to be declared the winner of the election. We have collated the presidential results from all 16 administrative regions, of which 267 of the 276 constituencies have been captured. We have not been able to receive results from 9 constituencies because our offices have been besieged by political party supporters, making it impossible to complete the collation process. That notwithstanding, the presidential results from the 267 constituencies, including the newly created Guan constituency, clearly established the winner of the 2024 presidential election. Simply put, even if all the votes from the 9 constituencies were added to the candidate who placed second, it will not change the outcome of the election. It is important to note that the Commission will update the records on receipt of the presidential results from the 9 outstanding constituencies. Ladies and gentlemen, now to the results of the 2024 presidential election. And the results will be announced based on the positions of the presidential candidates on the ballot. Mahama Bawumia of the NPP obtained 4,657,304, being 41.61%. Daniel Augustus Latte Jr. of the GCPP obtained 16,673, being 0.15%. Christian Kwabena Andrews of the Ghana Union Movement obtained 16,461, being 0.15%. Kofi Apalu of the LPG obtained 5,219, being 0.09%. Mohamed Frimpong of the National Democratic Party obtained 4,413, being 0.04%. Nana Akosua Frimpong of the CPP obtained 23,397, being 0.21%. Mr. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC obtained 6 million. Let me take that again. Mr. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC obtained 6,328,397. And I'd like to repeat that. Mr. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC obtained 6,328,397, being 56.55%. Mr. Hassan Ayariga of the APC obtained 17,461, being 0.16%. Mr. Kofi Kranting, independent candidate, obtained 3,320, being 0.03%. Mr. George Chumberima Edu, independent candidate, obtained 3,091, being 0.02%. Nana Kwame Biediaku, independent candidate, obtained 84,478, being 0.05%. Mr. Alan Kojo Tremanting, independent candidate, obtained 31,202, being 0.28%. The total valid votes cast add up to 11,191,422. Total rejected votes 239,109. Total votes cast 11,430,531. It's important to mention that the total registered voters add up to 18,774,159. And the percentage voter turnout based on the 267 constituencies stands at 60.9%. 60.9% based on the 267 constituencies. And as I mentioned, this does not include the 9 constituencies whose results we are yet to receive. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, Results from the 9 constituencies are still as outstanding. The 9 constituencies are Ewutu Senya East, in Sawam, Aduajiri, Akwetia, Suhum, Techiman South, Domi Kwabenya, Ablekuba North, Ahafo Anon North, and Damongo. The total registered voters in all 9 constituencies add up to 947,116. In the event that all the valid voters from the 9 constituencies above voted for the candidate who placed second, the total number of votes he would garner would be 5,604,420, representing 46.17% of the total valid votes, which would have been 12,138,538. The inclusion of the outstanding constituencies would have given the leading candidate 52.13%, which is still greater than the 50% plus 1 required to be declared a winner. And so even with that scenario, he's clearly the winner of the 2024 election. In the light of the above, ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor as the returning officer of the 2024 presidential election to declare His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the winner of the 2024 presidential election and the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, with a total percentage of 56.55%. Congratulations, sir. It is finished. Thank you very much.
Headquarters proper Jude Mensah just officially declaring the president-elect John Mahama polling some 56% to become the next president of the Republic of Ghana. In your shot, you can see him in his home together with his wife and children. Obviously, they were watching proceedings from the Electoral Commission as well. So that's it. The Electoral Commissioner, Jude Mensah, has officially declared Mr. John Mahama as the president-elect for Ghana for the next 4 years. Gentlemen, in the words of the Commissioner, it is done.
Well,
it is finished. Yeah.
A couple of things for me.
So congratulations first.
Yes, I said a couple of things for me. Calm down, Mario. So congratulations to John Dramani Mahama. He makes a return to the presidency. He'll be president of the Republic.
Godfrey, let's go back to the EC. We're told she's still speaking. Jean Mensah. So return to the Electoral Commission.
And that of Mr. Nana Kwame Bediako is 0.75%. Nana Kwame Bediako, 0.75%. Thank you.
Right. Godfrey, you're on the floor.
Yes, I was saying congratulations to John Dramani Mahama, returns as president of the Republic of Ghana. It will be it will be a rare feeling for him, you know, somebody who has experienced this before, experienced the loss of losing after just 4 years, and then back in the seat again. He has 4 years ahead of him. But looking at the results, a few things stand out for me, as read by Madam Jean Mensah. The 60% turnout is something that will need to be discussed. 11,191,422 valid votes cast. Total votes cast, 11,430,531. Two interesting figures. If we are to compare that to what we saw in the year 2020, and we'll get to our board later on to have a look at what happened. So in 2020, yes, Sanda, your board is working magic for me. He had 6,265,266 in that election. Of the total votes cast, that is what he won. The total votes cast that year was...
So you're looking for 2020 results?
Yeah, 2020.
2020 results, 6.1, so 6,130,698.
Total votes, I mean.
Yes. No, what
do you have the total votes cast?
For 2020 results.
Let me just go to the dashboard.
Yes, so do that for me. So that again is interesting. The turnout is interesting for me, but the most important thing is a clear mandate from the Republic of Ghana and its citizens for John Dramani Mahama.
This is your 2020 results.
Yeah.
Yes. So we had 13,535,043 total votes cast. The total valid votes was at 13,218,076. So if we do our mathematics, and we will do that later on, you can immediately even tell you are looking at something in excess of over 2 million votes reduction in the total votes cast and total valid votes as well. Again, like I said, we will discuss this. The NPP will look at this and will consider this one of the worst losses that they have experienced. 4,657,304, according to Madam Jean Mensah, representing 41%.
Godfrey, so just to help you with the number, so if you're looking at the total votes, there's an outstanding of 947,000 from the constituencies.
Yes, the 9.
So you may want to add that to the what has been declared, which is the total votes cast currently is what? Total votes cast as we have is 11,430,000. So if you add 900,000, that would take you to 11 plus 1 million, so that's 12 million. Okay. So we're going to have 12 million. So maybe that should be the figure we should work with.
The figure we work with eventually.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. MPP at 4 million. Again, if you look at what they did nationally in the year 2020, Sanda, can you help me with that?
So you want to look at the national, what
yes, national for
obtained
NPP
in 2020. Yes. So Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo obtained 6,776,066 votes. That's what he obtained in 2020. And then in 2016, Nana Akufo-Addo obtained 5,767,076 votes.
So a lot for the MPP to chew on, looking at the numbers, because again, this would be a performance that they would not be proud of. I again look at some parties.
You didn't refer to the percentage, or you did?
41.66%, 41.6%.
As opposed to what they had?
What they had previously.
So Akufo-Addo's percentage in 2016 was 53.59%, and in 2020 was 51.26%.
Okay.
That's what Akufo-Addo obtained. Since you're heavy on the Akufo-Addo, you are looking at the NPP figures purely.
So what's the drop?
So that's what we have.
What's the drop?
This one is 41% for Bawumia and then 56% for Mahama. So
Yes,
that's
I
like
think
about 10%.
quickly, if you look at the results,
41.
In 2020, John Mahama pulled together 6.2 million votes, right?
Yes.
But lost the election. 6.2 million votes, but lost the election.
Yes.
In that year, it was 47.40% of the total, valid votes. Now, if you look at what he used to win this election, it's just about 100,000 better than his performance in 2020. Because he won with 6.3 million votes. You understand? Which happens to be around 56% of the total valid votes for this particular election year. In other words, John Mahama bettered his performance in the last election by 100,000 votes.
Yes. As compared to the last year.
Exactly. Do we understand? So,
I mean, let's see it from this point that the apathy affected both parties.
No, I'm not even going to the apathy.
Let's look at that.
At the point we have to look.
We'll get to that. But I'm making a point.
Both parties.
No,
it's not just
from what we are seeing.
No. I'm making a point.
Okay. Yes. Sorry.
The point I'm making is that, in other words, that's what made the difference. Now, we were told that 18 million or so people are on the register.
Yes.
Now, that's also an issue that we have to discuss. Now, if you have 18 million people on the register, and about 11 million of them voted at the elections, what is the difference? So about 7 million Ghanaians in Ghana
Sat at home.
Either sat at home and did not take part in the process. Of course, you don't expect in an election.
Ballots as well.
Exactly.
No, I understand. But what I'm saying,
and there are certain results that are supposed to be come. And then what we have agreed on is to deal with what 12 million, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
okay, even
significant drop.
Even if we assume that
not about a million or so.
I'm saying it's still
which
a significant drop.
Exactly. So you were talking about a gap of about, say, even if we say 12 million for it, we are generous, say 12 million.
6 million.
That's 6 million people. Now, first of all,
6 million.
Yes, that raises a lot of issues. First of all, is it that we do not have that many?
As in the 18 is not what it is?
Yeah, is that what it means? Or that people were so
6 million Ghanaians did not show up to vote.
Exactly.
In actuality.
Yes. Yeah. Or that
would then lead us to Larry's point about apathy then.
No, you see.
No, I'm just saying, once we graduated.
Yeah, I understand
but
that.
Now.
But there's a reason I'm raising it.
Yeah.
Because some people, and I have had cause to believe that our voters register is bloated.
Okay.
So you want to make the point of the bloat?
Exactly, because if you look at the total population of Ghana, we are about what? 33 million or 32 million people. And we have 18 million people who are above 18.
A little over half the population.
Yeah.
You think it's too much?
The international average, it doesn't really make sense to me.
Okay, so that's your point. Okay.
So we need to look into some of these things.
Okay.
Because again, while I always reject the idea that you should produce a Ghana card as basis to determine whether you're qualified to vote and some other forms of identification, the issue also of people guaranteeing for others, if you look at the makeup of the register, it would seem that the people who guarantee for other people is also particularly high. But let me take the opportunity, just as Godfred did, to congratulate.
You are talking too much. Let's stop.
Please, Harry, please. Larry, you are in a hurry. Let me take the opportunity to congratulate John Dramani Mahama on his re-election as President of the Republic. This is an overwhelming mandate given to him by the good people of Ghana. It is a mandate that requires of him to fulfill his social contract, with the people of the Republic. He's told us expressly what he intends to do within the first 100 days in office. And we want to believe that after 8 years in opposition, the reasons that led to his defeat in 2016 will be things that he's learned lessons from, and that returning to office, he will serve diligently and actually further the interests of the Ghanaian Republic, and that he will be father for all. He will represent the true dignity that the office commands, and if there is anything about politics that has made people stay away from the process, if there's anything about our democracy that has actually undermined the confidence that the people have in these institutions, I'm appealing to him to consider these issues and serve in a way as to become the gold standard for how a president should conduct himself in office. We do not want to see a repeat of the mistakes made by his predecessor. And similarly, we do not want to see him repeat the mistakes he himself made when he was president of the Republic. These are some of the things I will say immediately about the outcome of the elections.
Okay, let me take Larry, then I take Sandra. Initial comments from the
I think
declaration.
First of all, we need to congratulate the president-elect. I was going to say former president. There's something funny that I think he and I used to suffer from, because we knew him as when he was a parliamentarian. So for a very long time, even when he became a vice president, you meet him and then you greet him, Honorable John Mahama.
Yeah.
And people around him weren't too excited about that description. So we need to congratulate him first of all. I mean, this is a landslide. I'm not sure in the history of this country anybody had obtained this particular percentage. And I will associate myself with Yao, that it's...
if you say Yao, nobody knows.
Well, people know.
Well, if on that, if you look at the elections of 1996,
okay.
Jerry John Rawlings garnered 57% of the votes.
So that's the highest.
Yes, in 1996.
So this is the second highest.
Okay.
How about 1992?
Okay, I could go deeper into that.
Go deeper. Okay. So I mean, we need to congratulate him.
And please check 2016 for me.
We need to congratulate him for this victory. That following the 2016 defeat, he didn't just throw in the towel or run away. His pride was at stake as a politician. And he came back 2020, he couldn't do much, and then his comeback this time. And the comeback quite strong, stronger than even what Akufo-Addo used to beat him in 2016. We'll commend him for that. But I mean, as he said, there are expectations. You don't ignore that. Globally, there's been this wave of change. Nobody thought that Donald Trump will come back.
He'll come back, yeah.
But he's back. Okay? The conservatives, at the point in time, nobody, thought that they were beatable. But they went down. Yeah. And today, Labour is back in office. Germany, the coalition, I think it collapsed. And many other places.
This is the year of the comeback.
Yeah, it's the year of the comeback. So, meaning that people's expectations are high. And some of the promises he made, he would have to fulfill them. Whether the situation in the kitty is
it's good or bad, you
have to. But, well, so that has to be done. As for the apathy, I think prior to the election, you speak to most of the youth, particularly even the beneficiaries of the free SHS. They tell you that, listen, they don't have any reason to vote. Why? And they couldn't tell you why. Okay? The election was also held on a Sunday, where the churches Saturday, sorry. Where churches that, go to worship on Saturday, I'm sure we're still in session.
The Adventist.
The Adventist. I think they still went to church.
Yeah.
Either they closed early to come and vote, or some of them couldn't vote at all. There are others who tried to wait until, let's say, a certain time before they got to the polling station, but they were told that, listen, you couldn't.
Polls are closed.
Polls are closed. And then there's a general, disappointment in the political class. People said that they've been voting since 1992 or later than that, but they were getting nothing in return.
Yeah.
They are still unemployed. The usual amenities that they are supposed to have, they are not getting. Infrastructure, road, and other things are bad. That they just don't trust politicians. Politicians are liars. That obviously also played out in this particular instance. And so we need to recognize these things as well. That how do we bring back confidence in our democracy, so that people, years to come, will want to be out there voting. Again, there was something, Vivian, I noticed, that years ago, at dawn, you have people moving around with cement blocks and all other materials and so on. Grandparents could even deploy their grandchildren to go and catch a place for them so that then they will come later in the morning and join a queue to vote.
Yeah.
But this time around, that enthusiasm wasn't
There
there.
were just 1 or 2 stations where the people had queued with stones. But that wasn't one of the main things, we recorded in this election. Like before, like you're saying, they used to queue with the stones and all that. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Again, you watch the media saying, people, how do we keep the politicians, in check, such that the people will want to participate in the democracy that we are practicing. Either than that, some adventurers could just one day want to torpedo whatever it is that we are practicing. Okay, yeah. This attempt, rule of law, is not just something that you recite. Okay, it's something that you practice it. So this, people are cited for corruption. Institutions come in, investigate them, punish the people. You say, oh, listen, you have cleared them. Okay? People misbehave, like this Untumi's presenter, for instance. The police got him. Or we all watched the video. Institutions, even EC issued a statement. NCCE also issued a statement. People condemned this guy. The police invited him. Later, he was let to go and continue his work. Another guy who threatened the IGP was quickly processed for court and even jailed. So as we speak, he's in jail, now. Now, should the change happen, or eventually when the handing over takes place, I'm sure people will go and pick up that guy and put him before court. What would people say, or his people say? Would it be because his party is not in office?
It's a change in government.
You get it? So, we need to be even
and fair
and firm in all the things that we do, such that people will have confidence in the whole process. That we are just shouting at each other in the name of freedom of expression, which doesn't go anywhere if what's in the book is not being, practiced.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll come back to.
We'll look at all that.
Yeah, the hunting of seeds and all that.
Yeah, and what a Mahama presidency will look like at a point and then interrogate the numbers in terms of the apathy. But Umar Standa Ahmadu, president-elect, was watching the videos the commissioner has declared.
First of all, congratulations to the baller boy, John Dramani Mahama. You go into an election to want to win, and for you to win, regardless of the margin, even though our constitution is clear that there must be a certain threshold. So in some states or in some countries, it's first past the post. The one with the highest number wins. In our country, it specifically says you must get 50% of the votes first, then additional numbers. And in fact, while we're doing this, Professor Bambuati, who is an economist and a statistician,
was addressing that matter.
He has sent me a longish one, and I just want to read that.
Please go ahead.
I did not catch where the EC chairperson said what he said, but he said, and this Professor Bambuati, I listened to the declaration of the presidential results. In the Constitution, the winner should obtain, quote and unquote, more than 50% of the valid votes cast, and not 50% plus 1, as was quoted by the Electoral Commission. We always say 50% plus 1. So Babwati is saying that mathematically, 50% plus 1 does not exist anywhere. Please check the exact quote from the Constitution. So I went to check the Constitution, and it says, Article 63.3, a person shall not be elected as president of Ghana unless at the presidential election, the number of votes cast in his favor is more than 50% of the total number of valid votes cast at the election. So the Constitution doesn't use the language 50% plus 1. And Professor Boatin is saying that we should not, she shouldn't have said 50% plus 1. She should have said.
Why did that originate from?
I think, let me just deal with that. You see, that is the language of the Constitution. The normal expression or the usual expression should be 50% of the valid votes plus 1 additional valid vote.
Okay. Or plus an extra vote.
No, 1 additional valid vote. The reason is that if you divide it 50-50, right? And we say that 50 means, say, 11 votes, right? And then another 50% means 11 votes. Now, if that is what it means, 50-50, right? If you take 1 vote from the side of the opposition, and then you add it to the person who is winning the election, it becomes 12, right? So it is 50% of the votes plus 1 additional vote. So it became the common language that we normally use, but that is not a language of the Constitution. I understand, his point as somebody who is an authority in the field, but the expression flows from that thinking that you have 50% of the total valid votes plus 1 additional vote, which is valid, making you, so that if anything else is done, it is not possible that you will not the majority.
He has sent a message. He said you are wrong. He said the word more than takes care of everything. But let's not split us over this.
There's more than enough.
That's after he
No,
made
I understand, but that's exactly what it is. That's what I'm saying.
He said you are wrong.
No, we are disagreeing.
I'm saying, that's what I'm saying.
So we'll make
He's a lawyer.
No, he's a statistician.
Statistician.
And so he says you are wrong. And so I'll take his word for it over your own. If it comes to the law, I'll accept yours. If it comes to statistics,
I don't.
Here you come, Professor of Statistics.
Let's not even go there. Let's make.
That's what we're moving. But I think
we have to be going around.
So congratulations to John Dramani Mahama. He has won the elections regardless of by what percentage and regardless of whether there was voter turnout. And I see that not showing up to vote is actually not voting, and it's also a vote. And if in the stronghold of the New Patriotic Party, people did not show up to vote, that's essentially not voting for them. So maybe for the person is hardcore blue, hardcore elephant. The person would curse themselves if they ever put a thumbprint close to the umbrella. So they will not go and even vote at all. Ebeko go the Enko corner, which is what they have done.
I'm not cutting you, but in 2016, a similar thing happened in Volta region.
Yes. So
a similar.
Okay, the NDC is holding a presser. Let's go there and see and hear what they have to say.
Of the NDC, that even if there is provocation, even if there seem to be legitimate reasons why people need to do what they get to do, there's a need to always wait for proper instructions from the highest level and also ensure that everything we do is done according to law. We want to use the opportunity to tell the people of Ghana that we have this issue, that we are resolving it. The president-elect is about to address the country, and he will again reiterate these issues and amplify it in order to ensure that all of us can be on that level. We as a party want to let the country know that this victory for us is not a victory for the NDC. It's not a victory for the NDC to show the country that the country now belongs to us, as we have seen over the last 8 years, which unfortunately MPP has done. We want to use this victory to work for the people of Ghana, and one of the ways to do is to ensure that there is law and order. So our rank and file, we are urging you, pay heed to what exactly we say. The country belongs to Ghana. It doesn't belong just to NDC. Let's do what is right to ensure that we can have a Ghana that is truly great and strong. Thank you so very much.
All right, so because of time, we won't take questions. Thank you.
So that's the General Secretary of the NDC. I was about to say the opposition, which they still are, till they're swearing in. Our very good friend Fifi Kwete, assuring the police that they are dealing with their supporters as well, trying to call them to order, whilst they also go about their work to ensure there's peace and order. We'll come to this whole misbehavior and all that, but then you are...
Yes, and Vivian, congratulations to Fifi Kwete, to new General Secretary. They've delivered the presidency. He and Johnson Asedu Nketia and the new crop of executives, they delivered the Jubilee House, which is really the ultimate. A political party is set up primarily to win electoral power, and they have done that. So for them, congratulations. 32 years, they would be the longest party in office if you add the next 4 years. And so I think they deserve to be applauded. The numbers or the people who showed up to vote, we did not get enough. And I was saying that the fact that you as a party could not get your people to come out to vote is also an indictment. And since you are the governing party, generally when there's apathy, you know that it's going against you. Over the past few weeks, Bernard and I have been doing the numbers on the Situation Room, and there's data to support apathy. In fact, he even showed us a data that was put out by the National Commission for Civic Education, which showed that Northeast people were not coming. Northeast people were the only ones. They were the only ones coming out to vote. Ashanti was not interested in coming out to vote, and the percentage was scary at the time when we did it. And this was just 2 weeks or so ago. Bernard and I did on Situation Room. Greater Accra region, the numbers were not coming out. The apathy. So that should be something that has.
It would be nice if we can pull that picture, Fred. If you can hear me, if you can pull that out for us.
So that should have been the first warning to the government. Now, on election day itself, when I went to, for instance, the Kakasunaka polling station, and I saw the voting in the Katamanso constituency, the people were not voting. In fact, Electoral Commission officers were just idle. And Sky makes this joke about seeing some people playing dummy or draft at one of the polling stations because nothing is happening. I thought that as of midday, as a government, when you saw that people were not showing up to vote, especially in your strongholds, knowing that the low turnout means defeat for you, that is when you should have worked on your mobilization skill. I remember some of the party agents there saying, okay, we are going to the town to go and bring some of them. People are in their shops, but you should have worked hard. But then again, looking at the difference, 2 million votes, that is a huge blow. What, Baumia's percentage is what? Is it 49? No, 41. Yes. That is a big defeat. That is regardless of everything, just on face value. In 20 years from now, or in 50 years from now, when we are looking at the data and the statistics, we would simply say that when Baumia first attempted to be president, he obtained 41%, and that's bad.
Sandra, hold on with that. I think with that, we'll delve into the apathy proper, but I have to go to the police headquarters where the police are addressing the media. A lot of issues to do with violence and, agitations across. Let's see what they will say to those things.
And security of our nation. The Inspector General of Police also informed the party leadership about the measures that have been implemented to safeguard the nation's security and peace during this critical period, and assured the public that they are collaborating with other security agencies to maintain law and order. I would like to go over some of the measures that have been so far put in place to safeguard the peace. One, there's an increase in visibility through joint patrols with other security agencies. Two, conduction of intelligence-led operations within communities to identify and arrest perpetrators. Three, deploying static security personnel at targeted state facilities. Also, engaging government officials and other stakeholders through our active outreach efforts. Establishing a special investigation team to review all relevant videos, identify the perpetrators, and ensure they face the due process of the law. With these additional measures in place, the Ghana Police Service wishes to assure the people of Ghana that the security is guaranteed. they can go about their duties without hindrance, as the police remain committed to ensuring the safety of all persons. Thank you very much. IGP Post Inspector General of Police on in Napam for Asia NDC Amanyoko na nipa odi party nani mobile omu General Secretary any party ni mpanyinfo bi a eka ho no IG Emma mpanyinfo ya so te say obsuben bi a.
So that's from the police headquarters, where they've outlined measures they have put in place to ensure the security is in place, so we don't see the incidents we are seeing in some parts of, you know, the country.
Yeah. You see, that is very important, because I sat here and raised critical issues about what I thought was complete lawlessness being exhibited by certain people following the concession speech delivered by Dr. Baumia, and then also the really irresponsible call on party loyalists to step out there and seek to enforce the verdict of the people, even though we did not know as of that time what exactly the people had said precisely. There was only an indication. And I hope that going forward this will not repeat itself. I insist that the police, beyond telling us that they are doing A, B, C, D, must have their presence on the ground felt. Of course, I commend them for having done a number of things, arresting people and putting them in jail. And we are hoping that they will be processed quickly for court, and that they will actually be dealt with by the courts on the basis of the evidence against them. And then when that is done, we should see them in the cooler, because we want to send a decisive message to the people out there that merely because your party has won or lost an election does not give you the license to misbehave. It is a democracy. You either win or you lose. But where you misbehave in the name of losing or in the name of winning, there must be consequences for that. In fact, that's why ahead of the game, we all know the laws. The laws say when you lose, go home peacefully. If you have difficulties, go to the courts and protest. But you cannot take the law into your own hands and misbehave. Similarly, if you win, wait your turn. 7th of January 2025 is the beginning of the tenure of John Dramani Mahama. If he comes to office, there are rules around the game. And those rules must guide what he does as president and what other people do as citizens of the Republic. But where they take, they use the opportunity to misbehave, undermine democracy, there must be consequences for that. So I commend the police for inviting the NDC leadership to the NDC, the police headquarters, so that they can engage, because they were the people who sent the people out to go and defend the mandate of the people, supposedly. And in the name of defending the mandate of the people have misbehaved. Now, what is the consequence of that? The Electoral Commission tells us that 9 out of the 276 exactly, they could not receive because of what had happened. Their people attacked, they are under siege and all of that, so they don't have the results. Now imagine if the results were very close, and that the results from these 9 constituencies will help determine the winner of the elections. You understand? So then we would have undermined the process. What it means is that we would have been sitting here waiting for the Electoral Commission to give us the outcome. Then people would have been in the streets putting pressure on the Electoral Commission. Why have you not declared the results? When in fact, through our own conduct and misconduct, we have actually affected negatively the democratic outcome that we were expecting. And then also, you realize that when the suggestion was made at the headquarters of the EC at the Greater Accra region that there's some legislation that says 75% you can declare on the basis of that. And I was saying that, look, I've not seen any provision. And in all humility, if there's somebody with one, the person should point me in that direction. And what I said about Afarijan happening to be true was repeated by
the commissioner.
Exactly. That, look, this is the position. We have now 9 outstanding constituencies. Even if we add all the results, like all the voters in that constituency, those constituencies, if we add the results, like, or what do you say, or how do I say it? If we add the number of registered voters there, all of them, to
Baumia's
outcome. It will not in any way change the outcome.
That
exactly. And therefore, on the basis of that, she was declaring the results. That is the true position of the law as I understand it and praxis. So that's why I still would insist that what happened at the Greater Accra Regional Office of the Electoral Commission when they were talking about 75% of something, it is a problem because the people who voted in those areas whose ballots have not been counted would have been disenfranchised. Now what the president says is that in future, just go and beat people. Ensure that as for their votes, though, it should not count. What we have, go ensure that the stronghold of the opposition beat people there. So that if the results that the EC has is only the results from your strongholds, and to the extent that they are 75%, it is okay. Go and declare. I don't think that the framers of our laws intended that consequence.
We have to look for that law because that's what the NDC used this afternoon to get. So we would have to.
I wanted to just look at the numbers again and show you something.
Okay. For the clear one by the presidential.
And highlight a couple of things from what we saw in 2020 and what we've seen now, and make one point. So forget the NPP and the NDC. That is decided. So GCPP improved on its 2020 numbers by 3,000 votes.
Okay.
GUM
was third in the election.
In the 2020 election, garnered 106,265 in 2020. This election, they had 16,461.
So 100,000 dropped.
16,461. The LPG had 7,000 in 2020. They dropped to 5,219 in this election. The CPP actually improved because in 2020 they had 12,000 votes. They moved to 23,000. APC 17,461. Then in comes Nana Kwambediaku, who will be the best performing individual because he's an independent candidate in this election at 84,000. Now in 2020, that position was taken by Christian Andrews, GUM, at 106,000. So if you look at the third performing party from 2020 at 106, and the third best performing party from this election at 87,478, it tells you what you need to know. Then of course comes Allen at 31,202. It brings me to the point of the state of independence and small parties. And we've been discussing this for a while. And as part of our electoral reform, the numbers keep indicating that most of these parties that get on the final ballot for the presidential election do not have the capacity. It's different if you are an independent candidate. Independent is independent. The requirements are different. So Cheddar, Alan, that's fine. But for the APCs of this world, the NDPs of this world, the LPGs of this world, the GCPPs of this world, the GUMs of this world, either the EC ramps up the entry points for what a national political party should look like and how it should function in the years before an election, not in the week of the election, not a month to the election, in the years before an election, we should be able to get these parties to either merge, strengthen themselves properly, so that we...
Or be wiped out.
No, you see, because what they've done basically is help grow a duopoly.
Yeah.
The activities of these parties have helped grow the NPP and the NDC because they no longer control the balance of power.
So they split the third force.
Exactly. My laptop is not here. There was an election where you could have the CPP and the PNC as the balance between the two.
In 2008, they had collectively 7 members of parliament,
in parliament
4 PNC, 3 CPP. That's 208, just 16 years ago.
Yes.
Today, not a single one.
It's all gone.
And they were not ordinary, they were powerful MPs.
Yeah.
So these parties need to take a hard look at themselves on what needs to be done. The EC itself, needs to do this for the sake of our democracy. It is not just about, allow this party to come in. Because, look, truth be told, we also know that some of these parties are pseudo parties of some of the bigger parties.
The big parties.
Some of them are decoys.
Yeah.
They are there to cause all kinds of things. And let's not
and help with IPAC meetings.
You know what I mean?
To
add up to the vote.
These are conclusions we can come to based on years of coverage of
procurement parties.
Elections.
For IPAC meetings.
Yeah.
You've had, we covered an election where we had some of these parties basically campaign on the skirts of the incumbent. Let's not hide it.
Yeah.
But, so we need a situation that can only be carried out by the EC, where they put in place measures where these parties either strengthen themselves or get cut off. Otherwise, it's an effective duopoly, and we don't think we want our EC encouraging a system where they, by their actions and inactions, are actually not by the will of the people creating a duopoly, but they are the ones setting up the system towards a duopoly. I don't think that is the way to go. And when we say the EC needs to contribute to the quality of elections, and that's always been an essential thing for me, the quality of elections. Ghana always does smooth and fair elections, but the quality of the elections has always been a matter, because we never show an interest in anything else outside of the process of campaigning, voting, counting, and declaring, which we just did.
Yeah.
We are very good at that. But the little items in which are the ones that actually prop up a democracy, that lead to the situation that Sky talks about, where a returning officer should be able to declare an election without looking as if he's about to get shot live on national television. Does not come in. So these are some of the things that I gleaned from just looking at the numbers. I saw Nana Kwame Bediako's statement earlier on. I think he spoke earlier on.
Yeah, there's something I just wanted to add quickly, if I may.
Yes.
You see, I've been harping on this whole thing about the EC's failure to live up to its constitutional obligations. If you go to Article 55 of the Constitution, it sort of deals with what Gottfried was speaking about. There's a certain requirement that political parties a threshold they must meet in order to be registered to be political parties in our country. And with your permission, let me read Article 55(7) of the Constitution for our education. It says that for purposes of registration, a prospective political party shall furnish the Electoral Commission with a copy of its constitution and the names and addresses of its national officers, and shall satisfy the commission that A, there is ordinarily resident or registered as a voter in each district of Ghana, at least one founding member of the party. B, the party has branches in all the regions of Ghana and is, in addition, organized in not less than 2/3 of the districts in each region. And finally, the party's name, emblem, color, motto, blah, blah, any other symbol, and it goes on to talk about some of that. Yeah. Now, can we be sure?
Yeah, because these are really significant entry points. Yeah. So it means the laws exist.
Yes. The question is whether the EC is enforcing them.
Yeah.
That's the question. And I have been telling people that one of these days,
you go to court.
That's exactly.
I don't like how your friend who calls you Yao, and he's the only one who calls you Yao. You didn't know you're a Thursday born. I don't like how it's been predictable. You can predict you.
He's my brother.
He's my brother.
Their heads are the same.
Don't go too far.
So those were my observations from just the numbers.
I have some, views on this whole thing about the thuggery that we are witnessing.
Yeah.
Okay, particularly over the parliamentary results. Now, I think there was an initial shock after the counting. So people left. Then they woke up from
and came back.
And came back. And then started, okay,
where do we start from?
Yes, where do we start from? This is our stronghold. Why are we losing this? Can we do something about it? You get it? So suddenly, MPP says it has pink sheets. And then NDC says, okay, let's see what you have. Does it tally with ours? Does it tally with that of the EC? And then no. I mean, there are instances where they don't tally. There are instances where what was produced was bent.
Yeah.
Okay? But for me, I'm thinking that this whole thing, it's an attempt to hunt for seats. Simply put.
To prevent something from happening.
Exactly. Because you were there when the results were declared. Yesterday on radio, you spoke to the deputy majority.
Habib Idrisu,
exactly.
Tolong MP. The majority whip.
Yeah, exactly. Then you asked him. He said that people had called him and told him that they couldn't make it.
Yeah.
Then you asked him to mention the names of the people who had called him, and he refused to mention. Mention that.
Of course, it would have been breach of confidentiality.
Breach of confidentiality.
For all you know, the people didn't want to be mentioned, publicly. So
publicly that they had lost the election.
Yeah, he needed.
Okay. Then you moved further to ask him which of the defeats disappointed him most. And that one too, he fled from it.
Yeah, but he spoke about Baumia.
He said Baumia's
no,
defeat
okay.
was
But then you didn't ask him about Baumia. He brought in Baumia.
Yes.
Okay. Then he also said that there are contentions over most of the seats, so he wouldn't want to go further, and that he knows where you were going with that line of questioning, and that you couldn't trap him. True or false?
Yeah, he said I shouldn't.
Okay. Compare that to the MPP that we know. In 2016, before even the EC will come out, they had pushed out a lot of their results.
Around 12 to 1 a.m.
Thank you, they had done that.
And they said it was unriggable margin.
Thank you. They had even shown their strong room, where I recall is Sankuma, visited and took pictures. Vivian, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you, my brother.
They had shown pictures. Ace was all over the place, and people started celebrating. Oh yeah, my good friend Ace. I'm sure he's watching us. Then in 2020, a similar thing happened, where you had the MPP again show their collation center, and then said that this guy Joe Anoche was there, and that everything was strong. Now it was so widespread that most media houses, including our friend Paula Domotri, started picking things from there. Joy FM also picked numbers from there, to a point where the NDC had to do a press conference asking, where did you get these numbers from?
Okay.
When the EC hasn't come out. Eventually, when the EC came out, things started happening. Okay. Subsequently, NDC went to the Supreme Court with an election petition, whatever that means. But Vivian, we have been here before. It appears anytime MPP loses an election, we witness some of these things. I'll give you an instance. In 2008, okay, before time was declared as the decider, Atachan was captured on tape, and there was concerns over him that he had said that, if evidence could be shown that an MPP person was killed in the Volta region. So then dead bodies were supposed to be found. Okay, that is 2008. Not just around that time also. Then they had found what? How do you call that? The injunction? Yeah, they tried in filing an injunction, and they had gone to court on ex parte motion.
Ex parte application.
Application, sure.
They wanted to arrest the declaration to be made by Afarijan as of that.
Okay,
time. Yeah.
So again, a similar thing. Then in 2012, okay, when Mahama was declared winner, you remember the scene in Akufo-Addo's house where at the point in time, Yayi Boni, who was the ECOWAS head or the African Union
from Benin,
had to fly in to talk to President Akufo-Addo to accept the results. The party, the whole MPP party, had massed up at Akufo-Addo's house. Others had gone to Kwame Nkrumah, circle, destroying cars and all manner of things. In our narrative, we need to cite some of these things to show that there's a trend that always happens. When you are winning, you release numbers for us to see. Anytime you are defeated, you keep your numbers in your armpit, and then people go. You left the polling stations.
But like,
you left
everyone. MPP's numbers for anything.
No, you need it. I think we need it. To compare.
If they don't want to give, that is...
No, but then with the taggery that we are witnessing, a certain political party is being blamed as the engineers of that, process. Because see, then these guys are saying that, hey, you know something, protect your victory. And so party boys, again,
move
call them tax, move to the
polling stations, yes.
Then you see, let me cite this Domi Kwabenya.
Yeah.
One of the interviews that Sky did yesterday with Mike Okai, he talked about how a ballot box was coming to that center, and then party agents prevented the ballot box from entering. They attacked it, broke it, and then bent it. There were pink sheets that were also coming in that people questioning. You get it? Where were all these things coming from? We had decided that we'll count this at the polling station. After that, we move to the constituency collation center. After that, we move it to the regional. So if, let's say, all that counting had been done, the results are supposed to be with the presiding guy. If suddenly somebody from nowhere is coming in with an additional paper, obviously somebody will attack it. Okay, so maybe I think that we should broaden this whole space where after the polling station results are declared, beyond the parties, even the media people should have it, or the EC should have a place where they load it.
You can go and...
website.
Yeah, it should be a website.
You have access
You have access to it.
So you post a copy on a tree at the polling station, the other one you upload it onto a website.
Okay.
So that it's easy.
It's easy.
And we can have it everywhere.
Yeah, we know that this political, tax, quickly when you post it, to prevent something, they will quickly attack, rip it apart and take it off. But then when it's on a website that everybody can access, we can all calculate the numbers and know that, oh, Vivian, you lost this thing fair, and then you'll be
Vivian, you won. I don't want losing.
Okay. And I think it goes to the trust that we have in our institutions. Every time, and now that NDC has won, very soon the Electoral Commission is going to be the darling boys or girls of the governing party. I don't want us to be having such a situation. I want us to see the Electoral...
Charlotte Osei couldn't become.
Well, of course she was removed. Now, the big question now is what happens to Jean Mensah after tonight?
Why should that be a question?
Why should that be
a question?
It
has always been there. So that is the problem.
When
Jerry Rawlings appointed Dr. Afari-Gyan as chairperson of the Electoral Commission, he conducted elections twice, and at the second attempt, Jerry Rawlings' party lost. John Kufuor came. I don't think there was a petition to remove Afari-Gyan. I don't even think there was a big issue about removing Afari-Gyan. He stayed until he saw the MPP exit. And he stayed and brought in the NDC. And for me, he has been a very good example. Now he has retired. It's a constitutional mandate. He should go on retirement. We appointed a new person. Now, Charlotte Osei was not an NDC parliamentary or presidential candidate anywhere. If she was, well, I don't have that evidence. She was a chairperson of the National Commission for Civic Education. It's a state institution. Now, what is closer to Electoral Commission than NCCE? It's a constitutional creation, just like the Electoral Commission. She was put there. She supervised an election in which the person that is supposed to be her favorite lost. She could not save John Mahama in 2016 if there was any saving at all to be done by any Electoral Commission person. When this government came into office, just like they did to Domelovo, they removed her. Of course, there was a process that was gone through. but we know things behind the scenes. And I'm saying that that was a big low on our electoral system and electoral cycle. We have Jean Mensah. She's not coming from NCCE, but she's coming from the IEA, which is a very respected institution in this country, has organized presidential elections for us since 2000 or so. Clearly, the parties believe and submit their candidates to IEA because they thought that it was a credible platform.
Let me chip in this for our own education. There was a time NDC boycotted IEA platforms.
Yes, they both did. Both MPP and NDC did.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
Nana Akufo-Addo refused to go for the debate in 2020.
No, that is not the debate. But they issued a statement saying that they were not going to participate in any IEA program. Yes.
Yeah,
because they thought IEA was biased.
I think that was John Mills's time.
I'm coming. At the time, Jean Mensah was
boss.
executive secretary.
Yeah, but my point is that notwithstanding, in 2012, we saw John Mahama stand at the IEA platform. All right? And I think that was the last time IEA did anything like this. So my point is that the person who chairs the Electoral Commission, based on everything we have seen and know, cannot manipulate an electoral process in the favor of one person or another. At least that's what I think. Because our election process is a very transparent one. Every polling station, you can send observers there. In fact, you can decide that as an individual, you would hire people to take photos of every polling station result that is posted everywhere.
So Sandra, hang on. As we know, President-elect John Mahama will be addressing the nation at 7. We'll be bringing that live. It's 7 o'clock. Immediately they are ready, we'll go to that address.
So for me, one of my advices or requests, not advice, I can't advise, my prayer to John Dramani Mahama as he takes over the presidency is that I know there will be people who will be baying for blood, who will be baying for Jean Mensah's head. They want her to be out. If that comes to his attention, of course, constitutionally he's obligated to pass it on to the Chief Justice. If there's a prima facie evidence, should be removed. I think we should start growing out of this. Let's stop removing people. It did not go well. When Akufo-Addo removed Damongo, it was a horrible thing, the process that was done. And we need an Auditor General who can take care of the government purse for us to make sure that things are not being abused the way they were abused. If such petitions start coming under John Mahama, I do not think he should be accepting them. Unless he has nothing, he cannot do anything constitutionally. If there's a way to save the Electoral Commission, let's save it. If Jean Mensah is the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, already the MPP will trust the Electoral Commission because they appointed her. The NDC should know that if there was any saving, Jean Mensah and her chair EC would have saved Dr. Bawumia if there's any such thing as saving of your candidate. So for me, my point is that let her remain there. In fact, if she's truly biased against you as NDC, leaving her there makes it more difficult for her to do anything because she would be looking over her shoulder as she sits there.
Move, yeah.
So she'll be extra careful. And we saw that carefulness leading up to this election, where a single ballot paper was found flying somewhere, and because of that, 2 regions have had their special voting withdrawn or some printing redone. I want us to strengthen our institution. Let's trust the Electoral Commission. And in trusting the Electoral Commission, the EC itself should help matters. You should know how you relate to the people who are players in the space. You should not be antagonistic of one political party. I have seen several quotes, and I did not hear him, but I've seen several quotes of Bosman Asare being accused by the NDC of saying that the NDC is an existential threat to democracy. If that's the case, that's very unfortunate. And
he hasn't denied it.
Well, I haven't seen a denial from him, but I haven't seen the audio, but I'm saying that it's something that has been repeated 1,001 times.
He said it on Joy FM.
Good. So someone like that should start thinking and say, oh, these people are attacked. Today they are the ones in office. And the state is the state. There could be processes that you can be removed through, even though your office is safe, constitutionally protected. It's possible that you come there. Moving forward, congratulations to the Electoral Commission for this conduct that they have done for me. Congratulations to John Dramani Mahama. Better luck to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and his party. It goes to say that you cannot take Ghanaians for granted, because for you to lose the way you lost, John Dramani Mahama lost in 2016. It was 1 million votes. We thought it was a big issue. At the time, I said that when an electorate show up in an election and defeat for you the incumbent president by 1 million votes, what they have said to Akufo-Addo at the time was that, do not worry about the opposition. We have taken care of the opposition for you. Go on and enjoy your presidency, do everything. And we saw how much people expected of Akufo-Addo when he was elected in 2016. The ratings from the public, everybody, I mean, the general love and belief that
the
something was going to say.
Really
the
high.
goodwill is the word I was looking for. And I remember something someone said to me at the time. I think I can quote him here. If he remembers, he even told me this. The former special prosecutor, Martin Amidu. And he supported Nana Akufo-Addo in the elections of 2016. He did a video where he said that he wanted Ghanaians to vote for Akufo-Addo because that's the only time we could have accountability. I remember what he said to me, that if Akufo-Addo fails this country, the democracy we are practicing will become a big challenge for us, and that there will be questions around our democracy. Akufo-Addo has been president for 8 years. As to whether he has failed, I think the verdict is what we are seeing. Because this election, for me, even though it's Dr. Bawumia who has been defeated, the loss is actually Akufo-Addo's. It was a referendum on his government, and the failure of his vice president is actually his failure. John Kufuor was president. His party lost in 2008, and that is because lots of allegations have been made against him, corruption here and there, and all of those matters. He will take the blame for that. But now, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo should take even the bigger blame. I spoke to someone who said to me that there are 3 people, and I believe 3 people we should blame for Dr. Bawumia's defeat. Actually, I make it 4. The first one is Dr. Bawumia, of course. Because when you are campaigning to be president or vice president, you have to limit yourself on what you say. And I'm sure that Dr. Bawumia of 2024 would watch the Dr. Bawumia of 2014, 2015, 2016 and say, hey, what are you saying? Don't say it. Don't say it because you cannot do it. For you to make those audacious statements, knowing that you are just going to be an aplanqué, a mate, sacrificing everything, your name, your integrity, your everything.
No, but Akufo-Addo made him the face of that particular election. And there's been an argument that, but for Bawumia being projected,
they wouldn't have
won.
Yeah, but I'm saying that next
for the
time,
middle class.
So I'm saying that in 2024, when Bawumia watches himself saying the things he was saying, believing that Akufo-Addo would give him the chance to execute, or whether or not he was given a chance or not, we don't know. Lots of things have been said. I'm saying that I'm sure he has learned a bitter lesson from what has happened.
Can you cite an example?
Oh, he said that he was going to move us from taxation to production. He said he was going to arrest the CD or the dollar and give the key to the IGP.
Issues around the economy proper, yeah.
So Dr. Bawumia himself, of course, will take the blame. The bigger blame I give to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the president of the land, because he has been attempting to be president since 1997. 20 years on, in 2017, Ghanaians gave him the mandate. And when they were giving him the mandate, they gave him on a very big margin, 1 million. His first thing that he did, he said he was going to appoint, there's some TB, Chelsea tea. How many? They have 110 bags inside. He appointed 110 ministers. Ghanaians said, oh, that's too much. And he said, no, the job is big. This is what I need to work with. Ghanaians say, you went here to swear.
If that will make you succeed, go ahead.
He created ministries for all manner of things. He decided to divide, and I thought a lot of them were bureaucracies that were not necessary. I am a WASH advocate. SDG Goal 6 is my specialty. But I did not think that he should have created Ministry of Water Sanitation out of Ministry for Works and Housing. Allow it to flow.
Procurement.
You don't need to create a new ministry. He created Ministry for Zongo. He created Ministry for everything. At a point, I'm not sure the president even remembered all the ministries he created. Appointed everybody as a minister, rewarding people after all these years. You created a huge government, and then we know how much it costs to run a government. A lean government is difficult to manage. How much more a government that was bigger than the elephant? And that was when we started to go down. And we saw the evidence in 2020 where Akufo-Addo lost 500,000 of the votes that he gained. So that was the first sign to him. He should have seen that something was happening. Oh, you know mine. For the first time in my life, I saw a judge, not just a common judge, a judge who has risen to be Chief Justice, who has retired, go on a demonstration holding a placard to demonstrate. I had never imagined it. Judges, they don't They don't even go to parties and go and dance.
You need to add that is his relative.
Yes, whom he appointed.
Appointed, yeah.
For you to have appointed Justice Sofa Akufo as Chief Justice, for her to have retired, for her to come and join people to demonstrate for 3 days
against
in Accra against you, you should have seen that the writing. There's a Bible story where there was some writing on the wall. He should have seen it. That was one of the writings.
And she called the regime names.
And you still didn't do anything. Then again, you saw for the first time as many as 98 out of 137 members of parliament from your party hold a press conference. That day I was driving when I heard the press conference.
Okay,
what was that?
hang on. We'll interrogate the Akufo-Addo government and all that. But I want to take viewers and listeners to Akosua Otre. She's a lady who would lead us into that speech from President-elect John Mahama. Akosua, if you can see me, I can see some pictures already from the former president's house. If you can see and hear me, hi to you.
That's his office.
Okay, so that speech is going to come from the office. So he left his home and moved to the office. Okay, that's it. So we can put that on the side, and then when they are ready, we'll go back to Akosua.
So Vivian, I was driving when I heard the thing. NPP members of parliament call a press conference to say sack the finance minister, who is a member of your government. I quickly parked by the roadside. I wanted to be sure that I was not dreaming and pinched myself. Nana Addo Akufo-Addo show boy. They say sack your finance minister. These are the people who went to, in fact, Akufo-Addo was just the head of the government. The people who helped him are the parliamentary candidates in all these constituencies to campaign, and they became MPs. They are saying to you that everything they have seen on the ground shows that Nkoye removed the man. Now, at the time, I'm not an economist, but removing Ken Ofori-Atta was not necessarily going to change our fortunes overnight. But you know, there are things that happen that will see the stock exchange respond. For instance, Kamala Harris loses or Donald Trump is elected, and then immediately they say, oh, the stocks are responding positively.
Yeah, but the stocks in Ghana don't respond.
I'm not even talking about that.
I'm just teasing you.
I'm talking about the simple fact that Ken Ofori-Atta had been fired would give people some reprieve.
Yeah.
The man said, you know what do. They did and did and did. Stubborn academic.
Well, he said there was a negotiation at that time, which was the IMF.
Forget negotiation.
And taking him out of the IMF negotiations, which he was
he
was a lead, actually, was a problem.
He met some of the MPs later.
Yes.
Okay.
And gave them some time.
Yes, and then there was a picture that they needed. They eventually pulled from the internet where he was with a guy and they were all cozy, more like Charlie. Make no mind them.
Before Akufo-Addo's government went to the IMF, John Mahama's government had gone there. And
all right,
it was
so hold your guns. Let me go to the office of former President John Mahama. Akosua, if you can hear or see us, hello to you. Oh, that's Fauzu and heavily loaded. Fauzu and Akosua are the former president's office. Guys, good job, well done so far. What can you tell us from there? I think they're still trying to get the sound, so we'll come to them when they're ready.
So Vivian, I'm saying that singular act of refusing to fire Ken Ofori-Atta led to a situation where there are some shops I used to buy stuff from, the shops that they write their price on the thing. In the height of Ken Ofori-Atta's finance ministry.
They stopped writing.
Yeah, I went to they stopped writing. And I asked them why. They said because when they write today, by tomorrow morning, they don't write, they used to print.
Yeah.
They said when they print today, sardines, 5 cedis, tomorrow morning to be 7 cedis. Ken Ofori-Atta, the man in whose data bank my small coins is, this is how you're managing affairs for us. Yeah. You cannot do the job. You should have resigned or be fired. Akufo-Addo refused to fire this man. You know, when you watch the movie Titanic, which is 3 hours, and so it means you need a lot of time. The iceberg was a few kilometers away. The ship was headed there, but they were busy playing jazz and music in the place. They didn't see. When he hit the iceberg, the thing was going down.
Yeah.
Everybody on the ship was told the thing is going down, including the charming boy on the ship. The boy who was following the woman till he died, Mumu guy. Everybody ran away. Oh, they even gave him a chance, jump into a boat. He said, "You know, go. You want to stay." Leonardo DiCaprio. The name they were calling him in the film is what I'm trying to remember.
Jack. In the film?
Yeah, in the film. I used to run a film center in my village, so when we say film, we don't say movie.
Oh, Maru.
He waited until the ship sank. By the time Ken Ofori-Atta left the government,
it had already sunk.
The man from Karaga, nothing he will do. What's his name?
Has he won his?
Yes, he has won.
But I think there's been a bit of change since he came.
Yeah, I'm just saying that he couldn't have changed anything like the way we wanted it to. So, stubborn academic class captain Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is the one who caused Dr. Bawumia this big defeat. Another thing, you have won election in 2020, second time. You had already appointed plenty ministers, but because you realized that Parliament breed you, Shege, you decided to reduce.
You didn't add the fact that Ken and then the president were relatives.
Cousins.
But okay, cousins.
Yes.
So it's purely family and friends. He couldn't sack him because he couldn't sack him because that was his family.
You campaigned against John Mahama that was running a family and friends government. Look, Vivian, there was this conspiracy theory that I was sold, which I believed that Akufo-Addo there, in fact, he himself said it. He said he's 72 years old. He's not coming to steal our money. He already has money.
And if you want to make money, not
in his government. So I was sold this conspiracy theory that, when he comes, the first 3 years, he will do everything, fix the country. And because he's old and tired, he will hand over to Dr. Bawumia because per our constitution, there's a period by which the vice president, even if he takes over the reins of power, there may no need to have a general election. So Akufo-Addo, will then retire or resign from government and allow Bawumia to lead so that 2020. Papa Lebata said, no, leave, let Bawumia take over. Upana just did it. And decided to contest the elections of 2020. No problem, you have won, you have come back to office. Change your ministers. Everybody needs that kind of change every now and then to give them a reality check. You said not you. The same people you appointed in 2017. And these are some of the people who didn't... Look, Albert Kandapa is Minister for National Security. He served in Kufuor's government. I was in GSS. Yao Osafo-Mafo, when he went to Germany to sign that deal that became a big albatross around his neck, which deal he could not read because he couldn't speak German. I was in junior high school when Kufuor was president. So these people...
CNTC.
That's what I'm saying, that the German thing.
No, the CNTC I wasn't in German.
You come,
the barber shop one.
Yeah, there was one barber shop.
You come into office and these are the same people you appoint for the first time, and they are still, and as we speak, Osafo-Mafo is senior advisor. I'm not saying don't have senior old people in the government.
Senior minister.
Yes, senior minister, which is a creation again that was totally unnecessary. And in fact, another point, as we speak, we still have Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. The Honorable Osei Chairman Sabosu. He did not dissolve that. Meanwhile, there's a majority leader. What is Osei Chairman Sabosu doing as Minister for Parliamentary Affairs?
He's a minister.
What do we need this for? Reshuffle your government to everybody who had mouth. Told Nana Akufo-Addo to say, reshuffle your government. And this demand for reshuffling was from regional party executives, constituency executives, polling station executives, even national office. In fact, even the general secretary, I think at a point said that Opana will not listen. And these are the people that drive your party.
I think the national organizer also, suggested saying.
There should be a reshuffle.
So when they say NPP, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was just a symbolic head. There's a bigger base at the bottom. The people who went on all these campaigns, demonstrated, they formed all manner of groups, AFAG, all these things to help you win. When they speak, you ought to listen. But he will not listen. And I don't know why everybody was afraid of him. That when he says that he won't do, nobody can do anything.
No, I don't think.
But I think he was told based on, but he decided not to.
I don't think people were afraid of him. If they were afraid of him, they wouldn't have spoken.
Yeah, because they did speak.
There was just disrespect across board. And impunity to the high heavens.
Someone said to me
corruption reports were happening by the day. Okay? Scandals upon scandals. And the man wouldn't do anything about it. He would rather organize a press conference and clear them. And that became an issue to a point where he started fighting that, listen, he wasn't a clearing agent because Mahama was calling him clearing agent. You get it? So there was disrespect across board.
impunity to whatever.
And
I mean, somebody has been citing this thing where they were carrying a chair and following him wherever he went. Okay?
Because apparently there was an issue with one of the chairs at a point, leading to that trusted chair being moved out.
There are some things you don't do, Vivian. There are things you don't do. Moving your chair. There was a car whose booth was just dedicated to carrying that seat and the podium, is it lantern they call podium? That thing that they stand by, which has the president of the republic. Big money. One of the politicians, Vivian, one of the politicians I have known and related closely with for more than a decade is Martin Alamisi Benskazamido. He's one of the persons I would say is a politician who I trust so much in terms of credibility, no corruption, all those matters. You came in office and appointed him as special prosecutor. Everybody was excited. We have a very clean man coming to run the affairs. This man resigned and left the office and told you that you are the mother serpent of corruption. This one didn't pinch you. You are the president. He said, this man, you brought him to come and fight corruption. You told us that you are going to use Anna's principle to fight corruption. You came and used Matiamido. He resigned and said that you were interfering, you yourself a mother serpent of corruption.
Because your family members were involved in this.
And you couldn't do anything about it. And the list keeps going. And when you say it, oh my.
Okay. This is the Election Bureau. We are bringing you a special coverage of the 2024 elections. Some few minutes ago, the Electoral Commissioner officially declared former President John Mahama as the winner for the 2024 polls. In a bit, the former president himself will address, the nation. We are there immediately. He's ready. We'll go there. We're looking at issues around the elections, what we've seen in terms of incidents and numbers, apathy, all that. Also at a point, we'll look at some of the incidents proper. We'll take you across the country where those incidents were registered. Some we're told are still happening. The NDC has called its members to order, also showed up at the police headquarters where the security task force is still sitting, and assured the security that it had put in place measures to call its members to order. We'll interrogate that at a point in time. And then we'll wrap up with what Mahama presidency will look like as we bring to an end our special coverage of the 2024 elections. In the studio, I have Umaru Sanda Ama, the host of Eyewitness News. I also have Larry Dogbe, editor-in-chief of the Herald newspaper. I have Godfred Akuto, who is a co-host of the City Breakfast Show on 97.3 FM, as well as Richie Sky, also a co-host of the Breakfast Show on City 97.3 FM. If you're listening to us via TV, this is Channel 1 TV. Via radio is City 97.3 FM. My name is Vivian Kai Loko. So gentlemen, we'll take a quick break. I'll let you sip some tea and some water. When we come back, we'll bring you more. Don't go away, stay with us. This election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel 1 Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Our comprehensive election coverage brings you every key moment and every voice,
with updates from all stakeholders.
The inclusion of the outstanding constituencies would have given the leading candidate 52.13%, which is still greater than the 50% plus 1 required to be declared a winner. And so even with that scenario, he's clearly the winner of the 2024 election. In the light of the above, ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor as the returning officer of the 2024 presidential election to declare His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the winner of the 2024 presidential election and the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana with a total percentage of 56.55%. Congratulations, sir. It is finished. Thank you very much. Accountability, inclusiveness, and responsiveness are the heart of all our operations. And I can confidently say that with the help of God, we have fulfilled these aspirations and the expectations of the citizenry. We have conducted elections that are credible, fair, transparent, and peaceful. Elections that have ensured that the will of the people as expressed at the polls. The elections that have guaranteed that every vote counts. As a country, we take pride in the fact that our electoral processes, initiated since 1992, uphold and guarantee the voter's choice. We take pride in the fact that the voter's choice, as expressed at the polls, is sacrosanct. Ladies and gentlemen, the last 4 years have been spent in injecting and infusing 4 key elements into every aspect of our work. And those elements are transparency, accountability, responsiveness, and inclusiveness. As such, we started the year poised and ready to conduct credible elections. We were conscious that elections were an event and not a process. This resolve led us to undertake several transformational decisions, including the re-exhibiting of the Provisional Voters Register for the first time in our history, when concerns were raised about its credibility, as well as opening up the IPAC meetings to the citizenry by allowing the live coverage of all IPAC meetings. Indeed, the decisions to re-exhibit the Provisional Voters Register to allow a further review by political parties and the citizenry, as well as the demystification of the IPAC meeting, has helped diffuse the tensions that were brewing around the Provisional Voters Register. Ultimately, those 2 decisions restored the confidence of the citizens in the Voters Register and cemented Ghana's peace. Again, in the spirit of responsiveness, when complaints were made about the 50 persons charged voters for the verification of their registration details online, the Commission waived the fee and allowed voters to verify their details at no cost. In line with our determination to ensure the credibility of the 2024 election, when the Commission received information of the leak of a single defaced ballot paper, the Commission acted swiftly and destroyed ballots for both Western and Eastern regions. This bold determination and this bold decision was based on our determination to uphold the integrity of the election at all costs. In less than 1 week, the Commission printed new ballot papers for both regions and went on to successfully hold the special voting 2 days ahead of the main election. As a Commission, our singular message to our teams at all levels has been clear. It is that our mandate is not to make anyone a president or a member of Parliament, but rather to conduct and undertake credible and transparent elections and electoral processes which uphold the voter's choice and lead to acceptable and peaceful electoral outcomes.
This is the Election Bureau. We're still bringing you a special coverage of the 2024 elections, matters arising following the election. We're taking you to the office of former President and President-elect John Dramani Mahama, where our correspondents, Fauzu Masawudu, as well as Akosia Ochre, are stationed. Guys, if you can hear me, welcome. Fauzu Masawudu, I can see you in my shot. What's going on now? Is the former president ready?
Of President-elect John Dramani Mahama, the extent and the pomp and pageantry you are seeing here all points to one thing and one thing only: the unprecedented victory of presidential candidate for the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, in the 2024 general elections. Well, the president-elect will be here in a bit, but we see here currently some notable figures in the party. I'm here with my colleague Akosia. We've seen the likes of Honorable Okuchetu Ablakwa, the fifth heavy General Secretary for the party, and others within the rank and file of the party. Who else do you see around?
All right, so let me talk about the crowd that we are seeing behind this barricade that the police have put in place to ensure that there's adequate security on the ground. So there are hundreds of supporters behind the barricade coming all the way from different constituencies, different regions to throng this particular premises, the private residence of John Dramani Mahama. And there are hundreds of members of parliament of the NDC, parliamentary candidates who won of the NDC who are here. I can see the chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Johnson Esiedun Ketia, director of elections for the NDC, Dr. Edward Omanebuama. I can see Julius Deborah, former chief of staff. I can see the campaign manager of John Dramani Mahama.
I love you, but the one who worked all these.
Yes, he's been with him throughout the country.
And of course, at the moment, the NDC and the voters who chose President-elect John Dramani Mahama is finally here. The NDC presidential candidate and now president-elect for the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, will be making an entry here at his office in Cantonment in a time. Well, John Dramani Mahama's victory was unprecedented. It's unprecedented. In fact, if there is any superlative to qualify the word unprecedented, that will be the word. Over 56%. Has not happened in the Fourth Republic before. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, John Dramani Mahama will be making an entry here at his office where party supporters and party executives have drawn to be part of this historic moment. It's an electrifying atmosphere. Well, 56%. John Dramani Mahama, many have described his victory by and large and as unprecedented, and so to speak. Well, and I would say that John Dramani Mahama denied Baumia every opportunity at the presidency. Over 56% is unprecedented.
I mean, when you listen to the conversations with supporters of the NDC and even some who are supporters of the New Patriotic Party, that they say that they are disappointed with the party, it tells you what they have seen in the last 8 years under the leadership of the NPP. Well, according to them, the NPP have failed to address key issues like corruption, key issues like running a family and friends affair. And so to them, this is the right opportunity to bring on someone that they believe can change or reset, in their own words, the country. And so for the numbers that we saw of 56%, it tells you what they want to see in the country, a change in government for that matter.
Right, and I find this really striking because John Dramani Mahama throughout his campaign tour mentioned that he has friends in the NPP who tell him a time without number that they really want Baumia to lose this election so they can put their party in order. And Peter McMenu, when I spoke to him earlier at the National Coalition Center, that was way before the final declaration, he mentioned that a possible defeat for the NPP could offer an opportunity for the party to reassess itself and correct its wrong. And I'm tying this with the submission you made about persons within the NPP who, for some apparent reasons, were disgruntled. And for Baumia to have even lost in Kennedy Japan's
constituency, Okai Central, tells you some form of acrimony within the party. But it's about John Dramani Mahama this evening. So John Dramani Mahama ran his campaign on a number of promises, but key amongst them was the 24-hour economic policy. Do you think that really worked the magic for John Dramani Mahama?
I think that let me talk about what you said earlier, that John Mahama said that some friends within the NPP wanted a change so that they can, fix things. I mean, it's something that happens. I mean, when you look at the political dynamics in Ghana, you know that every 8 years, at the end of every 8 years, there's some sort of, internal confusion, internal
sentiments and all of that
within political parties. And so on the side of the NPP, this is a time for them, even though they may not come out to show that there is an internal wrangling within the party, but that unity to put in the force to win the numbers is what is reflecting. And so it is normal. It's an 8-year trajectory that, happens in every party. Now, let's talk about the policies of John Mahama. The 24-hour economy is something that in Ghana we haven't really heard before. I mean, in previous policies like free senior high school and the others, it is something that happens in every, government or every party. They mention issues like education, they mention issues like healthcare, trying to mention issues that would address these sectors. But for the 24-hour economy for the NDC has not been mentioned by any political party. So it is a time for them to bring it on to Ghana to change the dynamics in our economy. And so to them, that is what they want to bring on board.
Yeah. So the moment is finally here. Flags are flying high, handkerchief visibly in the air. President-elect for the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, just arrived at his office in Cantonment amidst pomp and pageantry. Party supporters, party faithfuls, members, persons within the rank and file of the party are here to witness this historic moment. I mean, it's really, really ecstatic over here. If you look at the numbers that are on this place, it tells you how much people have been with the persons within the NDC and voters in general who chose John Dramani Mahama over Bawumia have been waiting for this golden moment for them.
Yes, and if you look at the numbers here, it tells you that John Dramani Mahama is someone that is loved by the party. I mean, when you look at the party itself, I mean, it tends to the leader. I mean, when you look at Jerry the late Professor Jonathan Mills, I mean, he was loved by the people. I think it's because of the charisma that he carries. And when you look at his arrival and the whole euphoria, I mean, it tells you that picture where the NDC supporters do not, play with. And he is accompanied by his children. There's Had, there's Shafiq.
I think that has been the sweetest icing on the cake for John Dramani Mahama, if you ask me, to see, because people have make this argument that we see politicians, we see people following them, and we do not see their children or their family directly involved. I think that John Dramani Mahama has kind of changed that narrative this time, if you ask me. We saw Sharif single-handedly touring to campaign for his father. We saw his elder brother doing so. Even Farida, who seems to be the younger one, we saw Farida following her father on his campaign tour.
I mean, yeah, what you're saying is the truth, but when you look at former presidents like Jerry John Rawlings, you look at John Ajekum Kufuor, their children have been involved in their campaigns at a time when they were, contesting the flag bearership and the presidential race. And so John Dramani Mahama is not the first person.
Absolutely, but
children of Jerry John
Rawlings, Senator, even Kimati this time around seems to be. But I'm saying that, I mean, for instance, during the time of Jerry John Rawlings, I'm not sure we saw the likes of actively involved following her father, like we are Sharaf and Sharif doing this time around for John Dramani. That's the premise for my argument, really. But a lot of young persons came out this time to also vote. And we saw the conversation on social media platforms like Twitter, which is now X. People, I feel that the introduction of some obnoxious, as described by the NDC, taxes like that of, on betting, lottery in general, profits, and even e-levy, I think that contributed significantly to the NPP's loss. And the politician and the NDC, from where I sit, I think they did a good job in drumming home that message.
On the lighter note, if my mom, my parents, they used to say that we, did not experience the John Kufuor time, the Jerry John Rawlings time, and so we are the Gen Zs.
Right.
So what came to meet was the John Mahama Kufuor, tenure. But on the lighter note, I think that the youth align more with the policies coming up, even not just for John Mahama, even for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Yes, so that is
John Dramani Mahama. He's so we can confirm now that John Dramani Mahama has just arrived at his office here in Cantonment. He's expected to deliver his first address as the president-elect. Just so you know, John Dramani Mahama won the 2024 presidential election with a landslide victory of over 56%. And many persons have described it as him denying flag bearer for the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, every and any opportunity at winning the presidency. The NDC has also won a decisive majority in Parliament. So this is a historic moment for the NDC, the John Dramani Mahama, faithfuls and sympathizers of the umbrella fraternity. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama again has arrived here and is in the company of his family, his wife, Excellency Ladina Mahama. And I thinking she is also in here. So this is the scene here at the Cantonment.
So that is what you see in your shot. John Mahama arriving here at his private office, clad in white, and of course Ladina Mahama, his wife, putting up a smile, wearing a smile, sitting on his right-hand side. If you are into the biblical teachings, then you say that he's sitting on the right-hand side of God the Father, the Son, and the Almighty. But yeah, that is what you see in your shot. And then the General Secretary of the party, Fifi Fiavi Kwete, also seated on the right-hand side of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama, and the soon-to-be Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, that is in the person of Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. Well, she has come under heavy criticisms by some members of the New Patriotic Party when she was announced as
acknowledge the presence of all branch
or running mate to John Mahama. Well, some said that
of the NDC who are
she was
here,
old
regional
enough,
executives of the NDC who are here,
not fit
national
for
executives
that position,
of the NDC
but
who
yeah,
are
that
here.
is her. Well,
we also recognize the leadership of the
also
NDC
here,
parliamentary group in
shaking
Parliament.
hands with
We recognize the presence of the MP for Tamale South, Honorable Haruna
and that is
Dusu.
the minority leader,
Honorable
soon to be
Kwame
the
Akoja, we see you, we
majority
acknowledge you.
leader, Dr.
Former Deputy Chief of Staff, Dr. Valerie
well,
Soya.
if I remember
We
or
recognize the
recall
presence, Dr.
during
Manibuama, our elections
last
director.
hours of John
Recognize
Mahama's
your
campaign,
presence.
he mentioned emphatically that with the chaos that is happening in Parliament,
Recognize the presence of
he
Dr. Kesela to
has
force
no
the
words
majority
to
leader.
give or say, but
Recognize
rather
the
wait
presence of the
for
former
the
national
election
chairman of
when
the NDC, Dr.
Vice President and flag bearer of the NPP will get to see his smoothness level.
Recognize the presence of Dr. Kesela to forcing the majority leader. Recognize the presence of the former national chairman of the NDC, Dr. Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo. Recognize the presence of the former Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Doe Jaho. Recognize the presence of all Council of Elders and members of the political committee. recognize the presence of all former appointees, and we specially recognize the presence of the Chief Executive Officer of the great NDC, our General Secretary, Honorable Fifi Fiabikwete. We also recognize specially the presence of our National Chairman, General Mosquito, Honorable Johnson Asiedun Ketia. We recognize the presence of the manager of John Mahama's campaign team, Professor Joshua Alabi. And we recognize the presence of former Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Deborah. All dignitaries and leading figures of the party are hereby acknowledged. All elected members of Parliament on the ticket of the great NDC, we acknowledge your presence. At this stage, we are going to start our program. And so I'll crave your indulgence to be decorous so that we can begin. And to set the ball rolling is a man who has been very instrumental in the campaign leading to the victory we are celebrating today. Our national chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing round of applause, welcome to the microphone our national chairman, Honorable Johnson Asiedun Ketia, to give us brief remarks. No, I can't hear your shouts. I can't hear your applause. General Mosquito is coming. This man went to all the 276 constituencies of Ghana. He went to over 1,000 communities. He's our national chairman, and we are proud of him. Another round of applause for him as he climbed the stage. Thank you. Shall we all remain silent now?
Your Excellency, Your Excellency, the President-elect, President John Dramani Mahama, Your Excellency, the Vice President-elect, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, all protocols duly observed. I believe that today is the day of President John Dramani Mahama, and there will be no space for long speeches at all. So I've just come here to thank all of you and thank the foot soldiers of this party, the branch executives of the party, the constituency executives of the party, regional executives of the party, and the national executives of the party. And by extension, to all previous executives of the National Democratic Congress. As I said in Medina some 3 days ago, I believe that the party has never seen this level of total mobilization of its rank and file to fight and achieve a purpose. And at long last, the battle has ended. And the great elephant has been slaughtered mercilessly. But as we enjoy the victory, I want to specially mention for special commendation the technical staff of our headquarters who managed this election very, very successfully. I mean the directors of elections, the directors of IT, and all other persons who played a role in managing this election. Let me advise that we should be modest in our celebrations, because I can almost feel the weight of responsibility on our shoulders. Ghanaians have given us this mandate to accomplish the task of national reconstruction. And so nobody should tell us the weight of responsibility that we have. We cannot afford to disappoint them. So in the coming weeks, let us try and cut short our celebrations and begin planning seriously how to rescue our dear country. I thank you very much, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make it great and strong. Thank you.
Thank you, General. A round of applause. A round of applause for the National Chairman. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Distinguished friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Akatamansonians, it is now time for us to hear from our mother, a woman of substance, a woman of valor, the pride of the Ghanaian woman, a woman of great accomplishments, the first female vice president-elect of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency, Professor Nana J. Opoku Ajema. Let me hear your shout. Let me hear your shout. The women here, let me hear your shout. It's a great day for Ghanaian women. A great day for Ghanaian women. Yes. Yes. Our mother is here. Give it up to our mother again, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajeman.
What an interesting journey it has been. And you know, nobody sets out on a journey by herself or even by himself. It has been a very, very interesting one. And I want to thank all of you, those who are here, those who are not here. I want to thank all of them for their good wishes, for their prayers, for their contributions in many, many ways, and for bringing all of us to this site. All I have to say is thank you very much. Thank you very much for everything you have done. And whatever you did, as our chairman has said, the fun is over, the work is about to begin. And as we journey together, we need to realize that we have to move forward also together. Again, I want to thank you. My nomination has many, many implications. You know, normally, no one even expects you to err in any way. if this will happen, and we know it will happen, it means all of us are on board. The victory is for all of us, but especially for our daughters, for our youth, for our women. Sorry I have to appear in a mask because I have a very, very bad cold. But the cold will disappear too. I know this is a big responsibility, and I don't intend to travel this journey by myself. You are all part of it. NDC is an inclusive party, and we are demonstrating it in many ways. My job was to have opened the door, and it doesn't end there. Actually, that is where the work began. I will hold the door open. The method of opening the door, the method of holding the door open, so others wish to travel that door, is what I'm implying. It is not a self-aggrandizing position. It is a position that empowers others. This country is not going to be built only by half the gender. They know very well, whether we are in the public space or not, the roles we play. And we have accepted as NDC to facilitate the process. I'm counting on all of you, that you all come along, you all work hard in your various spaces, and finally, that we put smiles on people who either have no access or who are not very respected. I thank you again and again, and I know, thank you for the comments. I wish blessings on our country. I wish blessings on our children, those who are here and those yet to be born. I wish blessings on those who are here and their future. And I believe that the meaning of blessing is to be good to another person. Thank you very, very much.
You can do better than that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Shall we all remain silent at this stage? We've gotten to the moment we've all been waiting for. We've gotten to the moment we've all been waiting for. We've gotten to the moment we've all been waiting for. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who has served this nation throughout his life. A man who served as president of the Republic of Ghana between 2012 and 2016. He was voted out, and some said he could not be president again. Some even mocked him and said he is the only person to have become a one-term president. But ladies and gentlemen, today, the Lord who crowned kings has given him the presidency again. And the stone that the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. It is the doing of the Lord, and it is marvelous in our sight. We call him the nation builder, and this nation builder will lead all of us to build the Ghana we want together. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation and shouts of joy, make welcome to the microphone our father, the flag bearer, and the leader of the great NDC, the president-elect of the people of Ghana, the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana. And by the grace of God, he will be sworn in as the 6th president of the Republic of Ghana. His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, let me see your hand. His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama, the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, the 6th President of the Republic of Ghana incoming. His Excellency is accompanied by the incoming First Lady, our Mother, Her Excellency, Lordina Mahama.
Thank you. Thank you. Our best days are ahead of us. My brothers and sisters, a while ago, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Ghana, Madame Jean Mensah, declared me the winner of the 2024 presidential election. I give thanks and praise to the Almighty God, because this successful outcome can only be the doing of the Lord. I'd like to thank the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, for his statesmanship in conceding the election long before the declaration of the results by the Electoral Commission. This concession largely diffused the tensions that are characteristic of high-stakes elections such as this. I also just received a call from His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He graciously extended his congratulations to me, and we had the opportunity to discuss matters related to the Joint Transitional Team. We agreed on an early inauguration of the Joint Transitional Team as early as Wednesday, the 11th of December. I conveyed my sincerest regards to him and expressed my readiness for us to work together to ensure a smooth transition in the best interest of the Ghanaian people. The results of this election, as declared today by the Electoral Commissioner, show that the National Democratic Congress, with me, John Dramani Mahama, as leader, has just chalked one of the most emphatic victories in the electoral history of the Fourth Republic. We have therefore been bestowed with a very outstanding mandate by the good people of Ghana. I'm deeply honored and humbled to receive such an overwhelming endorsement from the Ghanaian people. And I wish to thank all who made this possible by going out to vote for me. I thank all Ghanaians, both at home and abroad, for your continued belief in our democracy, despite the severe crisis our nation is going through. I also congratulate our parliamentary candidates who have also swept the electoral landscape with a very resounding victory. I have a legion of thanks to give for this emphatic electoral success. And let me begin again by thanking the Almighty God, the creator of heaven and earth, for protecting and preserving us through this whole campaign period. And to paraphrase the psalmist, I also give thanks to God for preparing a table before me Obviously, you are all very acquainted with this Bible verse. I also give thanks to God for preparing a table before me in the presence of my enemies. And for anointing my head with oil. And making my cup run over. I next have to give my thanks to my wife Lodina, and my family, my children, my siblings, and all my extended family for standing by me through all these difficult times when victory and success appeared elusive and out of sight. On these gloomy occasions, you have all come through and offered me the encouragement to keep soldiering on. I'd like to thank the Vice President-elect, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, for being an exemplary and inspirational running mate. Nana, your decency, your humility, and your sense of responsibility added so much to this campaign. The eyes of every young girl and woman, not only in Ghana, but in nations across this continent and the world, are going to be on you from today. And as you said, you have not only opened the door, but you're going to keep the door open for many other women. Your name has become synonymous with breaking boundaries. And like I said, you have opened the door of opportunity for many of our female citizens. Because of you, the people of Ghana can today celebrate the fact that we have made history by electing our first woman as Vice President. I must also thank my very loyal and dedicated staff who have been with me over the last 8 years in opposition for the sacrifice and hard work they have put into this endeavor. To my campaign team members, to our party agents, and the countless volunteers who spent uncountable hours day and night working to secure this victory, I cannot thank you enough. To our Council of Elders, the gallant leadership of the National Democratic Congress, led by Chairman Johnson Asiedu Nketia, our able General Secretary, Fifi Fiavikwete, and our general membership, I'm deeply grateful for your dedication and commitment to this cause and your willingness to give everything to ensure success in this election. To all the religious leaders who prayed for me, and there are too many to mention, at the appropriate time I'll acknowledge them individually. To all the religious leaders who prayed for me, to all the prophets who prophesied my victory, to all the civil society organizations and professional groups we consulted in building our message, to all our traditional leaders who warmly received me in your palaces during the campaign, to all our security personnel across the country, and to the media, to you all I say a big thank you. To Mrs. Jean Mensah and her staff of the Electoral Commission, the IGP and his Elections Security Task Force, our international observers, and all who have contributed to a very successful election, I convey to you the warmest wishes of a grateful nation. For all its historic undertones, this mandate represents many things for all political actors and those who seek to lead our nation. It shows that the Ghanaian people have little tolerance for bad governance, particularly of the sort witnessed in the last 8 years, and that they are willing to take decisive action at critical moments when it matters most. These 8 years have witnessed some of the darkest periods of our governance. The crisis our beloved country has been through these last several years have left a scar on our national psyche, which may take some time to erase. This mandate also serves as a constant reminder of what fate awaits us if we fail to meet the aspirations of our people and govern with arrogance. My brothers and sisters, there is much to do to salvage our country and reset it. It would have to start with a reset of the relationship between citizens and elected officials. We must never forget that the people of Ghana have chosen us to represent their wishes and their best interest. It is the reason we would be initiating important governance reforms and sometimes initiate severe measures in the next 4 years to reset our nation and bring it back on track as the Black Star of Africa. The journey is not going to be easy, my brothers and sisters, because the outgoing government has plunged our dear nation into an abyss. However, we are determined to work together with you to build the Ghana we want. And I am certain that we shall win the battle. We intend to work together to restore the shattered confidence in our politics and governance system. This election and its outcome represents an opportunity for a new beginning as we can begin to write a new chapter of our collective story. We need to consciously set the tone for the new direction in which we will be traveling. My brothers and sisters, I want those words, my brothers and sisters, to be a reminder to all of you, a reminder to me, and to every individual who has just been elected or re-elected, that no matter what office you hold, no matter what your political affiliation is or has been in the past, the one thing we share in common is the nation Ghana. And it is that we want a much better Ghana. We want a Ghana that works for everybody and not just a few people. We want a Ghana that considers the well-being of all her citizens and affords them each the ability to live a life of dignity, a life of limitless opportunity. My brothers and sisters, from the Kaya Yo to the managing director, to the market women, the bankers, the teachers, security personnel, nurses, doctors, the pastors, the drivers, the tailors and seamstresses, we are all essential to the functioning and forward motion of this country. We, the people of this soil, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, are in fact our nation's greatest resource. This country, this land, is not for one person, or for one family, or for one tribe or ethnic group. This country, this beautiful, resilient, and resource-rich country that we so love, Ghana, is for all of us. This is our home, but it is not enough to just be born here and to die here. We must also be able to live here with satisfaction. We must be able to love, to dream, to laugh, to eat and dance and drum and share all aspects of our culture that was handed to us by our ancestors. And to do that, we must create sustainable and well-paying jobs through the 24-hour economy initiative. Our most basic needs must be met. Affordable housing and health care, food and clean water, safe work and fair wages. My brothers and sisters, it is with tremendous humility that I accept this clear mandate that you, the good people of Ghana, have given me to lead this great nation as your next president. Every vote that was cast in this election carried the same weight. Every vote also carried a hope in the future of our country. I promise you that I will assemble and lead a government that will carry the weight of those hopes and dreams, whether you voted for me or not, because every victory is a victory for the people, all of the people. Each time we have free and fair elections and then conduct a smooth transfer of power, it reaffirms that our history of leadership and trailblazing was not an aberration. It is not by accident that we were the first nation in Black Africa to win our independence from colonial rule. It is not by accident that the first black person to serve as UN Secretary General, the late Kofi Annan, was a Ghanaian. It is not by accident that so many Ghanaians out there in the world are blazing new trails and being recognized as leaders in their industry. Despite being a relatively small nation, Ghana has been and will continue to be a mighty force on the world stage. We're a proud people and have every reason to be. When Ghana rises, we all stand tall with her, and Africa rises with us too. Last but certainly not the least, I'd like to thank you, the good people of Ghana, for this opportunity once more. I know that many of you are feeling frustrated and angry, but I ask you today, please do not give in to negativity and pessimism. There have been reports of acts of vandalism at some government facilities and installations. I urge you not to vent your frustration in criminal enterprise. We must channel our anger and frustration into the positive enterprise of resetting and rebuilding our nation. Let us be brief in our celebration, for the weight of office will be an onerous one. Expectations of Ghanaians are very high, and we cannot afford to fail them. Let us maintain and even magnify this joy and positivity that we feel. We have arrived at this moment because so many of you believed that change was possible. And now we know that not only is change possible, but it is also already in process. Let us continue to believe that we are already moving towards the Ghana we want, the Ghana of our hopes and dreams. And in this Ghana where we have turned a new chapter and are setting a new tone, our best days are not behind us. My brothers and sisters, our best days are ahead of us. Forward ever, backwards never. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless our homeland Ghana. Thank you very much. God bless all of you.
Give it up, give it up, give it up to His Excellency. One love, one love, one love.
One love, one heart. Let's get together and feel alright. Hear the children crying. One love. Hear the children crying. One heart. Saying, give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Saying, let's get together and feel alright. Pass all their dirty remarks. One love. There is one question I would love to ask. Is there a place for the hopeless sinners who have?
Please remain in your positions. Remain in your positions. Please, we are not done. Remain in your positions.
One love.
His Excellency exchanges pleasantries with the dignitaries.
Together and feel alright. Let's get together to fight this holy Armageddon. One heart. So when the man comes, there will be no doom. One. Have pity on those whose chances grow thin. There ain't no hiding place from the Father of creation. Yeah. One love, one heart. Let's get together and feel alright. One love, one heart. Give thanks and praise to the Lord. And
thank you very much. His Excellency is seated out. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the leader Ghana needs and the leader Ghanaians have voted for. Another round of applause for the seat president-elect of the Republic of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to, on behalf of the leadership of the NDC, thank our friends from the media. Comrades, join me to give a rousing round of applause for all our friends from the media who are here. Let's clap for the media. We thank you for your partnership. We thank you for your collaboration. We thank you for your patriotism. You've been with us throughout this electoral process, and for that we say thank you. God bless you. And for those of you who were able to come here, thank you. I think you all deserve a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much. And at this stage, please, vuvuzelas, remain quiet. We also want to thank the IGP, the Election Security Task Force, and all the noble men and women in uniform for the yeoman's job they have done. But ladies and gentlemen, at this critical stage, I want all of you to remain silent. All of us, let's remain silent. Let's rise to our feet. His Excellency, all dignitaries, let's rise to our feet and observe a minute silence for all our fallen comrades. All comrades who we lost in this struggle from 2020 to this 2024 election. A minute silence. May the soul of the departed rest in perfect peace. We conclude with Aseda by Nasi, even as the president-elect takes leave of us. For those of you who want to party, His Excellency has given you the right to party, but he has told us to be very brief and to be very responsible. DJ, let the music flow. Aseda by Nasi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you.
The ascendancy, and that he will be able to make this comeback. So we give all the credit, all the glory to the Almighty. We certainly are grateful to the Ghanaian people. But the lesson here really, as the president-elect said, is that we should be mindful that you don't mess around with the Ghanaian people. You do not take the Ghanaian people for granted. If they give you an opportunity to govern, make sure you meet their hopes and aspirations. Don't be arrogant. Don't engage in corruption. Don't engage in state capture. Don't mismanage the economy. Don't put them through financial haircuts. Don't take away their life savings. When you do that, they will punish you. And that must be the lesson for all of us. And I think that the president-elect has set the tone. And clearly you can tell that President Mahama's administration will be an administration that will pursue the hopes and aspirations of the people, that will be modest, that will keep to our promises, that will respect the Ghanaian people, that will not take the people for granted, and that will pursue accountability. Operation Recover All Loot, so that the loot recovered will be put into nation building for all of us, not a select few.
I know this is not the right time to ask this question, but the question on the minds of a lot of people is about succession for the NDC. How would it look like, or how would it be going after John Mahama for the party?
Everybody in the NDC must recognize that if we do not support President Mahama to succeed, their 2028 ambitions, 2032 ambitions, 2036 ambitions will be a fluke, a disaster. It cannot materialize. So at this point, we must all forget about personal ambition and think about how to support President Mahama to succeed, how to ensure that all the manifesto pledges are fulfilled. We have gone around the country. The people have told us what they want us to do. That must be our focus. Every other thing must be put on the back burner, must be relegated. It's secondary. Our focus must be supporting President Mahama with integrity, with competence, with hard work. We must break our backs to make sure the Mahama, Professor Nana Jenuboko presidency succeeds.
I've been asked to ask you if you have any presidential ambitions. I've been asked to ask you if you have any presidential ambitions.
I don't think about that. My focus is to support President Mahama to succeed. I always say that when it comes to future positions and all of that, leave it to the Ghanaian people to decide. I think it's very arrogant to see yourself as the best or as a leader. Let the Ghanaian people decide. And at this point, our focus must be helping President Mahama to succeed, making sure that all the loot is recovered, making sure that this economy is managed properly, making sure that the high unemployment rate, which is at 14.7%, is corrected, so that we can have jobs for the people, we can have dignity restored to the Ghanaian youth. These are the things the Ghanaian people want us to focus on. And that is what is my focus at this point.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure speaking with you. So that is Member of Parliament for Longton, the Honorable Samuel Okucheta.
I mean, what John Dramani Mahama made very punchy, comments during his speech. Which one among them?
So those are some sights and scenes from the cantonment office of President-elect John Mahama. You just saw two of our correspondents there, Okai Central as well as Fauzi Masawodu. They just spoke to Mr. Blakwa over there. So the President-elect has made his speech, thanking those he has to thank and dealing with some of the issues they intend to look at quickly. Earlier, we had the Vice President, incoming Vice President, as well as the party chairman, Johnson Asiedu Nketia. Let's start with the speech of the President-elect, then we can go to the others. Inspiring, good, great. What are your thoughts?
I think it was quite inspiring, very inspiring. Acknowledging all the people who have helped him throughout the years. He acknowledged the media, he acknowledged the chiefs, he acknowledged his family, Ghanaians in general, and was grateful for, returning him to the office. And the fact that, his admission that there's there is a huge task or responsibility on them to, as a party, to deliver, or else what befell the MPP could be witnessed also by the NDC, his mentioning of arrogance and bad governance as the reason why this, as what accounted for this huge embarrassment, for the NPP, is also something that we need to take note of. He talked also about the economy and what they need to do, and said that there will be consultations across board, so that everybody would have to contribute his or her quota towards the the building the Ghana that we all want as people. So I think it was a brilliant speech. I'm sure my other colleagues will also have some input to make.
Okay, go for it.
Well,
encouraging, inspiring, great for this time.
It was a good speech.
Okay.
It was a good speech. It was I think it was of a good pace. The emotion was there. He had a lot of points to address, so he went about it pretty well. The highlights for me spoke about the lessons to be learned from the NPP and what the outcome of this result means and why it shows that they have a weight of responsibility. He spoke about the fact that Ghanaians have little tolerance for bad governance, which is why he's coming in on the wave that he's coming in. It's good that he knows that, because with a single term, it means you have to work twice as hard as you would want to work, because you don't have the benefit of another term in front of you. And then finally, acknowledging that it's a significant task. Once you have that at the back of your mind, it informs the decisions that you make, how quickly you make them. And it is only next year that we will be able to see how these things are implemented. But at least he's highlighted them and he's mentioned them. And for me, those were the things I took from the speech.
Okay.
Sky?
Yeah, so I must say that this is a great speech because, again, it sought to bring all of us on board as citizens to help in prosecuting the agenda of nation building. And I have gleaned quickly at least 9 main themes from what the president-elect told all of us. First of all, he exuded humility in leadership. And he repeatedly reminded the people who will be serving the people of Ghana upon his election that the offices they are going to occupy should be seen as offices to serve the people, and that the arrogance that sometimes comes with occupying such offices should not become the order of the day, because we are just seeing a government who's been a government that is being thrown out of office
because of
on the basis of how they conducted and or misconducted themselves in office. So he spoke about the need for that constant reminder to be on the minds of the people who will be chosen to lead and those who have been elected to serve as members of parliament. Then he also spoke about national pride and legacy. Of course, we've seen great Ghanaians in the past. Kwame Nkrumah of old, and Kofi Annan, he specifically mentioned. These are pieces of evidence, if I can call them that great things can emerge out of this land. And that if we make ourselves purposeful tools for facilitating the growth and progress of this country, it is possible to get great things done. So that is also a very important mention for me. Then he turned to the idea of unity and inclusivity. Of course, we hear presidents speak about this even when they are getting inaugurated. Yeah. Thou will be Father for all and all of that. But just subsequent to that, we see conduct that would go a long way to undermine the very thing that they spoke about a short while ago. So it is great that he's mentioned it, and would expect citizens that when he comes to prosecuting his mandate, that would reflect in that what he does as president of the republic. Then he celebrates something that for me stands out. The very historic milestone for gender equality. You know, Ghana's parliament not long ago passed a piece of legislation, yes, committed purposely to ensuring that women have a fair share of what is on offer around the table. And although we are yet to see that piece of legislation fully in action, we have just as a people elected the very first woman to occupy the next most important office in the land. And taking note of that is profound. My daughter was watching, my girls were watching. Now that is a firm reminder to them that it is possible as a woman to achieve great things in this republic and beyond.
That's right.
And it should not be taken lightly. Yeah. There are many girls who were watching, you know, Professor Jenana Opoku Ajiman this evening, and the very humility that she exuded, how she carried herself, the kinds of things she said, reminds me firmly of Professor Mills. I mean, her demeanor and how she delivered her own, you know, acceptance speech.
Yeah.
It carries a lot of weight. And for many people, that presented an alternative to what was on offer on the other side. Because when you speak to people who voted, they tell you that, look at it. I mean, what was the opposition offering? And by the opposition, I mean what the MPP was offering as vice presidential material. And I think all of us have got to learn lessons from how this election eventually ended. Then, if you allow me, let me mention a few more things. Accountability and governance reform. Look, let us admit that our democracy, although it may be 3 decades old, still has serious inefficiencies. There are serious and crippling problems that continue to undermine this democracy every single day. It is the reason you see people on the streets attacking, you know, one another. It is the reason you see electoral officers incapable of doing their jobs. It is the reason you see people say that, oh, when we lose this election, we are dead, because the courts are not there to protect us. I think that, yes, reforms are needed, but we hope that these will be what? Meaningful reforms that would ensure that Ghana works for all of us, because that is important. The NDC has a decisive mandate, it seems, in Parliament. Now, with that mandate, all kinds of things can be done. And we will take up the responsibility of ensuring that the use of that mandate actually helps to preserve and protect democracy and makes it, you know, useful for all of us, as opposed to using it for purposes of perpetuating what would not be the interest of the Ghanaian people. And then there was something else he spoke about: constructive action and responsibility. You know, the responsibility of building this country is not reserved to only the people who are in charge of the affairs of state. When you step out to vote and you decide not to vote, all of them put together, you have a burden imposed on you by reason of your being a Ghanaian to be a part of building the country. Now, building the country also means that you should be a part of the people who will be critiquing government, who will be making suggestions, and who will be bold enough to say that even though I voted for you as President of the Republic, I disagree with that which you are doing. And on this score, I am taking you on. It doesn't mean that merely because you are an NDC member of Parliament, everything that the NDC says they want to do in Parliament, you should support it. Again, as members of the opposition, the NPP has got to realize that it is not everything that the government wants to do that they should consider, you know, against the interests of the state. There are times that cool heads have to prevail. And backed by serious evidence, you say that, look, we are in support of this. Let's make it happen. And we hope that people will come to the job with constructive suggestions as to what we want to do as a country. Of course, there have been suggestions that our constitution is not perfect. Of course, nothing is perfect in the eyes of God, unless he himself. So if there are ways of improving the constitution, let's do so. Of course, President Mills, while he was alive, initiated a process of amending and refining the constitution. That process somewhat truncated when Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came into office. I hope that upon return to office, John Dramani Mahama will take on board constructive ways of actually, refining our constitution to address some of the concerns that we have. He was really optimistic about the future because, as he said, the dark days of the MPP in office are almost over.
Yeah.
And that he would lead the process to ensure that the Ghanaian people realize the full weight of what they voted for. We hope that he would actually do that and will serve the very best interest of every Ghanaian. And then also the reminder he gave all of us that we, the people of Ghana, are the greatest resource of this country. And I hope that he will be tapping into the very finest available. Of course, the Constitution limits his hands to the majority of ministers coming out of Parliament. We are yet to do a serious analysis of the quality that will be available in Parliament. He tells us that he will use 60 ministers to govern the affairs of state. And we hope that he will confine himself to that, and going into Parliament, he will make the very best available to all of us so that we can help build this country. And then outside of that, again, I believe that ambassadors will be nominated and all of that. Let us have the very finest of us, and it may not even matter if the person is either a member of the NDC or not a member of the NDC. There are Ghanaians outside of this country who are doing great things, who may not be members of the NDC, but when it comes down to building the country, we may lean on them that, oh, in this area, we think that you'll be useful. You are doing great things internationally. Can you come and help? And we hope that these people would accept the responsibility. And
would you like to be the AG?
And then finally they spoke about Larry. What is wrong with
based on what you said, I mean, if he approaches you to you take it on.
For the time being, I do not think that I am the best thing
if
to occupy the.
You to say that, Richard,
I would appreciate that. Again, I will appreciate the reason why Larry is saying that, but with the greatest respect.
So you
Larry,
will take it.
Let us not deal with hypothetical issues.
No. So you will.
Larry.
If he approaches,
Larry,
somebody.
Larry, I am not sure about the reason behind Larry's.
I don't know about Larry's son, but I am asking.
Can we Attorney General offer from John Mahama?
Yes, will you accept or reject?
Larry, what I'm telling you is that I think what you are doing is not fair to me. Right? I have made a statement, right? I do not think that I am the best thing to happen to the legal profession in Ghana as to even be considered for the position of Attorney General.
The people want
so let's
okay, you continue.
I don't think that it is fair to the point that I'm making.
Okay.
And then
please carry on.
And then also he spoke about the need for collaborative efforts from all of us to make I think that this is truly a great speech, and we hope that when it comes to delivering on that mandate, we will all help to ensure that he stays true to the script. We'll be critical, we will commend him where he needs to be commended, but we will be equally vocal in ensuring that the mistakes of the past do not repeat themselves. And let me particularly congratulate and celebrate Madam Jane Nano.
We'll come to her speech.
Yeah, and I just want to do that because it matters.
No, I'll let you do that.
And then also one more thing. You know, the Electoral Commission has been under so much pressure. Of course, John Mahama spoke about it in his speech and celebrated them in a way. The EC told us that they were going to deliver the election results within 72 hours. But you realize that a lot of people blasted the Electoral Commission because of evidence that we had seen across the country of the slow pace of the collation of the results. I think it is just fair to celebrate the Electoral Commission for keeping to the record that they said they were going to, if you like, meet. Because it is not easy to be able to pull together, results from across the country, given what we had seen. Even to the extent that people stormed the various offices or many offices of the Electoral Commission, demanding one thing or the other and banning institutions and all of those things. So I think it is important to celebrate the Electoral Commission. Of course, they got a number of things wrong. And I was really very critical of them when they said that they were restricting media access for what they thought was a good reason. Of course, they eventually backed off that. If the media was not present covering many of these things, perhaps would not get, it would have been murky. So it is great that they were able to pull it off within 48 hours as opposed to the 72 hours that they promised us. But there are serious reforms that have got to be made. And I hope that in the fullness of time, we'll take full audit of what has gone on and hopefully help in refining the process for our own benefit.
Okay. Sanda, your thoughts on the speech of President-elect?
Yes, I think Larry and Sky have done justice to the speech. What I want to just simply say is that in the US system, they call their president by the number that they represent on the electoral cycle. So 46 president, 47, that kind of thing. I think if it comes to Ghana, John Mahama was 6th president if you're looking at just the 4th Republic, and now he's the 9th president. So if you look at the figure 6 and look at the figure 9, it's a mirror of each other if you are looking at it from opposite ends. I think 8 years has been long enough for 6 to reflect properly on 9. And that's what I would say to John Mahama, that let your 9 not be your 6. The errors you committed when you were in government, you have learned from them. Ghanaians gave you 8 years reprieve. Go on the mountain like Moses did and go and bring down the 10 commandments. You would have been properly cooked. You would have learned a lot of lessons. I'm sure he has sat down and done a reflection, an introspection to see why he was rejected in 2016 and why he was rejected in 2020. And he would definitely know why he has been accepted in 2024. He was not accepted in 2024 because he was more handsome or anything, but because Ghanaians believe that he represents a better alternative than the one that they thought was the best alternative. And I want to say that the NDC and John Mahama has a theme which I believe they copied from the AU, which says leave no one behind and building the Ghana we want. In 4 years from now, I pray that we do not regret tonight and that tonight should be the best night ever. I mean, one of the best nights of Ghana, if not the best night ever. It should be the night of reset, like he has said, and that in 4 years, when we are taking stock, we would give glory and honor to God and also to John Dramani Mahama. I think what he has been given is a huge mandate and it's a big trust. Ghanaians have trusted you by giving you this job, sir, and may this trust not be a disappointment in the future. He should deliver on everything that he has said to us, everything he has promised to us that he will deliver. We look forward to seeing them. We want to see a different John Mahama than the one we saw in 2016 who was rejected. He has all the experience as a politician. If he was not that bad, he would have been rejected by 1 million votes. So if he was rejected by 1 million votes, definitely he was bad. And if he has been brought back by 2 million votes,
rejected for various reasons.
I'm saying that there's a reason he was rejected.
He
was bad.
If
he was not bad,
I don't think it was.
Unless you are saying that Akufo-Addo was rejected now, even though he's not bad.
Okay. He was that bad.
Larry, it was bad for which reason a younger incumbent president will be removed by 1 extra million votes and given to an older opposition leader. So for me, it was bad then, and I'm sure 8 years is enough. Look, Ghanaians could have brought him back in 2020, but they said no. Go again and go and prepare. Go and prepare yourself. And I think Ghanaians now think that John Mahama deserves to come back and finish the job that he started. Like I said yesterday when I was summarizing my conclusion, I said that he has no accountability left at the end. The only accountability John Mahama has now is accountability to God. because there's no election for him to go and contest in.
Okay.
So he should look at God, and in his moments, he should say that he can decide to ignore all of us and do what he wants, and nobody can really do anything to him. But he should rather say, let us deliver this, let us change Ghana, so that one day, when we're talking about Kwame Nkrumah or Sajifo and saying that this is one of the best presidents we've had,
okay,
we should list him amongst the people who have been great and who have transformed this country.
Okay.
He is a nation builder. I want to see that building continuing.
Okay. Jane, you want to add something?
You know, I was particularly excited about the call from President Akufo-Addo that, I mean, quickly the transition team should be put in place, because very often our transition teams are, put up rather late. And so even before the new government takes over, there is no proper stock taking and so on. So everything is rushed at the point in time. I recall in 2008, the MPP transition team at the point in time boycotted the whole process and said that they were not being treated fairly and so on. I'm happy with the call by President Akufo-Addo that, hey, let's quickly do this thing, and then everybody will feel relaxed, and then you take your kind of stuff. There was also something that came up where he said that he was going to create opportunity for all. Okay, that is very, very critical.
And retrieve all loot. That one too. You need.
Oh, he mentioned that one too.
I don't think he mentioned today, but that is important.
And said that regardless of whom you voted for, he's going to make sure that everybody benefits from his policies and so on. Particularly, he mentioned the 24-hour economy again, and says that he promised hope, he promised dreams, he promised hope for everybody, and then also appeal to his party people that they should rather pipe down, the emotions should be down, so that we can all reset the country and then rebuild it to whatever state we all want. So I think that the speech was good. I wonder what he will be saying during his
inauguration day.
Yeah, inauguration day, because they sounded more like...
He's a good speaker. You should just put the speaking or whatever he has said to action. I mean, for me, I'm saying that he's not coming here as he's not coming to do trial or I think he should have his government ministers already. He should already know who he's going to put where. And please, he should not try and satisfy everybody. He should just satisfy the nation. He should know he already has a purpose. And the recover all loot that he says he's coming to do, I can give him a few names of what he should.
Okay, we'll come to what his government will look like. I think we should do Jane, then we can look at the Mahama.
He
what
promised
next?
also that there's going to be severe, certain drastic actions, okay, that we should brace ourselves up for those times. I'm sure maybe it will be one economic decision or the other. Okay.
On the Professor Nana thing, I think it's a vision he's had. We've had presidential candidates in the past of major parties. No one has chosen a woman. He decided to take the risk, and I'm using risk here advisedly. He did it.
Some have chosen women, and even
I'm talking about the main ones.
Okay.
In 2020, he went with Prof. Jane or Prof. Nana. They lost. There have been lots of calls for him to change Professor Nana Jane of Okai Central, and he wouldn't budge. And he has repeated the ticket despite everything that has been said to him. And today, he goes down in history as a man who brought a woman forward, and which woman has succeeded in being the number 2 of the land. I think doff hats off to him and celebrate him for that thing. There are so many firsts for John Mahama that we have to celebrate. His vice president who became president, of course Mills has already done that, but he has gone for 8 years. People thought he was over. And I said that the 1 million vote by which he was defeated, it was almost like he's gone. He didn't have any audacity to speak in any public square until Nada. Okay, Nada means what? Deception. Now let me know. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Nada, his initials, decided to make things